am clearly a living human, yet I had accumulated 999 distinguished achievements in the underworld. Just as I was officially conferred the title of Yin Official, I was kicked back to the mortal realm by Yama himself. However, the moment I set foot on the ground, I was stunned. A terrifying apocalypse had descended upon the world. The mortal realm is now crawling with ghosts. Furthermore, there are those who have forged pacts with these spirits, becoming known as ghost tamers. At this moment, a man and a woman are standing before me. The middle-aged man, observing the dense ghost aura radiating from my body, said to the young woman, "With such thick ghost aura, it might not be just a dangerous level specter. Quickly, use Taoist techniques to deal with it." Upon hearing this, the young woman hastily pulled out a yellow paper talisman, circled me, and trapped me within a ring of charms. She then drew a peachwood sword and thrust it straight toward me. I cursed inwardly. I have only just returned to the mortal realm and already encountered lunatics, as I raised my hand and tore the surrounding talismans to shreds. Seeing this, the young woman froze in shock. Such a ferocious ghost, yet it does not even fear my talismans? Refusing to believe it, she took out a purple talisman and slapped it directly onto my forehead. I frowned, peeled the talisman off, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away, shouting, "Are you insane?" With that, I snatched the peachwood sword from her hand and snapped it in two. The young woman was gripped by sheer terror. All her methods were useless against this vicious demon. Without a second thought, she turned and fled, screaming as she ran, "Uncle Lai, run! This ghost is too powerful." Hearing this, my anger flared. "You are the ghost. Your entire family are ghosts. How truly unlucky to encounter two lunatics the moment I arrive." At the same time, not far away, a disheveled figure was hovering in mid-air, muttering to herself, "Such dense ghost aura. If I can devour my opponent, I will surely grow stronger." As she spoke, she rapidly flew toward me, but she suddenly froze and immediately turned to flee. How can this be? How could such a monumental figure appear in the mortal realm? Could it be that the barrier separating the living and the dead has completely vanished? It turns out that 7 years ago, the barrier separating the realms of the living and the dead had developed a crack. In a single night, countless ghosts poured into the mortal realm, and this female ghost was one of them. One must understand that the stronger the entity, the lower the probability of successfully crossing into the mortal realm. She could not comprehend how a being of my stature in the underworld could possibly appear in the mortal realm. At that exact moment, my voice thundered from behind her, "Halt!" As soon as the words left my lips, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the female ghost. The female ghost spun around, begging for mercy. "Lord Mo, please spare my life," I asked, full of suspicion. "You know who I am?" As it turned out, she was a ghost, originating from the capital of the underworld, Yedu. She had seen me 7 years ago when I still served as a soul reaper. Through her, I learned that the mortal realm had long since become a world where humans and ghosts coexisted. To accumulate ghostly energy, some ghosts formed pacts with humans, while others seized territory to cultivate in solitude. Once I grasped the situation, I told the ghost, "You may go. I will not harm you." Upon hearing this, the female ghost hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She immediately prepared to depart. But the moment she turned away, I suddenly reached out and struck the back of her neck, whispering a single word, "Suppress." In an instant, the female ghost vanished without a trace. Congratulations, you have obtained the ghost skill, Ghost Eye. The Book of Ghost Suppression, which had appeared in my mind 7 years ago, finally allowed me to turn its first page. Name, Shen Xi. Cultivation rank, dangerous level. Skill, Ghost Eye. Generates 20 Underworld Coins per day. Note: the higher the rank, the more Underworld Coins are produced. After reading this, my eyes lit up. Underworld Coins are condensed from vast amounts of ghostly energy. Whether it be a ghost or a soul reaper, these coins can be used to elevate one's cultivation. Even ascending in rank as a soul reaper requires a massive quantity of them. Therefore, these Underworld Coins are an essential resource. Right now, if I capture just one dangerous level ghost, I can produce 20 coins a day. If I capture 10 dangerous level ghosts, I can produce 200 coins per day. That would be over 60,000 Underworld Coins in a single year. One must remember that when I served as a soul reaper in the underworld, my annual salary was less than 100 coins. Even more absurd is the fact that I have inherited the ghost skill of this entity. For the first time, I truly felt the immense power of the Book of Ghost Suppression. At that same moment, Shen Xi appeared in a desolate, enclosed space, surrounded by walls on all sides. She could be seen flailing about, shouting loudly, "Release me! Wait, let me out!" Why was the ghost energy here so dense? It was even more potent than the energies found in the underworld. One must understand that when Shen Xi was in the mortal realm, she had to expend a great deal of effort and time just to accumulate a fraction of that ghost energy. Yet here, by merely breathing, She absorbed more ghost energy than she could accumulate in an entire month outside. This place was truly a paradise for a malevolent ghost. But before she could even revel in her joy, she was instantly transported back before me. I looked at Shen Xi, who was wearing a panicked expression, and asked, "So, you wish for me to let you out?"
Shen Xi hurriedly shook her head. "It is my fortune to be accepted by you, my lord." She was not a fool. To have such a place overflowing with ghost energy at one's disposal? Only an idiot would choose to leave.
I nodded, and proceeded to ask, "What is the function of the ghost eye?"
The ghost eye is my innate ghost technique. Upon activation, I can discern the rank and techniques of other ghosts.
I stroked my chin in contemplation. While this ghost eye technique might be useless to others, to me, it was like a tiger gaining wings.
Since the space within the ghost-suppressing tome is limited, it cannot contain just any variety of ghosts. Therefore, I could rely entirely on the ghost eye to hunt for exceptionally powerful entities. Shen Xi immediately grasped my intentions and hurried to suggest,
"Lord Mo, I know of a terror rank ghost, and with your strength, you could certainly subdue it.
May I lead you to it?"
Thus, under Shen Xi's guidance, I quickly arrived in front of a village.
Just as I prepared to enter, an old man called out to me, "Are you also here for the thing inside?"
"That is a danger rank ghost. It is best you do not enter, or you might lose your life." Just as I was about to reply that I held no fear, 2 Mercedes vehicles arrived on the scene.
Once the car doors opened, a beautiful woman and 5 young men, appearing to be in their 20s, stepped out.
"Elder Yun, these are the people I brought for you. Do you find them sufficient?"
The old man assessed the 5 ghost controllers and nodded.
3 third-rank ghost controllers, and 2 second-rank ghost controllers.
They will suffice. The young woman smiled upon hearing this.
"Elder Yun, I am counting on you today. I implore you, you must help me capture the danger rank ghost inside."
It turned out that this young woman had spent over 3 million to hire these 5 ghost controllers.
At the same time, she handed Elder Yun 2 ghostly artifacts, hoping to secure his assistance.
The reason she was willing to pay such a steep price was simple. If she could capture a danger-level spirit and successfully form a pact, she would ascend to the rank of a Tier 3 spirit controller, firmly securing her standing within the clan.
With this in mind, she waved her hand coldly and turned to follow Elder Yun into the village. As for the bodyguards she had brought, they hurriedly erected a perimeter to block anyone else from entering.
Seeing this, I approached the guards and asked, "Am I permitted to enter?"
The guards stood before me, feigning ignorance, as if they had not heard a word I said. I was in no hurry. I stood at a distance, gazing into the village. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, the sky seemed to grow even darker. At that very moment, the young woman's cries for help echoed from within the village.
She was currently enveloped in a dense cloud of black mist, rendering her completely paralyzed. The only thing she could do was scream for help at the top of her lungs. Just as despair began to consume her, I descended from above and let out a thundering command. "Begone!" The mist surrounding the woman suddenly recoiled and halted. Upon seeing me, the young woman desperately shrieked, "Save me! Get me out of here, and I will reward you with a vast fortune." My eyes lit up. I was, after all, in dire need of funds. I reached out, grabbed the woman, and slowly carried her toward the entrance of the village. I set her down and stated, "Stay here. I am going inside to investigate." The young woman frantically tried to stop me. "Don't go! The spirit inside is formidable. It is of the terror rank. You will lose your life." I ignored her and marched straight toward the heart of the village, where I quickly discovered the corpse of the male spirit controller. Just then, a blood-stained hand suddenly slapped onto my shoulder. I turned to find Elder Yun standing behind me, his face drenched in blood. "Little brother, I will give you 3,000 Underworld credits. Just get me out of here quickly." Even as he spoke, he kept glancing around, clearly terrified that the spirit might manifest at any second. Ignoring Elder Yun, I surged forward toward a tombstone, thrust my hand into the ground, and pulled with all my might. A dark shadow was ripped from beneath the tombstone. Before my eyes, the spirit's information manifested. Name, Su Heng. Rank, terror level. Spirit skill, soul refining. By utilizing soul refining, it could bind its enemies, restrict their attacks, and then deliver a fatal, soul-crushing strike. Glancing at the information hovering before me, I mused that my ghost eye technique was truly exceptional. With just a single glance, it had laid bare the secrets of this vengeful spirit. Su Heng gnashed his teeth and clawed wildly in an attempt to resist, but he found his limbs completely unresponsive. What he did not realize was that I had employed the Binding Ghost Talisman, a specialized technique of the Yin emissaries, which had thoroughly shackled his power. Elder Yun watched the scene, utterly stunned. Is this young man truly this powerful? He captured a vengeful spirit as easily as if it were nothing. It seems I was mistaken. I am asking you, Su Heng, are you a spirit of the Nahei Bridge, or a spirit of the ghost realm? As a mortal, I would not know. In truth, the underworld is currently divided into 3 great factions.
First is Yedu, led by Yan Luo.
Second is the Naihe Bridge, led by the judges and Meng Po.
And finally, the Ghost Realm, led by the Ghost King. Both Shen Xi and I belong to the Yedu faction.
The spirits of Yedu are relatively benevolent and rarely harm the living.
The spirits of the Naihe Bridge are quite divided. There are those who harm the living and those who do not.
As for the spirits of the Ghost Realm,
they are all malevolent spirits who delight in harming others. Every one of them is stained with karmic sin and possesses a volatile temperament.
Su Hong did not answer my question directly, choosing instead to howl incessantly. Having grown impatient, I seized him and threw him violently against the ground.
With a thunderous crash, the impact shattered the earth, creating a massive crater. Immediately, Su Hang's shadow appeared to grow several shades dimmer.
Seeing this, I grabbed him once more and hurled him back down with even greater force.
After a few repetitions, as he neared the point of dissipation, he finally begged for mercy. "My lord, spare me. I am a spirit of the Ghost Realm."
Hearing this, I struck him with a heavy blow. The thing I loathe most are spirits from the Ghost Realm.
I then proceeded to barrage Su Hong with questions. How many underworld messengers and underworld officials does the Ghost Realm have in the mortal realm, and what is the strength of their most powerful spirit? However, Su Hong could only shake his head, claiming he did not know.
Forced to abandon my interrogation, I placed my hand firmly upon his forehead. In an instant, Su Hong vanished from where he stood.
Spirit Shell. Congratulations, you have obtained the Ghost Technique. Soul Refinement. The second page of the Ghost Suppression book has also been updated with Su Hong's information. He is capable of producing 40 Underworld Coins daily. It appears that the higher the rank of the spirit, the more the daily production of Underworld Coins multiplies. If I can accumulate enough, I could eventually reach the status of an overlord.
Seeing that the malevolent spirit had been subdued,
Elder Yun finally exhaled in relief. He looked at his broken arm and sighed helplessly. This journey has been a grave loss. Not only have I lost 3 pieces of ghost artifacts, but I have also suffered a broken arm. He then hurriedly bowed to me in gratitude. Young brother, I offer my deepest thanks for saving my life. As he spoke, Elder Yun produced 3,000 Underworld Coins and handed them to me. I accepted the coins and was about to turn away when, screech! A ghastly white light suddenly descended from all directions.
Shortly thereafter, several pickup trucks roared onto the scene.
As the vehicles came to a halt, a group of individuals clad in black trench coats stepped out. A woman among them spoke up. "We are from the Spirit Suppressors Society. Where is the entity that needs to be apprehended?" Old Yun witnessed this and immediately understood that reinforcements had arrived. He hurriedly replied, "The malevolent spirit has already been repelled." The moment he finished speaking, the woman I had saved earlier staggered out. She addressed Old Yun with a look of deep remorse. "Old Yun, I apologize. It is my fault you lost an arm." Old Yun spoke helplessly. "Thian Van, this is not on you. I only have my own arrogance to blame for failing to scout the area and determine the true rank of the spirit beforehand."
Thian Van then turned to look at me, asking,
"Benevolent one, are you unharmed? Did that spirit cause you any injury?" I shook my head to indicate that I was fine.
Thian Van hastily arranged for a car to escort me to a luxurious hotel.
Early the next morning, the woman from the Spirit Suppressor Society arrived and knocked on my door. "Greetings, I am Li Bingyan, the Deputy Director of the city's Spirit Suppressor Society." I had already heard Thian Van describe the Spirit Suppressor Society the day before.
It was a state-sanctioned organization with a presence in almost every region.
Before I could ask for the purpose of her visit, she stated, "I would like to invite you to join the Spirit Suppressor Society. Ordinarily, we will not impose any restrictions upon you. You remain free to do as you please. We would only request your intervention when we encounter matters beyond our capabilities, and we shall provide you with commensurate compensation." I listened without being swayed, merely gesturing for her to continue. Thus, Li Bingyan spoke again. "Our Spirit Suppressor Society possesses the most formidable intelligence network in existence. If you need to locate individuals or track spirits, we can provide you with the necessary information. Furthermore, should you encounter trouble, we can provide you with the backing of our influence." Upon hearing this, I did not immediately refuse.
Having just returned, I had yet to grasp the current state of affairs in the mortal realm.
I replied, "I shall give careful consideration as to whether I will join."
Li Bingyan did not appear disappointed, instead offering a polite farewell.
After leaving the hotel, the man following behind Li Bingyan spoke with obvious dissatisfaction. "Sister Li, he is merely a spirit suppressor. Is it truly necessary for you to lower yourself to beg for his participation?" Li Bingyan replied in a grave tone. "He has success." The man retorted instinctively. Did Elder Yun not say that he merely drove away a terror-class spirit? Could Elder Yun have lied? The man immediately realized. If this Lin Mo could capture a terror class spirit, it means he must have formed a pact with one, making him a high-level spirit controller. If he truly captured the terror class spirit from yesterday, it implies he possesses two such entities. Thinking this, the man drew a sharp breath, suddenly understanding why Miss Ling's attitude was so deferential. Meanwhile, I sat on the sofa, sipping a soda and snacking while watching television, enjoying the sense of humanity I had lost long ago. Only after I had eaten and drank my fill did I retrieve the yellow scroll that Yama had bestowed upon me. Unfolding it, I read Yama's message. The Ghost Cavern and the Nihei Bridge have already established their own factions in the mortal realm. My faction, the Yedu, lacks any foundation in the mortal realm. You must exercise the utmost caution during your mission to the mortal realm. Zi Changqing is currently being hunted by the Ghost Cavern. If possible, you must ensure her escape. I stroked my chin, contemplating Yama's intentions. These two major factions were thriving in the mortal realm, while the Yedu had struggled to gain a foothold. Zi Changqing Rao, mentioned in the scroll, was my senior sister. Back when I served as an underworld emissary, she had often aided. Furthermore, her cultivation was the most formidable among all the underworld emissaries. Consequently, Yama had expended a great deal of underworld currency to send her to the mortal realm to expand our influence. It has been 3 years, yet it seems my senior sister has failed to establish a faction, and is instead being pursued by spirits from the Ghost Cavern. Immediately, my thoughts turned to the Spirit Controller Society that Li Bingyan had mentioned. Relying on their intelligence network, I might be able to locate my senior sister. Moreover, there is truth to the saying that one should lean on a sturdy tree to enjoy its shade. By any calculation, joining them would not be a loss for me. With that, I took out my phone and contacted Li Bingyan, informing her that I agreed to join the Spirit Controller Society. To my surprise, she and Qian Yun arrived very quickly. Li Bingyan brought me a specialized phone and an identification certificate. After we exchanged a few formalities, she took her leave. At that moment, Qian Yun, who remained by my side, clarified her true purpose. Brother Mo, would you be willing to help me capture a spirit? I will not ask you to act for free. I will offer you a piece of spirit artifact. As she spoke, Qian Yun produced a small bell. A single glance told me it was a decent artifact, though it was of no use to me. Seeing my silence, Qian Yun added, I can also provide you with 10 million in cash, a house, and a Rolls Royce. She harbored a desperate desire to capture a powerful specter. Her own younger brother and sister had already attained the rank of Ghost Controller. If she failed to follow suit, her influence within the Qian family would surely wither away to nothing. I pondered for a moment before speaking. If you can help me locate a Yin envoy from the underworld capital, named Zi Changqing Rao, I shall agree to assist you in capturing one. The moment the words left my lips, Qian Yun replied with visible agitation. I happen to know of a Yin envoy from the underworld capital, though I cannot be certain if it is the person you seek. I was struck with surprise. I had not expected such a casual inquiry to yield immediate results. I pressed further. Where is this Yin envoy you speak of? A thought suddenly occurred to Qian Yun, and her expression darkened as she spoke. That Yin envoy is currently being held at an auction. The following instant, she could not help but recoil 2 steps as a terrifying pressure surged forth from my body. I asked coldly, where is this auction being held? Qian Yun stammered, trembling as she spoke. At Jingzi Hall, an auction. I quickly learned from Qian Yun that Jingzi Hall was once nothing more than a dilapidated temple, devoid of any renown. However, 7 years ago, when the cataclysmic apocalypse descended, demons and ghosts ran rampant, and humanity was reduced to the lowest rung of existence. Yet, Jingzi Hall relied on talismans and peachwood swords to capture a significant number of ghosts. Thus, over the past 7 years, Jingzi Hall gradually evolved into a rather prominent Taoist temple. Once Qian Yun finished, she cast a glance at me before carefully adding, Jingzi Hall is now guarded by not just 2 Tier 4 ghost controllers, but also 5 Tier 3 ghost controllers. To go there directly would be perilous. I dismissed her concern immediately. Just lead the way. You need not concern yourself with the rest. Once the matter is resolved, I will fulfill my promise and help you capture a ghost. Seeing that her warnings were in vain, Qian Yun had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, the moment we reached the hotel lobby, a bald man blocked our path. Sister Qian Yun, where are you heading in such a rush? Qian Yun frowned and snapped. Do not obstruct my path. I have urgent matters to attend to. The bald man sneered with disdain. Urgent matters, you say? Do you mean the incident where 5 ghost controllers were killed last night? Or perhaps you are referring to you squandering the few ghost artifacts left in our family? Or is it because, as the acting family head for less than a month, you have already burned through nearly 10,000 underworld credits? The elder is furious. He intends to strip you of your position as acting head and confine you for half a year. Qian Yun's face went grim instantly. It appeared she had finally become a target for those within her own family. Before Qian Yun could even utter a word,
The bald man waved his hand, signaling the two hulking figures behind him to step forward and seize her. Witnessing this, I lost all patience and bellowed, "Get out!" The bald man sized me up from head to toe. "Dressed in nothing but rags? Do you fancy yourself some kind of important figure? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I will not repeat myself." With a single kick, I sent the bald man flying, then turned and left the hotel with Qian Yun without looking back. At the same moment, the auction at Jingxi Hall had reached its final stage. The intended items had all been sold, yet the Yin emissary had not yet been presented. Consequently, the crowd began to voice their growing dissatisfaction. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out, grinning as he carried a wooden cage. "Do not be impatient. Is the Yin emissary not right here?" Every gaze in the room locked onto the wooden cage, which was draped in a black cloth covered in dense, crimson inscriptions. The middle-aged man slowly lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a miniature, obsidian-colored humanoid figure. This was the Yin emissary. If any of you can successfully form a contract with it, you could at the very least become a level 5 ghost controller, or perhaps even a level 6. Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless, eager to test their fortune. However, when the middle-aged man announced the starting bid of 20,000 underworld credits, the noisy crowd fell into an immediate, deathly silence. A long moment passed, and yet, no one dared to place a bid. A young man stood up and asked, "Is there no room for a discount?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Impossible. The minimum is 20,000 underworld credits. This Yin emissary was entrusted to us by another party. Jingxi Hall has no authority to alter the price." The middle-aged man surveyed the room once more. "Is there no one willing to bid?" Just as the crowd assumed the item would go unsold, a young man draped in luxury brands raised his hand and shouted, "I will take it!" The middle-aged man's face broke into a wide grin. "Young Master Wang Bin is truly generous." Wang Bin smiled in return. "May I inspect the merchandise?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Of course." He then handed over the cage. Wang Bin took the cage, pulled back the black cloth, and examined it with great care. Inside was indeed a Yin emissary, though it had been beaten so severely that its soul was on the verge of dissipation. It mattered not to him. He only intended to have his own spirit-contracted ghost consume this emissary to evolve into a danger-level entity. Once that was achieved, he would ascend to become a level 3 ghost controller. Elsewhere, we raced at breakneck speed and finally arrived at Jingxi Hall. As she stepped out of the vehicle, Qian Yun urged, "Brother Mo, we must hurry. If we arrive too late, the Yin emissary may..." However, after stepping off the carriage, I halted my pace and turned to gaze at the wooden cage held by a young man, for I sensed the lingering aura of a Yin messenger emanating from within. Wang Bing noticed my gaze and grew wary. "Brother, why are you staring at me?" I pointed toward the cage in his hand and asked, "Is that a Yin messenger inside?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bing stepped back, wary of my presence. "You don't look like someone to be trifled with." He then declared, "This Yin messenger cost me 20,000 nether coins to acquire. If you desire it, pay me 20,000 nether coins, and it is yours." After a moment of contemplation, I realized I possessed no more than 4,000 nether coins on my person. Left with little choice, I asked in desperation, "Is it possible to trade for it using something else?" Wang Bing refused without a second thought. He had already surmised that I lacked the 20,000 coins, and was merely setting an impossible demand. Immediately after, the middle-aged man standing beside him shouted, "Move aside!" Qian Yun hurriedly whispered a warning, identifying the man as a bodyguard for the Wang family, Yang Shu, a third-rank ghost controller. Her words had barely faded when a soft explosion suddenly echoed through the air. A wisp of black smoke billowed from my crimson burial robes. Seeing this, Yang Shu's expression shifted violently. He had just employed a spectral maneuver to strike me, yet it hadn't left so much as a scratch upon my person. What they did not realize was that my attire was a Yin-attributed artifact. Even a terror-rank ghost would struggle to leave a mark upon it. I raised my hand and commanded coldly, "Soul refining." A chain of flames erupted, surging directly toward Yang Shu. Before he could evade, the chain coiled tightly around his throat, rendering his body immobile in an instant. Seeing this, Wang Bing quickly intervened. "Brother, let us not act rashly. We can negotiate regarding the Yin messenger." Hearing this, I retracted my soul-refining chain. Yang Shu collapsed instantly to the ground. Since when has Yun Chuan harbored such a ruthless expert? I turned my attention toward Wang Bing and stated, "I will not take your possession without compensation. Hand the Yin messenger to me, and I shall provide you with an item of equal value." Realizing he was no match for me, he was forced to concede. I required this Yin messenger to facilitate a breakthrough, to elevate my ghost contract to the danger rank. Can a human not assist their own ghost? Wang Bing gritted his teeth and replied, Fine. I shall gift the Yin messenger to you. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship." Before he could finish, I interrupted him.
I can assist you in elevating your ghost contract to the danger rank.
Wang Bing's expression was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed,
Brother, do not toy with me. I accepted the gifted yin messenger, and, without further ado, instructed Wang Bing to follow me toward a gloomy house not far away. Here we are. Wang Bing looked around in astonishment. It seemed as if he were the only one here. Who exactly was being summoned? I watched Wang Bing's bewildered expression and spoke. Do not move. I am not calling for you. I am calling for the entity residing within your body. Wang Bing looked at me as if I were a fool. Brother, pull yourself together. You cannot summon my ghost pact. Yet, the very next moment, a dark shadow slowly emerged from Wang Bing's body. Wang Bing was completely stunned. It had truly been summoned. The ghost pact trembled, begging for mercy. My lord, spare me. I did not intend to offend you. My soul power is weak, and my senses are dull, which caused the delay in coming to meet you. I asked directly, Are you a ghost from the ghost realm? The ghost pact replied while shivering. I was once a ghost of the night capital, before being captured and dragged to the ghost realm by a great ghost. I looked at the crumbling ghost and asked, Then, how did you sustain those injuries? The ghost pact replied helplessly. My lord, years ago when you were in the ghost realm, you used the 5 viscera ghost concealment technique to summon a ghost king, who slaughtered all in his path. I caught a mere glimpse of the carnage, and was struck by the collateral damage, nearly causing my soul to dissipate entirely. Wang Bing, standing to the side, understood nothing of the conversation. He was a living human, so how could he have reached the underworld? And what was this 5 viscera ghost concealment technique they spoke of? The words of the ghost pact left him deeply confused. At that time, I had not yet mastered the 5 viscera ghost concealment technique, and forcing its execution had demanded a heavy price from me as well. Furthermore, ever since that event, the entire ghost realm knew I was a successor of the celestial master. I sighed and said, I shall mend your wounds now. Immediately, I produced 10 underworld banknotes of 100 denomination, retrieved the ghost shaker, and placed my hand upon the ghost pact's head. In the next instant, the underworld currency transformed into ghostly energy, pouring into the entity's body. The body of the ghost pact began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once fully restored, the ghost pact thanked me profusely. I simply waved my hand, commanding it to return to Wang Bing's body. The moment the ghost pact re-entered him, Wang Bing felt the surge of power from its dangerous tier strength. This meant that from this day forward, he was a third-rank ghost controller. Ecstatic, he exclaimed. Brother Mo, the ghost envoy is yours. With that, Wang Bing led me away to find Yang Shu and retrieve the ghost envoy. However, the moment we stepped out of the door, Yang Shu rushed past the two of us. Wang Bing and I were both left dumbfounded. Why was he fleeing? A flicker of irritation rose within me. I had just assisted Wang Bing in elevating his contracted spirit to the ferocious rank, and no sooner had I done so, Yang Shu had absconded with the yin messenger. Is this not daylight robbery? Wang Bing scrambled to explain in a panic. Brother Mo, that man took the yin messenger of his own volition. I certainly did not order him to do so. Saying this, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Yang Shu. Why the devil are you running? On the other end, Yang Shu gritted his teeth and replied, Young master, stay strong. I am returning at once to bring the old master to save you. Wang Bing cursed loudly. You fool, get back here this instant. Seeing this, Yang Shu became even more convinced that Wang Bing was being coerced. Thus, he replied, Young master, I know you are being forced by that young man. Wait for me to fetch the old master so we can deal with him together. Wang Bing felt his mind go blank. What on earth are you imagining? I am not being coerced. I am doing this willingly. Bring the yin messenger back to me immediately. Perhaps because Wang Bing appeared overly anxious, Yang Shu had no intention of turning back. Wang Bing looked at me, then at his phone, his face full of distress. I realized then that this was a misunderstanding that could not be resolved in a moment. I stepped forward and said, It seems I will have to go to your estate to retrieve the spirit messenger myself. Wang Bing hurriedly replied, Then please, accompany me to my home right now. I shook my head and said, Wait. I have another matter to resolve first. I turned and walked toward Jingqi Hall, asking coldly, Who captured the yin messenger? In an instant, every gaze in the hall shifted toward me. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Little brother, what is the meaning of this? I repeated. I asked, Who captured the yin messenger? The middle-aged man barked. What business is that of yours? It appears you have come to my Jingqi Hall to stir up trouble. Immediately, several men emerged from behind him. Chan Yun saw this and whispered to me, Big brother Mo, these men are all tier 3 spirit controllers. I explained with a cold demeanor. I did not come to cause trouble. I am merely inquiring about the yin messenger. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort. He moved to summon his contracted spirit, only to discover that the presence within, no matter how he summoned them, there was no response. and the same held true for the rank 3 ghost tamers standing behind him.
Seeing that they remained tight-lipped, I spoke. If you refuse to reveal the truth about the Yin envoy, I shall be forced to resort to other means. The ghost tamers from the Jingqi Hall showed no fear, still desperately attempting to commune with their contracts. Witnessing this, I lowered my head and parted my lips, allowing an unidentified viscous liquid to seep forth. Simultaneously, my chest began to heave, as if something from within was struggling to emerge. At that very moment, an elderly Taoist in traditional robes suddenly appeared and offered me a deep bow, saying, "Exalted One, I beg you to retract your supernatural technique. I am the master of this Taoist temple. Whatever grievances you have, you may speak them to me directly." Upon hearing this, I took a deep breath and drew the entity I had intended to summon back into the depths of my gut. With a person of authority finally stepping forward, there was no longer any need to utilize the 5 viscera ghost concealment technique. Seeing the temple master treat me with such deference, the others protested. "This man is causing a disturbance at the auction house. You should cast him out." The temple master heard them and gave a cold, dismissive snort. "A bunch of blind fools!" He then turned to me and said, "Exalted One, please do not demean yourself by bickering with these ignorant juniors. Let us step inside to speak." Having said this, he led me into the inner chambers, while no one noticed Wang Bing staring intently at the pool of saliva that I had left upon the ground moments prior. Seeing him hesitate, the contracted ghost within his body flew into a rage. "Pick it up immediately, you idiot!" That substance was not mere saliva, but a concentrated fluid formed when ghost chi reaches a terrifying level of density. To a spirit, it is an incredibly potent elixir. Feeling the urgency radiating from his contracted ghost, Wang Bing had no choice but to begrudgingly use a piece of paper to wipe the substance from the floor. When he raised his head, he found Qian Yun standing nearby, looking at him with an expression of shock and utter revulsion. On the other side, I spoke plainly. "I only wish to know who captured the Yin envoy." The temple master heard this and spoke directly to the middle-aged man. "Qing Yun, tell this exalted one who captured the spirit." Qing Yun observed the somber expression on the temple master's face and, not daring to refuse, hurriedly replied, "We did not capture the ghost. It was consigned here by another party, and we merely take a 10% commission." I pressed him further, demanding to know the name of the faction and their origins. Qing Yun contemplated for a moment before speaking. "The party identified themselves as the Sun family. They do not appear to be natives of Yunchuan. I have only met the man once, and aside from that, we know nothing else. If you wish to find him, I can contact you once he arrives to collect the nether currency." I nodded in agreement, left my contact information, and took my leave. Seeing me depart, Qing Yun asked, confused, "Old master, why were you so deferential to that young man? Furthermore, there was no need to break our rules for his sake." The temple master merely replied with a faint, detached question. "Do you truly not understand why your contracts could not be summoned just moments ago?" Everyone shook their heads, unable to comprehend the situation. "Because your ghost contract is afraid." The crowd stared at the sect master in utter disbelief. How could a ghost contract fear a mere mortal? Observing their confusion, the sect master spoke solemnly. "He is an existence that we cannot afford to provoke." Meanwhile, Wang Bing had driven me to Qianyun. Upon arriving at the main gate of his family's villa, I immediately noticed a tattooed man emerging from the Wang residence. Behind him trailed an aura of blood-red yin energy, within which countless phantasms wailed, begging for salvation, indicating that the ghost contract of this tattooed man had consumed the lifeblood of the living. Seeing me watching the tattooed man, Wang Bing spoke up. "That man is named Long Huo, a 4th-level ghost controller." At that same moment, Long Huo faltered, as if communicating with someone. He quickly looked in my direction before accelerating to leave. I felt a very familiar aura emanating from Long Huo's body. With a single movement, I intercepted him. "Old acquaintance, are we? Why run the moment you see me?" Long Huo replied with an impatient expression. "Who are you to claim acquaintance with me? I do not know you." Long Huo turned to leave after speaking. I blocked his path once more and stated, "I am not speaking to you. I am speaking to the ghost contract residing within your body. Zhangui, we have crossed paths in the underworld several times. Will you not come out to greet me?" Before Long Huo could utter another word, a dark shadow slowly drifted out from his body. It pleaded, "My lord, please spare this lowly one's life." The onlookers were astonished. A 4th-level ghost contract? Yet it is this cowardly? I showed no mercy as I shouted, "Zhangui, you committed countless atrocities in the underworld, and continue to do so in the human realm. Do you not deserve death?" As it turned out, this Zhang Gui belonged to the ghost realm. Back when I served as an underworld emissary, I had clashed with him and severed 3 of his souls, which severely diminished his strength, though he managed to escape into the human realm. Zhang Gui suppressed the fury rising in his heart and once again pleaded, "Emissary of the underworld, there is no enmity between us. I beg you to show mercy today." I scoffed with contempt. You are here harming my friend, and you call this no enmity? As my words echoed, a chain materialized from the void and lunged directly at Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui attempted to evade, but the chain was unerring, binding him tightly in an instant. Zhang Gui realized that there would be no escape today. He then roared at the top of his lungs. Mo Lin, this is the realm of the living. My ghost domain dominates these lands. There is no place for those from the night capital to hide here. You shall not meet a good end. Ignoring his venomous words, I placed my hand upon Zhang Gui's head to suppress him. Congratulations, you have acquired the ghost technique. Black Mist. Wang Ming and the others watching from the side were struck with absolute terror. This was a terror-level ghost, after all. Yet, Mo Lin had suppressed it in less than a few minutes. His ferocity is truly unparalleled. Long Huo, seeing his ghost contract being snatched away, lunged forward. Give it back to me! Return my ghost contract to me! With a single kick, I sent him sprawling, then turned to Wang Bing. Take him to the Public Security Bureau. He has murdered at least 10 people. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing immediately ordered his men to bind Long Huo. Seeing that I had finished my task, Wang Bing's father hurriedly spoke up. Wang Bing, do not just stand there. Invite our honored guest inside. Wang Bing quickly complied and slapped Yang Shu on the back of his neck. You fool, bring the Underworld Envoy here. Shortly thereafter, I beheld the wooden cage containing the Underworld Envoy. As I lifted the black cloth, I saw a small, pitch-black figure whose limbs were pierced through by thin, crimson threads. The moment my eyes fell upon the black figure, I realized this envoy was not my junior brother. As I reached to open the wooden cage, an electric current was instantly triggered. I was struck with such a shock that I was forced to pull my hand away from the cage. In the next heartbeat, a crimson thread lunged straight toward me. I immediately drew the long sword at my waist and severed the red thread in one motion. With another strike, I slashed down upon the wooden cage. The sturdy wooden cage shattered into pieces instantly. Following this, I placed my palm upon the ghost and channeled my ghost energy into it. The ghost's body rapidly recovered to its normal size. No sooner had the ghost recovered than it knelt on one knee. This lowly one, Li Shu, pays respects to you, my lord. I thank you for saving my life. I then asked, who captured you? Finding a patron to support her, Li Shu hurriedly accused. I was ambushed and captured by a great ghost from the ghost domain in league with a ghost controller. I fell into deep thought for a moment before asking, do you know the whereabouts of my senior sister? Zi Changqing Rao answered in haste. Zi Changqing Rao has been missing for a year. I had previously dispatched other ghosts to search for her, but they returned with no news. Realizing I could extract no useful information, go find a place to tend to your wounds. Should I have need of you, I will summon you. Thereafter, I turned to Qian Yun and asked, Qian Yun, could you lend me 10,000 Underworld coins? Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yun agreed. Very well. I shall return home immediately to secure the funds for you. With that said, she turned and departed. Not wishing to linger, I made my way directly back to the hotel. Upon entering my room, I summoned Zhang Gui and began to interrogate him regarding the affairs of the Ghost Realm. Trembling with terror, Zhang Gui replied, the Ghost Realm currently occupies 3 provinces. They have established their own faction and are even collaborating with the Ghost Controllers, primarily to combat the Underworld envoys from the Night Capital. They have already slaughtered 32 envoys from the Night Capital. I pondered this for a moment before asking, how does the Ghost Realm track the movements of the Night Capital's envoys? Given the vast expanse of the Long Kingdom, I found it inexplicable that the envoys could be located with such ease. Zhang Gui shook his head, signaling his ignorance. My lord, my strength is meager. These are but fragments of the rumors I have gathered. A sharp headache began to throb in my temples as I processed this information. If the Ghost Realm is hunting the Night Capital's envoys, it inevitably means they will come for me as well. After all, during my time in the Underworld, I had already culled a significant number of their kin. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, I heard the anxious voice of Li Bingyan. Mo Lin, do you have a moment? I replied. Speak your mind. What is the matter? Li Bingyan did not waste time with pleasantries. A formidable specter has appeared at number 26 Huanghai Road. 3 ghost controllers have already perished, and I would like to request your assistance. Should you succeed in resolving this, the reward will be 2,000 Underworld coins. I agreed without hesitation, as I am currently in dire need of capital. After hanging up, I changed into different attire. My Underworld robe is far too conspicuous. Any ghost would recognize my identity at a glance. Until I have gathered more intelligence on the Ghost Realm, it is better to maintain a low profile. Shortly thereafter, I gathered my equipment and hailed a taxi toward number 26 Huanghai Road. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, I discovered the street ahead had been cordoned off. Sir, this area is currently restricted. You are not permitted to enter. I produced the credentials provided by Li Bingyan to verify my identity. I am with the Ghost Control Bureau, here to resolve this incident. Seeing this, the man immediately replied, in that case, please follow me. As he guided me, he offered a well-intentioned warning.
4 ghost controllers have already arrived. 3 are dead, and 1 is severely wounded. You must exercise extreme caution. Moments later, we arrived before the building. A crowd of people had gathered, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. A man approached a woman with a ponytail and reported, "Sister Tang, the members of the Spirit Suppression Society have arrived." Tang Fang gave a curt nod, no longer paying me any mind. She was currently on a phone call, appearing to inquire how much longer the others would be. I decided to enter the abandoned building on my own, but as soon as I took a step, Tang Fang grabbed my arm and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" I asked, utterly bewildered. "Are we not here to exorcise the spirit?" Tang Fang did not utter a single word in response, only pulling me back. "The spirit dwelling inside is ferocious," she warned. "It has already claimed the lives of 3 spirit suppressors. Do you intend to throw your life away by entering alone? I have already invited a highly formidable spirit suppressor to assist us. We shall wait for her arrival and enter together." Seeing her resolve, I remained silent. 10 minutes later, the roar of an engine shattered the stillness. I looked up to see a helicopter slowly descending upon a vacant lot not far away. Shortly after, a woman stepped out, holding an umbrella. Tang Fang introduced her to me, saying, "Yunling is the most powerful among the 3rd-grade spirit suppressors. Do you see the umbrella in her hand? That is a spirit artifact, housing a spirit of dangerous caliber." Upon entering the perimeter, Yunling spoke up. "Sister Tang." Tang Fang frowned and replied, "The situation is dire. We have already suffered the loss of 3 spirit suppressors." Yunling heard this, and gave her black umbrella a light tap. The very next moment, a dark shadow emerged, whispering something into Yunling's ear. Yunling nodded, and motioned for Tang Fang to head toward the abandoned building. Seeing this, I followed close behind them. Noticing I was a newcomer, Yunling asked, "You must be new here, aren't you? If that is the case, you must stay close to me. When we encounter the spirit..." Without finishing her sentence, she turned and led the way into the desolate structure. However, we had not gone far before the sound of breaking glass echoed, causing both Tang Fang and Yunling to jump in alarm. I replied with some embarrassment, "My apologies. I stepped on a piece of debris by accident." I felt quite speechless. The reactions of these two were entirely excessive. Just then, I suddenly sensed a powerful wave of spirit energy. There was also a weaker fluctuation, which meant there were 2 spirits present. One of them was considerably weak. The path we were currently following led directly toward the weak spirit, while the stronger entity lay in the opposite direction. Noticing me glancing around, Tang Fang asked, "What is it? Did you see something?" I pointed in the opposite direction and said, "It is nothing. I shall go this way." Without waiting for the 2 of them to respond, I turned and headed in the opposite direction. Looking at my retreating figure, Tang Fang was speechless. A newcomer who has never faced life or death, he is likely terrified. Yunling replied calmly, "We all started as newcomers once. When I first undertook a mission to capture a spirit, I was quite fearful as well." Suddenly, the specter beside Yunling discovered something and lunged straight forward. Seeing this, Yunling accelerated to keep pace with it. At the same moment, as I stepped onto the 2nd floor, a chilling aura surged from an unknown source. I looked up and saw a rotting face. The specter swung its arm, and a wave of black energy rushed toward me. I raised my hand, blocking the strike, then used the soul-refining slash with my other hand, instantly binding the entity. I stroked my chin, examining the captive spirit, and muttered, "A dangerous grade, malevolent spirit." I had previously promised Xian Yun that I would gift her a dangerous grade spirit. This one was perfectly suitable. With that, I cast the spirit sealing technique upon the malevolent spirit. In the blink of an eye, the creature condensed into a black sphere. The sealed spirit shrieked in terror. "You actually know the spirit sealing technique? An underworld emissary." It then began to beg, "My lord, please spare me. I did not intend to kill anyone. It was those spirit controllers. I only killed them in self-defense." I tucked the black sphere into my storage bag and replied, "Rest assured, I will do you no harm." Following that, I departed from the abandoned building. At the same time, Elder Yun had just dispersed the hazardous grade spirit and turned to Tang Fang. "There must be another dangerous grade spirit in this place. Otherwise, relying solely on a hazardous grade spirit, it would be impossible to kill 3 experienced spirit controllers." Yet the 2 searched the abandoned building for a long time without success, and were ultimately forced to give up. Meanwhile, at the Xian residence, a young man pointed directly at Xian Yun's face and roared, "You have already squandered over 10,000 nether coins. Do you dare to ask for another 10,000 now? Are you not satisfied until you have drained this entire family dry?" Unwilling to yield, Xian Yun retorted loudly, "I have met a very capable friend. He is willing to capture a dangerous grade spirit for me, and all I need to provide is a loan of 10,000 nether coins." The young man sneered, "Cousin,
Do you have any idea how perilous and difficult it is to capture a fierce-level ghost? Xianyun's third aunt joined in the chorus. Xianyun, you have undoubtedly been deceived. Even if one manages to capture one, forming a soul pact is by no means an easy feat. Seeing that her third aunt, who had always supported her, now stood in opposition, Xianyun's heart turned cold.
At this moment, Xianyun's grandfather suddenly spoke. Let Yunye have the 10,000 nether coins.
The moment these words were uttered, Xianyun's eldest uncle immediately protested. Father, Xianyun has already squandered countless ghost artifacts. There are only a little over 10,000 nether coins left in the family treasury. If we give it all to her, this household will surely face ruin. Xianyun's cousin chimed in. She has already dissipated 2/3 of the family fortune. In my opinion, not only should we refuse her more nether coins, but we must also confine her as a warning. Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the hall. I would like to see who dares to confine her.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, I walked directly to Xianyun's side and asked, Is it because you were trying to borrow 10,000 nether coins from me that you are arguing with them? Before Xianyun could answer, her third aunt stared at me and asked, Are you the one intending to borrow 10,000 nether coins from Xianyun? I nodded in response. It is I.
Xianyun's cousin scoffed.
Xianyun, I truly think you are a fool. Do you honestly expect to capture a fierce-level ghost relying on this wet-behind-the-ears brat? Xianyun's third aunt continued. Xianyun, you have certainly been swindled by this boy. I said nothing, merely giving a slight wave of my hand. Instantly, a spectral shadow loomed into existence from the void. The patriarch of the Xian family's eyes widened in shock. This is truly a fierce-level ghost. At this juncture, Xianyun's third aunt questioned with suspicion. Is this really a fierce-level ghost? Why does it appear so weak to me?
Before her words had even faded, her throat was gripped tightly by the specter.
I shouted in haste. Stop! The specter finally relented and retreated to my side.
Xianyun's cousin, standing nearby, swallowed hard in terror.
This ghost was truly too ferocious. Turning back, I said to Xianyun, I gift this ghost to you. Hurry and form the soul pact. Overwhelmed with both joy and trepidation, Xianyun asked, What price must I pay in return? One must understand that in the eyes of ghosts, humans are merely inferior beings.
Therefore, for a human to form a pact with a ghost, one must inevitably fulfill the conditions demanded by the spirit.
The more powerful the spirit, the greater the price one must pay. As for the specific nature of that price, it depends entirely on the demands of the spirit in question. However, I did not allow the spirit to speak, stating directly, No price is required. We shall sign the contract immediately. I then turned to the vengeful spirit and commanded, Produce the contract at once. The spirit, upon hearing this, proved remarkably cooperative and produced a scroll. I observed that the parchment bore only 4 characters. Seal the contract, with no other conditions attached.
Xianyun looked at me, then back at the vengeful spirit,
clearly bewildered as to why such a malevolent entity would be so compliant, yet she did not hesitate to press her hand upon the contract. The following moment, the vengeful spirit transformed into a stream of light and surged into Xianyun's body.
Seeing that the contract had been successfully sealed,
the patriarch of the Xian clan stepped forward and announced, I have grown old, and from this day forth, the affairs of this house shall be entrusted to Xianyun.
With his declaration complete, the old man turned and departed from the great hall.
Xianyun spoke once more. I intend to claim 10,000 underworld coins. Does anyone have an objection? Not a single person dared to utter a word of dissent,
for she was now the head of the household, and her word was law.
Once the crowd had dispersed, Xianyun approached me with the coins. Brother Mo, my thanks to you. Here are the 10,000 underworld coins.
As for the house and carriage I promised, I shall have them prepared for you in short order.
I accepted the coins and replied, I gave my word to help you subdue the spirit. I am not one to break a promise. I shall return these funds to you in time, but concerning the residence, do try to find me a place thick with yin energy.
Xianyun nodded slightly,
signaling that it would be no problem. I mused to myself that not only was I indebted to Xianyun for 10,000 coins, but I also owed 10,000 to Wang Bing. Thus I inquired, Do you know of any way to acquire underworld coins with greater haste?
Xianyun pondered for a moment before answering,
There is no shortcut to wealth, but if you possess ghost artifacts to sell, you could acquire a staggering sum of underworld coins in an instant. It turns out that in the realm of the living, ghost artifacts are treasures of immense value. Any item of ghostly origin, regardless of poor quality, can easily fetch several thousand underworld coins. Should the quality be even slightly superior, the price can climb to tens of thousands. This is because a spirit may spend its entire existence refining only a single ghost artifact.
Furthermore, it is rare indeed for any spirit to willingly surrender their own refined artifact. Hearing this, My eyes ignited with sudden realization.
While I was in the underworld, the Yama King himself had personally imparted his teachings to me. Therefore, as for the methods of refinement, so long as I have sufficient underworld coins in hand, I can easily refine countless quantities of them. Contemplating this, I asked, if one possesses ghost artifacts, where should one go to sell them? At the Sifang Pavilion, located in the heart of Yunchuan City. That is the place where ghost tamers gather to exchange and trade. As long as it is ghost artifacts, there is no need to worry about demand. Hearing this, I did not linger any longer, and hurried back to begin the preparations for refining ghost artifacts. I held 10 100 denomination Ming coins in my right hand, while my left hand moved continuously, forming intricate hand seals. Before long, the Ming coins transformed into yin energy, which then coalesced into the ethereal image of a short blade. As time passed, the ghostly image of the blade gradually became solid. I frowned slightly, staring intensely at the short blade. This blade can be used at most 7 times. It is merely an inferior grade ghost artifact, but it should still fetch a few thousand Ming coins. Calculating the costs, the profit is not bad at all. Thus, throughout that entire night, I exhausted over 7,000 Ming coins to refine 3 more pieces of ghost artifacts. Just as dawn broke, I drove my luxurious car away. I drove directly to the ghost artifact trading market in Sifang, stopping abruptly at a roadside stall. I picked up a ghost artifact bell to examine it for a moment, then spoke. This inferior grade ghost artifact can only be used once, and it is somewhat worn out. The stall owner glared at me and shouted, "Boy, do you even know how to appraise goods? Although this ghost artifact can only be used once, it is a masterwork." Then, how much is this item? The stall owner looked at me with disdain and replied, 3,000 Ming coins. I was somewhat startled. Even such a dilapidated piece could sell for 3,000 Ming coins. I then probed further. Then, what is the price for a ghost artifact that can be used 6 times? The stall owner looked at me as if I were a fool. He barked in my face, "You boy lack even the most basic knowledge. A ghost artifact that can be used 6 times is considered a rare treasure. How could such an item appear in this market?" So it turns out that the more times a ghost artifact can be used, the higher its value skyrockets. And the most valuable ghost artifact ever sold in this Sifang Pavilion was, at most, a type that could be used 3 times. Through the conversation with the stall owner, I finally understood the situation. The ghost artifacts capable of 7 uses that I refined myself will undoubtedly. With this thought in mind, I drew a short sword and handed it to the stall owner. "Take a look and see if this ghost tool can be sold," I said. The stall owner stared intently at the blade, his eyes widening as he realized, "This ghost tool of yours can actually be used 7 times? You flatter me, brother. I do not have enough capital to purchase such a treasure. However, I can help you call out to the crowd." Seeing me nod in agreement, the stall owner immediately raised his voice, shouting, "A brand new ghost tool, capable of being used 7 times! Is there anyone interested in purchasing?" Within seconds, I found myself surrounded by a dense crowd, pressing in from all sides. Can this ghost tool really be used 7 times? You aren't trying to deceive us, are you? I have never even heard of a ghost tool that could be used 7 times. The stall owner handed the short sword back to me and gestured with his chin. "Little brother, I have gathered the crowd for you." I lifted the short sword high so that everyone could see it clearly. Raising my voice, I declared, "This low-grade ghost tool can indeed be used 7 times. Just then, someone interrupted from the crowd. "You brat, do you dare call this supreme-grade ghost tool a low-grade one? This must surely be a new, supreme-grade ghost tool." I was left speechless. I retorted, "You call this piece of trash, which has a limited number of uses, a supreme-grade ghost tool? Then, what about a ghost tool that can be used indefinitely?" Everyone present gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Who had ever seen a ghost tool that could be used forever? Such an item would truly be an invaluable treasure. I looked at the clamoring crowd before me and immediately realized that these people seemed to have no concept of a ghost tool that could be used indefinitely. Thus, I steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. "So what exactly is this ghost tool worth? A supreme item like this is for you to price as you wish. I estimate it could fetch around 2,000 to 3,000. I was overjoyed upon hearing this. I had not expected this low-grade ghost tool to hold such a staggering value. I cleared my throat and asked aloud, "Is there anyone who wishes to buy this ghost tool?" However, no one responded. It was not that they did not wish to buy it, but rather that they were too poor. Just as I thought that no one would have enough money to purchase it, a woman dressed in a gray cheongsam slowly stepped forward. "At what price do you wish to sell this ghost tool?" Looking at the woman who exuded an extraordinary aura, I replied indifferently, 32,000. The woman in the cheongsam, Hong Han Huang, agreed readily. My first reaction was to realize that this woman before me was quite wealthy. I had not expected her to be rich enough to pay 32,000 spirit coins without even haggling. At this moment, a man with green hair interjected, "I also wish to purchase this ghost tool." Hong Han Huang frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Xiaoqiang. What is the meaning of this? There is no special meaning. I simply have an interest in purchasing this ghost tool.
Furthermore, a supreme-grade ghost tool such as this, Hong Han Huang immediately interrupted in anger. I have already finalized the price. Zhao Xiaoqiang bluntly cut her off. But you have not yet paid. Then let us consider the transaction incomplete. I offer 35,000 spirit coins. Hong Han Huang's expression darkened upon hearing this. She understood the standing of Zhao Xiaoqiang and knew she could not compete. So she decisively chose to withdraw. Just as she turned to leave, I quickly stepped forward.
Wait. There is no need to be so hasty. In business, I place great value on integrity. Since I promised to sell a ghost artifact to you, I will certainly not go back on my word. You may pay me 32,000 nether coins.
As I spoke, I held out the short sword toward Hong Han Huang, presenting the ghost artifact. Hong Han Huang was caught off guard. She had not expected to encounter someone of such noble character in this world. She quickly produced the 32,000 nether coins and handed them over to me personally. Seeing that the deal was sealed, Zhao Qiang's face revealed clear signs of disappointment. He prepared to depart to inspect other stalls, but I hastily called out to stop him. "Brother, since the ghost artifact has already been sold, I naturally must be on my way," he replied. I gave a cold chuckle and answered, "Do not be in such a rush. I still have another ghost artifact here. Do you wish to see it?" Everyone present gasped once more. Could there truly be yet another top-tier ghost artifact? This fellow's stock was indeed abundant. Zhao Qiang fixed his gaze on the longsword hanging at my waist. He began to ask, "Are you intending to—" I quickly waved my hand to dismiss his assumption. "It is not this one, but rather these shears." As I spoke, I withdrew a ghost artifact, shaped like a pair of shears. Zhao Qiang carefully examined the shears before him and smiled, saying, "Is this ghost artifact also a top-tier piece?
As long as it is of top-tier quality, I will buy it." I smiled and patted my chest in assurance. Naturally, this ghost artifact is identical to the one just sold. It can also be utilized 7 times.
Zhao Qiang remained somewhat skeptical, but the moment he held the shears in his hand, all doubts in his heart vanished instantly.
It is indeed a top-tier ghost artifact that can be used 7 times. He then opened his mouth to ask, "Then, what is the price for this piece?" "It is also 32,000 nether coins." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxiang promptly and refreshingly produced the 32,000 nether coins.
Standing to the side, Hong Han Huang's expression darkened instantly. She had believed herself fortunate to have encountered a man of integrity, only to realize he was merely trying to profit from a lucrative opportunity.
It was truly humiliating.
She turned around, fuming, and prepared to leave.
Who would have expected me to continue? "Would you like to purchase another top-tier ghost artifact? I still have more here." Hong Han Huang turned her head in astonishment. She saw that I had just pulled out yet another one. Just where did this fellow unearth so many top-tier ghost artifacts? However, her spatial bag was already completely exhausted.
With no other choice, she shook her head, and I, wearing an expectant expression, turned to Zhao Xiaoqiang beside me and asked,
"This ghost artifact, are you interested in purchasing it?" Zhao Xiaoqiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately declined politely. It was not that he found the item lacking, but that the amount of underworld currency he carried was no longer sufficient. Seeing this, I had no choice but to turn toward the surrounding crowd and call out to them. I asked if anyone was interested, but after waiting for a long while, it seemed as though no one was going to make an offer. It appeared the item would not sell today. Thus, I could only sigh and stow the ghost artifact away. I strolled leisurely toward the ghost trading district, where I activated my ghost eye skill to appraise the various offerings at high speed. My gaze was suddenly drawn to a common grade ghost, whose name appeared within the common grade blood realm. The skill, Fearlessness, once activated, grants the ghost immunity to its innate terrors. I stared in sheer astonishment at the information manifesting before my eyes. This ghost skill is truly defying logic. One must understand that ghosts possess an instinctive, deep-seated dread of sunlight. Even the most ordinary of lesser ghosts would never dare to show their faces under the sun. Even those ghosts of greater power dare only to manifest in the shadows. Just then, a young girl spoke up and asked, "Sir, are you interested in this?" Before I could even open my mouth to respond, the old merchant at the neighboring stall interjected. "It is merely a common grade ghost. It serves no real purpose. Would you like to examine the ghosts at my stall instead?" Upon hearing the merchant's disparaging remarks,
the young girl lowered her head in resignation. She herself knew all too well that this was only a common grade ghost,
and in truth, it held little value. I paid no mind to the merchant's words, and turned to the young girl, asking, "Young lady, I wish to purchase this ghost. Do you have a price in mind?"
She stared at me in a daze, while I immediately produced 1,000 units of underworld currency, handed them to her, and repeated my inquiry.
The young girl was so overcome with excitement that she began to tremble. It is enough.
It is more than enough. Once the transaction was settled, I reached out my hand toward the ghost, immediately bringing it under my command. Following this, I drove back to the luxurious villa that Xian Yun had taken such pains to construct. Upon stepping into the house, I could no longer suppress my impatience, and I gently placed my hand upon the crown of the ghost's head, activating the ghost suppression tome to effortlessly subdue it. Ding! Congratulations! With this ghost technique now in my possession, I can summon ghosts at will whenever I desire. At that very moment, the underworld envoy Li Ji suddenly manifested within my room. Lord of the Underworld, did you summon your subordinate? I gave a slight nod and spoke. Come here. I will help you heal your wounds, my lord. You only need to rest for a short while to recover. There is no need for you to expend Underworld coins for such treatment. Not wishing to hear any more superfluous words, I directly withdrew 10,000 Underworld coins, converting them all into nether energy, then slowly guided the flow of that energy into his body. Very quickly, Lin Ji's injuries were completely healed. Many thanks to the Lord of the Underworld for your salvation. I waved my hand slightly and replied that there was no need for such formalities. You are to remain here for the next few days. There may be a task for you, I said. He bowed respectfully and accepted the command. His subordinate asked for my permission to withdraw, and he promptly departed. Just then, my phone suddenly began to ring. As soon as I answered, a voice echoed from the other end of the line. Brother, the group of men who were poaching underworld envoys at the ancestral hall before will be returning in about a week. If you intend to seek them out, you must ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing this, my spirits were immediately roused. Since the group specializing in capturing underworld envoys had finally reappeared, I had to prepare myself with the utmost caution. I truly wanted to see who was bold and reckless enough to strike for so many days, daring to capture even an underworld envoy. As I hung up the phone, it rang once more. It was Li Bingyan calling. The moment I picked up, Li Bingyan's voice came through. Tomorrow, please spare some time to visit the Ghost Suppression Bureau headquarters. I have a matter that I need to trouble you with. I readily and promptly agreed. I suspected that she likely wanted to assign me another ghost hunting mission. It seemed the time had come for me to upgrade my own strength. Thus, I immediately summoned Shen Xi. She asked why I had called for her, and I replied with a smile. To upgrade your strength. Immediately thereafter, I took out 20,000 underworld coins. With a thunderous boom, the coins vanished in an instant, and waves of nether energy surged continuously into Shen Xi's body, causing her to let out a piercing, startling shriek. I watched as her eye sockets gradually turned a brilliant red, and the color of her body darkened as she clearly sensed that she had successfully advanced to the nightmare level. She immediately clasped her hands together to express her respectful gratitude. Many thanks, my lord, for this cultivation. I pondered for a moment, then gave her an instruction. From now on, you do not need to remain trapped within the ghost suppression seal at all times. Stay by my side. Shen Xi nodded in agitation, acknowledging the command. This act served as proof that her status in the eyes of his lordship had been elevated. Leaving that matter aside, I returned to where Chu Han was and retrieved another 20,000 underworld coins. Repeating the exact same process as before, Chu Han's physical form gradually solidified. Chu Han clenched his fists in excitement, realizing he had successfully leveled up to the nightmare tier. Immediately afterward, he clasped his hands together to express his gratitude. Thanking him for the cultivation, I replied with a calm grunt. From now on, you shall remain by my side and await my commands. The following day, I honored our appointment. As soon as Li Bingyan saw me, she stepped forward and produced a name card. This card serves as proof of your status within the Ghost Control Society. With this card in your possession, regardless of the trouble you may encounter, you will be able to. I nodded slightly and accepted the card. I then asked, you summoned me here for what reason? Li Bingyan spoke up somewhat bashfully. Do you still possess that supreme-grade ghost artifact? It turned out that the news of me selling a supreme-grade ghost artifact at the Tufeng Pavilion yesterday had already spread throughout the entire circle of ghost controllers. I readily retrieved a small ghost artifact dagger and presented it to Li Bingyan, saying, although we are acquainted, the underworld coins are still required. Sensing the formidable power of this artifact, she smiled and pulled out a thick stack of underworld coins, pressing them into my hand as she replied, I will pay you 35,000 underworld coins. I reached out and accepted the currency, then remarked, if you have any companions who wish to purchase supreme-grade ghost artifacts. Li Bingyan furrowed her brows slightly, thinking to herself, does this man truly still possess such supreme-grade ghost artifacts? At that moment, a man dressed in a formal suit suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Seeing this, Li Bingyan turned to me and said, there is nothing else to discuss, you may. Just as I turned to leave, the man blocked me. Hold your hand, there is no need to rush off. I have a question to ask. At these words, Li Bingyan frowned and spoke up. Chu Hanlam,
He is a friend of mine. I am not here to cause trouble for this young man. I merely wish to ask if he still has any ghost artifacts remaining." Chu Hanlam bluntly interrupted her, then turned his head, fixing his gaze upon me with unconcealed greed. I retrieved yet another ghost artifact, which took the form of a silver needle. Seeing that I had truly produced another supreme-grade ghost artifact, Chu Hanlam reached out his hand, attempting to snatch it away. After examining it for a moment, he began to offer continuous praise. "This is truly a piece of—" He then calmly proceeded to stash the ghost artifact away. I spoke up softly to remind him. 32,000. Chu Hanlan let out a cold laugh and remarked, "I know." He then immediately turned to leave. I reached out directly to block his path, once again speaking in a stern voice. 32,000 Ming coins. Chu Hanlan, seeing that I did not seem to know my place, withdrew his smile and growled. "Little brother, consider this ghost artifact a gift to me, and in the future, I will." I flatly refused. "Impossible. Either pay me the full 32,000 Ming coins, or return that ghost artifact." Chu Hanlan furrowed his brows, clear annoyance visible on his face. "McLam, we are all members of the Ghost Controlling Society. We will be comrades in the future." I firmly shook my head in refusal. Chu Hanlan prepared to act recklessly. "Little brother, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Chu Hanlan immediately summoned his contracted ghost. In an instant, that ghost unleashed its killing intent, locking its aura onto me. "Ignore him! Just give me this ghost artifact. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Before he could finish his threats, a woman in a red ghost robe suddenly appeared, raised her hand, and struck the ghost with a single blow that sent it flying, causing the entire building to tremble violently. "Who dares to be so bold as to bully my master?" Then Hai roared in a frenzy, her terrifying pressure exploding outward in an instant. Witnessing that scene, my heart felt as if it were about to leap out of my chest. This is a nightmare-tier evil ghost. She, the female companion, looked toward Chu Hanlan in a panic, let out a soft cold snort, and retreated backward. Despite having no such intentions, then he lunged forward and seized her. Chu Hanlan was completely helpless, unable to resist. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. The others from the Ghost Controlling Society heard the commotion and rushed over one by one. When they clearly saw the creature before them was a nightmare-tier ghost, everyone began to tremble. Before this crowd could regain their composure, in the very next moment, a surge of black mist descended, shrouding the sky. Their bodies stiffened in unison, as they felt an ice-cold iron chain tight. Following the direction of those iron chains, to my surprise, there appeared yet another nightmare-rank spirit. It turned out that Su Hang had also taken action. In that very moment of his intervention, he easily held the lives of everyone present in the palm of his hand. Even Li Bingyan felt a chill run down her spine. One must understand that a single nightmare-rank spirit is capable of slaughtering an entire city. And now that I possess two such nightmare-rank spirits, at the very least, no one within this entire city of Yunchuan can stand against me. As for Su Hanlan, he stood there completely stunned. What kind of situation is this? Since when have nightmare-rank spirits become as common as cabbages? At this instant, Shen Xi spoke up. "Do you wish for me to eliminate everyone here?" As those words fell, everyone present drew a sharp breath. Why is this nightmare-rank spirit so bloodthirsty? Su Hanlan's heart trembled. He had no desire to die. Hastily, he began to apologize. "Brother, I apologize. I shall provide you with netherworld currency. I am willing to pay for this spirit energy." Upon hearing this, I merely waved my hand, signaling for him to be released. Shen Xi immediately let go, and Su Hanlan collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet, without concern for his own injuries, he immediately produced 32,000 in netherworld currency and offered it. "Brother, we have offended you just now, and I am truly sorry." His attitude was as deferential as one could possibly be. Seeing this, Shen Xi prepared to retreat behind me, but accidentally brushed against my hair. She started in shock, and immediately knelt. "My lord, forgive me. I did not mean to offend you." The onlookers were left aghast. To think that a nightmare-rank spirit could be this humble? What manner of methods has this man used? Li Bingyan swallowed hard. How on earth did this Mo Lin train a nightmare-rank spirit to act in such a way? I paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd, and spoke calmly. "It is of no consequence. Disperse." Hearing this, Shen Xi breathed a sigh of relief and vanished alongside Su Hang. Seeing this, Su Hanlan hastily concocted an excuse. "Master Mo, I have offended you today. My wife is ill, and I must attend to her. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he fled the scene in a panic. Li Bingyan then shouted at the others, "Everyone, return to your own affairs." Seeing that everyone had departed, Li Bingyan finally asked, "Were those two spirits the full extent of your power?" I replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. These two spirits are merely a fraction of my true strength." Upon hearing this, Li Bingyan was so shocked that her mouth hung agape. This is only a small fraction. Could it be that Mo Lin possesses spirits even more formidable than the nightmare rank? Fortunately, I managed to recruit him into the spirit control agency, and we are not enemies. Li Bingyan then asked cautiously, in that case, are you still willing to take on minor spirit hunting missions? I smiled and said, naturally. Just leave the spirit hunting missions to me. Whether the rewards are lucrative is of no concern. What matters is the hunt itself. Capturing spirits that possess unique spirit techniques is what is truly important. Hearing this, Li Bingyan took out her phone. Then I will add you to the Yunchuan Spirit Controller Group. Missions are posted there from time to time. If you find one that suits your interests, you may accept it. I had just joined the group when I saw a message. A Tier 3 Yunling Spirit Controller in the West Suburbs is in grave danger. Is anyone in the vicinity of the West Suburbs? Please, provide assistance immediately. I stroked my chin and thought, how could anyone be in danger in broad daylight? Seeing that I was also reading the group message, Li Bingyan probed. Mr. Mo, will you go there yourself? I nodded and readily agreed. But as I prepared to leave, I recalled that I needed the Spirit Control Agency's help to gather information. And so, I turned back and asked, help me investigate the whereabouts of a spirit named Zi Changqing Rao. Li Bingyan said in surprise. Did the spirit, Zi Changqing Rao, not vanish a long time ago? This sentence struck me like a bolt of lightning, piercing deep into my heart. Vanish? What do you mean by vanish? How could she have simply vanished? I stepped forward, agitated, and demanded an answer. Taken aback by my sudden outburst, Li Bingyan replied hurriedly, a year ago she came to our spirit control agency seeking aid, but the higher-ups at the agency could not reach an agreement with her, so they refused. After that, there was no more news of her. I assumed she had perished. I pressed her urgently. Why did she seek out the spirit controllers? What kind of trouble had she encountered? Li Bingyan replied stubbornly, this matter is rather complex. I only know a little. It seems she was driven to a dead end by the spirits of the ghost domain and sought the protection of the Spirit Control Agency. Upon hearing the words, ghost domain, I ground my teeth in hatred for the underworld. The spirits of Yedu and the spirits of the ghost domain are sworn enemies. Now that they have reached the mortal realm, these ghost domain spirits are still haunting us like persistent shadows. These demons are truly demented. Why can they not keep to themselves, instead of constantly seeking out the spirits of Yedu to provoke? I do not yet possess the strength of a monarch-level cultivator. Otherwise, I would have wiped this filth from existence myself. Li Bingyan looked at me, visibly unsettled by my rising fury. At that moment I turned to her and demanded to know if she was certain that Zi Changqing Rao had truly perished. Li Bingyan replied with tension in her voice. I am not certain. I only presumed that she had vanished. I will investigate the status of Zi Changqing Rao for you immediately. As soon as I have news, I shall inform you. I nodded and said, once you have gathered information regarding Zi Changqing Rao, simply call me to report your findings. Having settled that, I departed and drove toward the school in the West District where Yunling was located. As I stepped onto the campus, I saw from a distance a crowd surrounding Yunling. I could vaguely hear Yunling's voice, trembling with indignation. That spirit was captured by me. On what grounds should I surrender it to a shameless, obese man? The response came. We had our eyes on this spirit long ago. You were merely faster than us, catching it a step ahead. Since this is prey we have targeted, you would do well to hand it over immediately. It appeared that a peaceful resolution would not be possible today. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. She had sent a distress signal to the group earlier. Surely someone would arrive to assist her? When she caught sight of me, her face lit up with relief. I ignored the others, walked directly to Yunling, and asked, what is the meaning of this? These people are from the Zilong Association. I captured a spirit yesterday, and they are attempting to seize it from me. I asked with genuine confusion. What kind of organization is the Zilong Association? The Zilong Association, much like our Spirit Controlling Society, falls under the government's jurisdiction. However, they primarily handle trivial matters. After explaining this, Yunling looked behind me and asked, where are the others? I answered calmly. There is no one else. Only I have come. Yunling's expression immediately paled. If only Mo Lin has come, how is that any different from receiving no help at all? Upon seeing this, Fuhu let out a laugh that sounded like a shrill pig. Yunling, did you summon him here just to be beaten? Yunling gritted her teeth in a cold huff and signaled for me to flee. Ignoring her, I turned my attention to the group before us. There were only 3 level 2 spirit controllers and 4 level 1 spirit controllers. I looked at Yunling with genuine bewilderment. You are a level 3 spirit controller. Why are you afraid of these people? Before Yunling could respond, Fuhu pointed triumphantly toward the sun high above. So what if she is a level 3 spirit controller? No matter how formidable she may be, she cannot summon her spirits under the sunlight. Yunling's eyes burned with frustration. Had it not been for the fact that she had already summoned her contracted ghost to teach Fuhu and his men a lesson. I realized the situation and nodded. Leave this to me. Fu Hu laughed with disdain. Do you truly intend to block all of us by yourself, brat? I merely waved my hand and stated coldly, Ghost art.
In an instant, an iron chain manifested from the shadows and struck Fu Hu with immense force.
A scream as wretched as a slaughtered beast echoed throughout the plaza.
Seeing this, those behind Fu Hu were so terrified that they retreated repeatedly.
Yun Ling looked on in disbelief. How can he use ghost arts under the sunlight? That should be impossible. Under normal circumstances, I cannot utilize ghosts in the sunlight, but I have recently acquired an exceptionally deviant ghost art. Once this technique is activated, it allows a ghost to disregard the sun and move freely under its rays.
However, to deal with these small fry, there was no need to summon a ghost. Utilizing the ghost art alone sufficed.
With that, I lashed out with the chain once more, striking Fu Hu heavily.
The excruciating pain caused him to writhe uncontrollably on the ground.
I spoke to the remaining men in a frigid tone. Is there anyone else who wishes to stand in my way?
Seeing that no one dared to utter a word, I immediately took Yun Ling and departed the school. After we parted ways, Yun Ling intended to drive home.
Yet, on this road, I had circled for over an hour, and yet, no ghosts had blocked my path.
As soon as I exited the vehicle, I saw nothing but white bones surrounding me. Furthermore, there was no road here, only mounds of earth.
Just when did I arrive in a place like this?
Very quickly, I detected a trail of ghostly aura in the air. Following the trace of this aura, I had not traveled far when I heard a series of horrifying, stifled sobs. I looked toward the source of the sound and saw a woman crouching beside a large boulder. Perhaps having heard my footsteps, she slowly turned her head, and I was startled. Heavens, how hideous!
Instinctively, I drew my longsword and pointed it at her, questioning. Why are you blocking my path?
The female ghost muttered.
Return my child. You stole my child, and I will make you pay the price. Having said this, she prepared to strike. But in the next second she froze in place.
Lord Mo Lin!
I was momentarily stunned. Whoever this ghost was, being able to call my name meant she surely knew me.
Since I was not wearing my Yin official uniform, no ghost other than an acquaintance would address me as Lord. The female ghost spoke hurriedly.
I am Enshawa. Do you still remember the affair concerning the ghost mother? I suddenly realized. Is it you? As it turned out, when I was in the underworld cultivating the 5 organs ghost hiding technique, the first ghost I ever subdued was indeed the ghost mother. Because the demon mother is unique, it was only through the assistance of Anshawa that she could be subdued at that time. I asked with great suspicion.
Did you know it was me and intentionally obstruct my path?
Anshawa looked around as she spoke. No, perhaps it is because my resentment is so dense that it altered the surrounding environment, inadvertently blocking your way.
Then she began to sob uncontrollably. My lord, you must help my child. It has been abducted by a group of strangers and I cannot locate it.
And Shawa feared that I would refuse.
Lord Ma Lin,
as long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to repay you 100-fold.
I pondered for a moment before saying,
I can agree to help you find your child, but you must sign a sole contract of submission with me.
And Shawa could not wait any longer and immediately replied,
as long as you help me find my child, even if I am to suffer total annihilation of my soul, I would gladly accept it.
I nodded and said,
very well, follow me.
Upon hearing this,
Anshawa transformed into a wisp of gray smoke and merged into the longsword in my hand. I then opened my phone and sent a message to the group chat. Who is well versed in gathering information? I wish to inquire about matters concerning ghosts.
Very quickly, an individual named Feng Mingyu replied,
do you wish to capture a ghost or purchase one? Let us move to a private chat. I then added Feng Mingyue as a friend and sent a message. Greetings. I am looking for a ghost child that has been abducted.
The other party responded swiftly.
Come to the Wanling Technical Institute tonight, and I will take you to find it. I tucked my phone away and drove back home first. As soon as I entered the door, Li Shu remarked, my lord, after you departed, someone sneaked into this place. With a displeased expression, I asked, do you know who the intruder was?
Li Shu immediately replied,
I have left a scent marker on the individual. Shall I go and investigate for you?
I nodded and said,
go and find out who it is, but be cautious. If the person is connected to the ghost realm, you must prioritize your own safety above all else.
Li Shu nodded in agreement and departed.
Upon reaching 7 p.m., I drove to the Wanling Technical Institute to meet my contact. I asked directly, can you help me find that ghost child?
Feng Mingyu smiled and said,
in this matter, you have certainly come to the right person. I will take you to meet my uncle. He is incredibly well informed. As long as it concerns the Yunchuan region, there is nothing he cannot uncover. With that, she led me to the black market hidden beneath the Technical Institute. At that very moment, a man brushed past me and collided with my arm. I was left speechless. The path was so wide, yet he still managed to bump into me. However, in the very next second, I realized the truth. I hurriedly checked my pockets, only to discover that the 10,000 ghost coins I carried were gone.
It was certain that the person from moments ago had stolen them. Seeing me stop, Feng Mingyue turned back and asked,
"What is the matter?" I looked in the direction where the thief had fled and spoke in a low voice. "My ghost coins have been. I must retrieve them." Without waiting for her to respond, I marched straight toward where the thief had vanished.
Feng Mingyue hurriedly pursued me, shouting, "Do not chase after them.
Those who dare to steal here surely have powerful backers. You will never get your money back." I ignored Feng Mingyue's warnings and kept moving forward, passing an intersection in short order until I saw the man from before darting into a small house. I followed him to the threshold, where a group of men had gathered, all glaring at me with hostile intent. The thief stood arrogantly at the back of the room, casually tossing the 10,000 ghost coins that rightfully belonged to me. Just as I prepared to step inside, a man dressed in black blocked my path, asking, "Boy, what do you think you are doing?" I pointed at the thief within and replied slowly, "That man inside has stolen my ghost coins." Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked displeased. "Who are you calling a thief? Watch your tongue, brat. Slandering others comes with a heavy price." No sooner had he finished speaking than the others in the hall began to close in on me. Given the situation, it was clear this was not the first time they had used their numbers to bully others. At that exact moment, Feng Mingyue arrived, just in time to see me standing in a standoff against the group.
Fearing for me, she hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile. "My apologies.
My friend is new to the black market and does not understand the rules here. I hope you brothers will not take offense at his actions."
The man in black showed no respect, smiling with a cold, menacing tone. "If he is your friend, why did you not keep a better watch over him?"
"This is the territory of the Sun family. Do you know the consequences of offending us?"
Feng Mingyue apologized repeatedly. "I understand. I am sorry. I will take my friend away at once."
Feng Mingyue attempted to pull me away, but she found that I would not budge. I merely stated, "My ghost coins were stolen by this group." Feng Mingyue whispered a warning. "This is the territory of Sun Tao.
Stop causing trouble. Let us leave at once."
But I acted as if I heard nothing, my gaze remaining cold as I stared down the crowd. The man in black robes immediately summoned his contract spirit. Seeing this, the others in the hall followed suit, calling forth their own contract spirits. Observing their lack of tact, I turned to Feng Mingyue and said, "Within 10 minutes, I shall settle this matter." Seeing my intent to fight, Feng Mingyue panicked and hurriedly pulled out her phone to send a distress signal in the group chat. "Help! Save me! Mo Lin has run into trouble at the black market." Yunling saw the message and immediately demanded, "What kind of trouble? How could this happen?"
Feng Mingyue replied in a rush. The 10,000 yin coins he was carrying were stolen by someone from the Sun family.
Mo Lin intends to fight them. You must get here quickly. I fear Mo Lin will meet his end here." Yunling replied frantically, "What? Is the Sun family not led by a level 4 spirit master? You must convince Mo Lin not to act rashly." On the verge of tears, Feng Mingyue typed back, "There is no convincing him at all. Are spirit masters supposed to be this reckless nowadays?" Seeing the chaos, Ling Shi joined the conversation. "What grudge does he have against the Sun family? I shall head over there." Yunling was relieved to see Ling Shi's message. Yes, Ling Shi. You are acquainted with the Sun family. Please hurry over and put in a good word for him." Feng Mingyue pleaded. "Hurry! If you arrive too late, you may be left to collect Mo Lin's remains." At that very moment, the contract spirits of the mob lunged toward me. Watching this, Feng Mingyue gritted her teeth, prepared to force me away to safety. Suddenly, a mournful wail of a spirit echoed through the hall. This was followed by a chorus of agonizing shrieks.
Feng Mingyue watched in astonishment as the spirits surrounding me recoiled, as if they had encountered their natural predator, and scattered in terror.
Feng Mingyue rubbed her eyes, confirming she had not hallucinated. The spirits were genuinely terrified. She even witnessed 3 spirits being cleaved in half in an instant, vanishing into thin air.
My right hand gripped the blade, felling one spirit with each stroke. My movements were as fluid as flowing water.
In less than 20 seconds, more than half of the 20-odd contract spirits were extinguished.
Feng Mingyue stared at the longsword in my hand, murmuring to herself, "What manner of ghost weapon is this? Formidable."
Just then, a man materialized behind me, brandishing a spiral-shaped ghost weapon and lunging toward my back. Just as Feng Mingyue braced herself for me to be wounded, she saw me swing my longsword with effortless precision. With a sharp thud, the man's arm, still clutching his weapon, was severed instantly. Having dealt with all the ghost contracts, one remained, hovering in the air. This ghost's technique was quite intriguing. I desired to subdue it rather than destroy it. The spirit contract, sensing that the situation had turned dire, attempted to retreat to its master. With a mere raise of my hand, I suppressed the spirit contract and sealed it within the ghost suppression tome. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the ghost technique, teleportation. Upon activation, one can instantly appear at any location within their line of sight. At that very moment, A man felt his connection to the spirit contract severed, and he bellowed at me. By what right do you seize my spirit contract? Return my spirit contract to me. With a single kick, I sent him flying and addressed the others. If anyone else refuses to submit, step forward. A deathly silence fell over the scene. No one dared to utter a single word. Feng Min Guayet felt her mind go blank. Could it truly be this absurd? She had anticipated many outcomes. Yet she never expected him to single-handedly slaughter over 20 spirit contracts. Meanwhile, I stepped inside the building. The thief cowering in the corner was drained of all color. His previous arrogance utterly vanished. Forgive me, big brother. Spare me. The thief spoke while submissively handing over 10,000 Underworld coins. Feng Min Guayet appeared somewhat unsettled. You have single-handedly dismantled the Sun family's stronghold. Needless to say, the Sun family is undoubtedly on their way here. As expected, not long after, a middle-aged man appeared at the main entrance. He surveyed the chaotic state of the hall and questioned me coldly. Boy, what is the meaning of this? I replied indifferently. Your subordinates stole my money. I was merely administering a light punishment. Sun Thao let out a cold snort. Do you not feel that you have gone too far? Before his words had faded, I rested my longsword upon Sun Thao's shoulder and chuckled. I do not believe I have done anything excessive. My expression then turned icy. My mood is currently quite sour. It would be best if you did not provoke me. Sun Thao raised his hand, intending to snap the blade resting upon his shoulder, but the moment his fingers brushed the steel, the spirit contract within his body transmitted a feeling of sheer terror. Do not provoke him. You will die. Absolutely do not provoke him. One must understand, this was his terror-grade spirit contract, yet it was gripped by such overwhelming fear. Feng Min Guayet swallowed nervously. Mac Lam is truly fierce. He fears no one. Facing a grade 4 ghost controller without a hint of trepidation, and even daring to provoke him. Just as Feng Mingyue braced herself for a confrontation, Sun Tao offered a fawning smile. You haven't gone too far. It is they who are in the wrong. I sheathed my longsword and spoke coldly. Keep your subordinates in check. Should there be a next time, I would not mind teaching you a lesson as well. Sun Tao replied instantly. I understand. There was not a shred of resentment in his demeanor. His underling standing nearby could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward to remind him. Young Master Sun, this brat smashed our stalls and destroyed the ghost contracts of our brothers. Are we simply going to let this slide? Sun Tao struck his underling with a brutal slap. I am asking Feng Mingyue, here in the black market, surely there are no consequences for killing someone, right? Feng Mingyue hurriedly intervened. That will not be necessary. Sun Tao could not help but break into a cold sweat for himself. It was abundantly clear that this remark was directed at him. Had he truly crossed the line with his actions, there would certainly be bloodshed here today. Seeing that Master Sun knew when to yield, I led the bewildered Feng Mingyue away. Feng Mingyue quickly opened the Yunchuan Ghost Controller Society group chat, seeing endless messages from members inquiring about the situation. Feng Mingyue tagged Ling Ji immediately. There is no need to come. The matter has already been resolved. Was Mo Lin the one who was dealt with? Has Mo Lin been killed? Did Master Sun take action? The group was once again flooded with a barrage of questions. Seeing this, Feng Mingyue offered a wry smile and quickly typed into the group. He is fine. That old man from the Sun family dared not cause trouble for Mo Lin. Mo Lin single-handedly crushed the Sun family's establishment. It was incredible. He is simply peerless. Even the Sun family dared not provoke him. After sending these words, she paid no further attention to the messages, tucked her phone away, then pointed to the longsword at my waist and asked skeptically, Mo Lin, what level is this ghostly aura of yours? I offered no reply. Matters concerning yin energy are not meant to be discussed with those of the living realm. Seeing that I had no intention of answering, Feng Mingyue tactfully changed the subject. Is your contracted ghost also of the terror rank? I shook my head and replied. Feng Mingyue covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be a malicious grade specter? I did not confirm it directly, but urged her. Enough. Stop gawking. Weren't you supposed to help me gather information? Feng Mingyue snapped out of her shock and said, Right, this way, quickly. The two of us arrived at an obscure, nameless tavern. Inside the tavern, an old man sat waiting. Feng Mingyue pointed to the old man and introduced him to me. This is my uncle. Liu Feng paused what he was doing with his hands. He looked up and smiled. Mingyue, you've arrived. It has been a long time. How have you been lately? Feng Mingyue replied. I am doing well. She then introduced me. This is a friend of mine. Upon hearing my name, Liu Feng scrutinized me carefully. I know of you. You are the lad who caused a scene at the Tianlian family estate a few days ago, and yesterday you nearly turned the Spirit Control Bureau headquarters upside down. Furthermore, your name has even appeared in connection with the sale of several top-tier ghost artifacts. Hearing these words from Liu Feng, I immediately understood that the intelligence network of Feng Mingyue's uncle was truly formidable. Liu Feng spoke again. What business do you have with me? I prefer to get straight to the point. I have come to ask you who abducted a young ghost spirit some time ago." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng took out a ledger and said, "Let me check for you." As he spoke, the old man began flipping through the pages rapidly. Moments later, he found the information I required and transcribed it onto a slip of paper. He then handed the paper over, saying, "The information you need is here. 1,000 Underworld Coins. No bargaining." I did not hesitate. I produced 1,000 Underworld Coins and handed them over, then took the paper and unfolded it. It was written there that the young ghost had been taken by a disciple of the Qidao Monastery. Seeing that our transaction was complete, Feng Mingyu said, "My uncle's information is extremely accurate. Any intelligence he provides is 100% authentic." I nodded and asked, "Where is the Qidao Monastery? And what kind of place is it?" Feng Mingyue's pupils suddenly constricted, and she exclaimed in alarm, "My ancestors! You don't intend to go and stir up trouble at the Qidao Monastery, do you?" I replied helplessly, "It is not to stir up trouble. I simply intend to retrieve something that belongs to me." Feng Mingyue clearly did not believe me, pouting slightly as she said, "The Qidao Monastery holds a very high status in Yunchuan. There are two major monasteries in Yunchuan. The first is Jingqi Hall, and the second is the Qidao Monastery. Jingqi Hall houses both spirit controllers and Taoists, whereas the Qidao Monastery is comprised entirely of Taoists. There are around a dozen of them in total." I rubbed my chin in deep thought. I had never personally dealt with Taoist practitioners, but my own master back in the Yang realm was a celestial master, revered by all, and he also belonged to a branch of the Taoist faith. Seeing my silence, Feng Mingwu spoke again. "Qi Dao Guan consists of orthodox Taoists, and they possess specialized techniques for exorcism. Their primary source of income is helping others purge spirits, though they occasionally handle other minor tasks, such as selling spirits or similar matters." I nodded and said, "Very well, I understand," before turning to leave. Feng Mingwu watched my retreating figure, feeling utterly helpless. This Mo Lin clearly hadn't listened to a word he said. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Mingwu followed after me. He feared that the situation would eventually spiral beyond his control. When I arrived before the main gate of Qi Daoguan, I had not yet made a move when a young man guarding the entrance cried out in alarm, "Senior Marshal Brother, save me! There is a ghost. A truly malevolent spirit," he screamed while turning and rushing into the Taoist temple. I stood where I was, looking around in confusion. There were no ghosts here. Only myself. Could the ghost he spoke of be referring to me? I found it very perplexing. Back when I first returned to the Yang realm, I was mistaken for a ghost, and now I am being mistaken for one again. What could be the reason for this? At that very moment, the young man returned, leading a stout senior marshal brother out with him. The stout senior marshal brother shouted as he walked, "Look at your pathetic lack of experience. What is there to be afraid of? We are Taoists, hunters of spirits. For you to be terrified into such a state by a ghost, is this not a disgrace to our name?" The stout senior marshal brother let out a cold huff, but as he stepped outside, he immediately shrieked in terror, "Damn it, a ghost!" The stout brother recoiled in fear and roared at the young man beside him, "Quickly, shut the doors! Do not let the ghost enter!" The young man mumbled in response, "Senior brother, I believe closing the doors will be useless." It turned out that all disciples of Qi Daoguan were trained in a basic introductory skill known as the spirit viewing technique. They observed ghosts through this spirit viewing technique to judge the strength of a spirit. The stout senior marshal brother had just utilized the technique, and the aura of the malevolent spirit had suppressed him to the point where he could barely breathe. At that moment, I raised my hand and slowly knocked on the door, asking, "Is anyone home?" The stout senior marshal brother lamented that this spirit was remarkably polite, yet he continued to tremble violently. This was his first time encountering a ghost bold enough to knock on the gate of a Taoist temple. Was this not the same as a mouse walking straight into a cat's den? With that thought, the stout senior marshal brother bellowed at the young man, "Go and summon the first senior brother at once." Meanwhile, the first senior brother was resting in his chambers, and upon hearing that a spirit had encroached upon the temple, he immediately rose and headed toward the front courtyard. What is the meaning of all this? To be reduced to this state by a mere ghost. Have you no sense of dignity left? Opening the door, the stout junior brother whispered a warning. "Senior brother, that is truly a malevolent spirit." Wan Yu, radiating an aura of righteous indignation, bellowed, "Open the door!" For a Taoist to fear a ghost, if word of this were to spread, would we not be the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world? Seeing no other choice, the stout junior brother braced himself and opened the door. Yet the very moment I stepped into the courtyard, Wan Yu and the others instinctively recoiled in unison. It was indeed a formidable specter, with ghastly ghost energy soaring into the heavens. Wan Yu could even sense that the entity before him had restrained its power. Otherwise, the suppression would have been even more suffocating. Had the opponent not suppressed its aura, The scene before their eyes would surely have been far more harrowing.
At this juncture, Wan Yu had long since abandoned any thoughts of capturing the ghost,
For he did not merely perceive the overwhelming ghost energy. He saw that the entity was harboring 5 other spirits within its own body.
He hastily averted his gaze and demanded, his voice strained, "Why have you come to my Qi Dao temple?"
I spoke calmly. "A few days ago, did you not capture a young ghost?"
Wan Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth.
"That is correct. Its mother is deeply troubled. Will you return the child to me? I am willing to offer you underworld currency in exchange." Upon hearing this, Wan Yu's expression turned ashen. That this ghost dared to brazenly demand one of his captives was an affront. It showed no respect for the Qi Dao temple, nor did it hold Taoists of their stature in any regard. I, however, found myself confused. I had asked a simple question. Why did these Taoists look as though they had just swallowed something foul, seeking to rescue a small ghost and offering underworld currency in return? Was that truly so unreasonable? I spoke again. "Is this request possible?" Wan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He felt he was being threatened by the entity before him, to be intimidated by a ghost. If such news were to leak, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. Yet he still gave the order. "Go and retrieve the small ghost we captured a few days ago."
Shortly thereafter, a junior disciple arrived carrying a dark gray jar.
A talisman was sealed upon the lid. Wan Yu tore it off, and a trembling shadow emerged from within. The young ghost was quite small, appearing to be no older than 7 or 8 years of age. The moment it laid eyes upon Wan Yu and the others, it instinctively recoiled, shrinking back in fear. But when it caught sight of me, it cried out in the fact that the boy addressed me as Lord Mo only served to convince Wan Yu further that I was a demon.
Moreover, I was a demon who could make a lesser spirit run up to me and gratefully proclaim, "Thank you, Lord Mo, for saving my life."
I then called out loudly, "Yin Xiaohua, come out! I have found your son." Once Yin Xiaohua appeared, she immediately embraced him. With reddened eyes, she scolded him. "I told you not to wander off. You refused to listen, and were captured by these foul Taoists. Had it not been for Lord Mo's intervention, you surely would not have survived."
After speaking, Yin Xiaohua shot a fierce glare at Wan Yu, before taking her son back into the sword.
I then produced 2,000 underworld coins, handed them to Wan Yu, and turned to leave. Watching my retreating figure, Wan Yu muttered to himself, "This demon actually has some character." The chubby martial brother spoke up, unwilling to let it go. "Senior brother, are we just gonna let this demon walk away like that?" Wan Yu snorted coldly. "Certainly not. The humiliation suffered today must be avenged. Go and purchase some talismans. I shall prepare a grand spirit-trapping array and capture this demon myself." Upon hearing this, the chubby martial brother bowed respectfully. "Senior brother is formidable. I shall go at once."
As for me, upon leaving the Qi Dao temple, I encountered Feng Mingwu, who had just arrived.
Seeing me, he asked in astonishment, "Are you unharmed?" I replied helplessly, "Of course I am unharmed. The matter has already been resolved." Feng Mingwu was incredibly surprised. "It is already resolved?" He had anticipated that Mo Lin would clash with the people at Qin Dao Temple. Yet it appeared nothing had occurred. It seems I had overthought the situation. Thus, Feng Mingwu asked, "Have you eaten yet? Allow me to treat you to a meal." Having been busy throughout the night, I was indeed hungry, so I followed Feng Mingwu into an eatery. The moment Feng Mingwu stepped into the establishment, his first reaction was to lament. "Why is it so filthy here?" I turned my head and asked him, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Upon hearing this, Feng Mingwu looked around warily. "What do you mean? Is there a ghost here?" He then realized something, puffed out his chest, and declared, "I am a spirit controller. I fear no ghosts." I nodded and replied, "It is good that you do not fear them, for we have walked straight into a ghost nest." No sooner had I finished speaking than a dozen malevolent great spirits appeared inside the eatery. Feng Mingwu instinctively moved closer to me. I turned to look at him and asked, quite puzzled, "I thought you were not afraid of ghosts?"
Feng Mingwu, hearing this, puffed out his chest once more and said, "I am, of course, not afraid."
However, as he caught sight of a female spirit with disheveled hair,
his mind was suddenly flooded with memories that were not his own, recollections of gruesome and tragic deaths.
An instant later, unable to withstand the intense mental shock, he vomited onto the ground, gasping, "This is a nightmare-level spirit. We are finished. This time, we are truly finished." At that very moment, I pulled him behind me with one hand. A deep crater instantly appeared exactly where Feng Mingwu had been standing a second before.
It turned out that the nightmare-level spirit had launched an attack without us even realizing it. Simultaneously, the inn transformed into an open-air graveyard, and corpses began to crawl out from the graves.
Feng Mingwu could even catch the scent of the overwhelming stench of decay. I explained to Feng Mingwu, "Do not panic. These are merely illusions. It must be the spirit's innate technique."
Feng Mingwu insisted,
"I know. I am not afraid," I responded helplessly. If you are not afraid, then why are you tugging at my robes? You have nearly pulled my sleeve right off.
Feng Mingwu stepped back 2 paces, looking flustered.
Just then, a rotting corpse lunged directly toward Feng Mingwu. As he prepared to summon his contracted spirit, I hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Do not summon your contracted spirit. If you bring it out now, it will be devoured. If you are too terrified, just close your eyes." Thus, Feng Mingwu obeyed, closing his eyes tightly and clinging to my back, not daring to move a muscle.
Seeing that Feng Mingwu refused to summon his contracted spirit, the entity let out an angry roar.
Meanwhile, I activated my Crimson Leaf Ghost Eye. It was a spirit-taming level ability, featuring the Illusion Realm technique, a power that manifests a victim's deepest fears to terrorize them. I surveyed the surrounding environment.
It seemed this graveyard illusion was likely the thing Feng Mingwu feared most in his heart. Subduing this nightmare-level spirit into the spirit-suppressing tome would certainly bolster my combat strength.
In the next heartbeat, Shen Xi's figure manifested before me.
She slashed with her claws, shattering the surrounding illusions, and turned to me, saying, "My lord, wait a moment. I shall resolve this nuisance for you."
With that, she charged forward, while I pulled Feng Mingwu along, saying, "Let us go. We shall wait outside." When Feng Mingwu opened his eyes, he saw 2 nightmare-level spirits locked in combat. He asked in confusion, "Why is there another nightmare-level spirit? Is that your contracted spirit?" I nodded, offering no further explanation as I lunged directly toward a dangerous level spirit.
Directly employing the soul-sealing technique, I compressed this hazardous level ghost into a small orb.
Having secured it, I immediately moved to capture the next specter. Although these ghosts were of a lower rank, they were not to be discarded. Capturing them might prove useful in the future. Feng Mingwu watched this scene in utter bewilderment.
2 nightmare-level ghosts were locked in a fierce struggle.
Yet this Mo Lin was busy capturing minor spirits, showing absolutely no concern that his own contract ghost might be defeated. Across the battlefield, Shen Xi fought with increasing intensity, emitting ear-piercing shrieks that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard.
The next moment, she pierced the chest of the opposing ghost with a single strike
and promptly dragged the creature before me. "My lord, I have apprehended this ghost that dared to offend you." With a flick of my hand, I claimed the ghost and sealed it within the ghost-suppressing tome. "Congratulations, you have acquired the ghost technique. Illusion Realm. Underworld coin production. 80 coins per day." My income of Underworld coins had increased once more. I mused that I could easily earn tens of thousands of coins by selling a few ghost artifacts, which, compared to the yield of the ghost-suppressing tome, was not very significant. At that very moment, a line of text suddenly appeared on the ghost-suppressing tome. 5 ghosts captured. Capture 5 more. All Underworld coin income will increase tenfold. I was so astonished that I could hardly close my mouth. This ghost-suppressing tome truly offered one surprise after another. All income increased tenfold. That would mean a nightmare-level ghost would yield 800 Underworld coins per day. And since I currently possess 3 nightmare-level ghosts, my daily income would reach 400 Underworld coins. If I were to raise a few more nightmare-level ghosts, would I not be destined for immense wealth? Yet, what I did not know was that senior brother Fatty from the Qi Dao Hall, while on his way to purchase talismans, had spotted Hao Ye and me fighting from a distance. He was now frantically speaking to Wan Yu. "Senior brother, while I was on my way to buy yellow talismans just now, I saw the ghosts that came to our temple to stir up trouble earlier, currently battling another nightmare-level ghost.
Should we take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits as the third party?"
Wan Yu hesitated, saying, "That ghost is quite ferocious. I am concerned that we may not be able to capture it."
Senior brother Fatty urged him quickly. "I have already If we set an ambush along the path that the ghost is bound to take, we will surely be able to capture it." After hearing this, Wan Yu found the suggestion brilliant and decided to act immediately. He commanded, "Then go and summon the junior brothers. Have them bring their implements so we can hunt this spirit." Thus, after Feng Mingwu and I had cleared away the remnants of the aftermath, we had barely left the ghost tavern when Wan Yu and his men suddenly emerged to block our path. I saw Wan Yu holding a wooden sword in one hand, with a talisman in the other, his lips moving as he muttered an incantation. Meanwhile, the others held crimson threads, forming a square formation to enclose me within. Just as I stood there, bewildered, Brother Fatty rushed over with a basin of ritual incense ash and flung it toward me. I flew into a rage and cursed at him. "Have you lost your mind?" With an expression of utter disbelief, Brother Fatty stammered, How are you completely unaffected? This is impossible." As he spoke, he drew out another talisman and waved it before my face. Seeing that I remained unfazed, he asked suspiciously, "Are you not afraid?" I struck Brother Fatty hard across the face, shouting, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Looking aggrieved, Brother Fatty turned to Wan Yu and cried, "Senior brother, this ghost is incredibly vicious. It even struck me." Seeing this, Panic immediately washed over Wan Yu. He retrieved a ritual bell and shook it frantically, his lips moving in a ceaseless, incoherent chant.
I was losing my patience. This lot were truly deranged. I reached out and ripped the crimson thread blocking my path,
then surged forward to confront Wan Yu, demanding, "Are you lot all suffering from a collective midnight madness?"
Wan Yu ignored me, his chanting accelerating in intensity.
Seeing that he would not answer, I closed the distance and roared at him, "What exactly are you muttering about?"
At that moment, I was standing so close to Wan Yu that my breath brushed against his face. Wan Yu froze, stunned, the realization dawning on him that I possessed the breath of the living. He shouted in astonishment, "Damn it! You are actually human? You terrified me. I thought I had encountered a formidable entity. No wonder these ghost suppression artifacts have no effect on you." Hearing this only fueled my anger, and I lashed out, "Your whole family are not human." Wan Yu hurriedly apologized. "My apologies. I truly believed you were a ghost." The more he explained, the more insulted I felt. My expression darkened as I scolded him. "You are the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts. Is there something wrong with your head? How can you fail to distinguish between a human and a ghost?" Wan Yu looked flustered. He prided himself on his ability to discern the living from the dead, yet how could an ordinary person exude such a dense, pungent ghost qi? Not to mention the fact that there was a spirit dwelling within my body.
Brother Fatty, his expression filled with incredulity, stepped forward and asked,
"What? Is this creature truly human? What manner of person emanates such a towering aura of ghostly resentment?" As he spoke, he reached out to sense my breathing, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment. "It is indeed a living person." With a look of utter disdain, I replied, "Have you all finished making a scene?" Wan Yu hurriedly offered an apology. "My deepest apologies. This was entirely a misunderstanding. I had no desire to exchange further words with them. It was time for compensation. Your incense ashes have soiled my person and ruined my clothes." Wan Yu quickly apologized once more. "Brother, I truly beg your pardon. Please, accept this as a token of my sincerity." As he spoke, Wan Yu produced 2,000 Underworld credits from his pouch and handed them over. Everything today was a misunderstanding. I had no intention of causing offense.
Seeing Wan Yu's humble demeanor, I accepted the 2,000 Underworld credits and remarked, "Let there not be a next time."
With that, I led Feng Mingwu away. Once they had departed, the plump senior brother asked with suspicion, "Senior brother, why was that person so peculiar just now? How could he possess such an overwhelming aura of ghostly resentment? It is truly inexplicable." Wan Yu's expression remained clouded with confusion as he replied, "How should I know? This world is vast, and there are many things that lie beyond our comprehension." The junior disciple cautiously asked if the man might be practicing some form of forbidden demonic art. Wan Yu abruptly cut him off. "Cease your nonsense. That is not someone we can afford to provoke. We shall wait for the master to return before deciding how to proceed. As for today, treat it as if it never happened, and act as though you never encountered him." Meanwhile, after parting ways, Feng Mingwu and I returned home.
Shui Sha and Li Shui had been waiting for some time.
Upon seeing me, they bowed respectfully and reported, "My lord, we have completed the investigation. The individual who infiltrated the grounds a few days ago was indeed the cousin of Chen Yun, Xian Wuhai. He had brought several men with him, intending to steal." I nodded and said, "I understand. You may withdraw." I pondered to myself. I had feared that the ghosts of the ghost realm had discovered my presence. Furthermore, I had captured over a dozen low-level ghosts and had nowhere to house them. It seems I must refine a ghost-retaining artifact tomorrow to contain them. With that, I took out my mobile phone and opened the Yunchuan Ghostmaster Society app. I saw a multitude of posts regarding ghost hunting missions, though the vast majority involved nothing more than minor spirits. However, the 14th mission caught my eye. Mission 14. 4 individuals have died at the Minghai building. A practitioner is required to investigate the situation. Danger level: Grade 3. Reward for completion: 300 Underworld credits. It might be worth investigating whether this was the work of a powerful spirit. Thus, I accepted this mission. The following day, at the main entrance of the Minhai building, several men in uniform were discussing a certain matter. Captain Triu Ho spoke up. "This situation is extremely difficult to resolve. Ordinary people like us cannot handle this. We should rest assured and wait for the ghost suppressor to arrive and deal with it." At that very moment, a man wearing a black hat suddenly approached. Triu Ho hurriedly issued a warning. "It is very dangerous here. I must ask you to leave." However, before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out, and Triu Ho's body collapsed to the ground. Following this, the man in the black hat brandished his firearm and accelerated into the Minghai building. Only then did a man standing nearby react, quickly dialing 120 for emergency medical services. In a feeble voice, Trioho issued his final instructions.
A dangerous element is present. Notify headquarters immediately, and contact the people from the Ghost Suppression Agency.
Just as I drove near the Min Hai building, I heard a gunshot. By the time I accelerated to the main entrance, I was one step too late. I addressed the others. I am with the Ghost Suppression Agency, and I am in charge of the mission regarding the Min Hai building. What has transpired here? A man stepped forward and provided a brief account of the incident to me. It turned out that 4 people had died in the Min Hai building the night before last, all of whom had been burned alive. Yet, there had been no fire within the Min Hai building. Just moments ago, a man in a black hat had suddenly appeared, opened fire, wounding their captain Trioho, and then charged inside the building. I nodded and said, I understand. You all should wait here. No sooner had I finished speaking than my figure materialized inside the Min Hai building. Instantly, a wave of cold air descended upon me. I let out a cold snort. Shen Xi, emerge! A red-hued specter appeared before me, bowed, and said, My lord, what are your commands?
There is an armed man here. Assist me in apprehending him.
Shen Xi nodded and replied, As you command. With that, she phased through the ceiling to the floor above. As for me, I began to ascend the staircase slowly, but soon, I was overcome by an ominous feeling. The intuition of the underworld often serves as a premonition that something calamitous is about to unfold. And so, I summoned Chu Hong. A sense of unease washed over me.
Su Hong said respectfully, My lord, you are the Yin envoy. What could possibly be beyond your power to resolve?
Seeing my grave expression and my silence, Su Hong shrank back, held his tongue, and hurriedly followed Shen Xi. The man in the black hood gritted his teeth, pulled out a vial, and shouted, Zhang Kui, take all of this flame, kill everyone here! As he spoke, he flung the vial forward. Zhang Kui caught the vial, gripped with excitement, and with a crisp snap, crushed it in his hand. The very next second, pitch-black flames instantly engulfed his body. Shen Xi and Su Hong retreated without hesitation. With a ferocious glare, Zhang Kui roared, I will slaughter you all. He then lunged directly towards Su Hong and Shen Xi. I moved in a single stride to intercept him, my Wuchang sword surging towards Zhang Kui. This was no mere strike. It was a technique from the soul-dispersing ghost-slaying art. The soul-dispersing ghost-slaying art is naturally endowed to suppress specters, and combined with my power as a Yin envoy, it is potent indeed. Under normal circumstances, I could undoubtedly slay a nightmare-level ghost in an instant, but against a ghost possessed by these netherworld flames, every strike must be measured with caution. Seeing that I was trading blows evenly with Zhang Kui, the man in the black hood could not help but scream in shock. Damn it! How can this person be so strong? How is he managing to hold his own against a nightmare-level ghost? I then unleashed my ghost technique, Illusory Realm, and the environment shifted completely in an instant.
A purgatory of fire manifested, with countless corpses falling amidst the black flames.
This scene was the very embodiment of Zhang Kui's deepest fears. Zhang Kui began to lash out recklessly, shifting positions instantly, just as more than a dozen fireballs rained down. But after casting these flames, the netherworld fire upon Zhang Kui's body clearly began to dim. One must realize that the netherworld fire he wields is not infinite. Every ounce expended is lost forever. Perceiving this, I waved my hand, and an iron chain shot forth, binding Zhang Kui tightly. However, the black flames upon him crawled along the iron chain, searing toward me. Alarmed, I quickly released my grip. The black flames slowly began to fade. The man in the black cloak was so stunned he could hardly keep his jaw from dropping. How does this fellow possess so many ghost techniques? This defies all logic. One must know that the conditions required to master a ghost technique are exceedingly harsh. First, one must commune with a ghost, and then pay an immense price to earn the right to utilize such a technique. Furthermore, not just any ghost will suffice. Yet this man can effortlessly manifest 3 different ghost techniques with a mere wave of his hand. It is truly a sight I have never witnessed before. What is even more preposterous is that this fellow possesses 3 nightmare-grade contracted spirits. Furthermore, these 3 nightmare-grade spirits would obey his commands, even at the risk of their very souls being scattered to the winds. At this very moment, Zhang Kui snapped his chains and opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of netherworld hellfire. I hurriedly flicked my wrist to hurl a needle, though Zhang Kui paid little heed to such a trivial object.
He even reached out his hand, attempting to crush the needle into dust.
Yet in the very next instant, he was seized by panic. In the blink of an eye, the needle pierced through the center of his palm and surged directly toward the space between his brows. This needle was a gift from my senior sister, a weapon forged from pure yin energy. The moment Zhang Kui was struck, he lost all ability to resist. Immediately thereafter, Shen Xi manifested behind him. With a single claw, she pierced through Zhang Kui's chest. Seeing this, Su Jing hurriedly seized Zhang Kui's arm. The 2 spirits exerted their strength, tearing Zhang Kui's body in 2. Without delay, The two spirits began to ravenously consume Zhang Kui's remains to replenish their own strength. Although I deeply desired to suppress this spirit, the prerequisite for such suppression is to capture the target alive or render them completely incapable of resistance.
Given that Zhang Kui possessed the Netherworld Hellfire, capturing him alive was nearly impossible. A lethal blow was the only viable option.
Hong Ye, standing nearby, watched with drooling anticipation. This is a tonic of immense value.
However, he had played no part in the slaying of Zhang Kui.
He had no standing to step forward and claim a share of the feast.
Shen Xi cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yi before tearing off a leg and tossing it to him.
Overcome with excitement, Hong Yi stammered his thanks, took the limb, and began to feast.
Seeing Zhang Kui perish, the man in the black cloak fell into a complete panic. He drew his firearm and fired wildly, though Hong Yi easily intercepted every bullet.
I stroked my chin, watching the cloaked man. If I could acquire this netherworld hellfire, my strength would surely skyrocket.
Just as I prepared to interrogate the cloaked man regarding the origin of the netherworld hellfire,
a single gunshot rang out, and the man in the black cloak collapsed.
Elsewhere, in the conference room of the Spirit Controlling Society, Li Bingyan spoke with a grave expression. Minghai, a nightmare-grade spirit has appeared at the Great River.
The room erupted in immediate uproar. How could a nightmare-grade spirit possibly manifest there? What must we do? One man asked in a hushed tone. Is Mo Lin not currently on a mission at Minghai Great River? Is he unable to handle a mere nightmare-grade spirit? Upon hearing this, Li Bingyan asked coldly.
Even among spirits there exists a hierarchy of strength.
What if Mo Lin's contracted spirits were no match for that nightmare-tier spirit? No one dared to speak. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Something is emerging!"
Li Bingyan instinctively tightened her grip on the spiritual energy in her hands as she scrutinized the depths of the Minghai building. She saw my silhouette slowly coming into view,
but trailing behind me were two nightmare-tier spirits, both of them gnawing on objects of unknown origin. Li Bingyan and the others instinctively retreated. Some of the grade 7 spirits were so terrified that they retreated directly back into their masters' bodies.
Someone exclaimed in horror, "Two more nightmare-tier spirits! This man is truly terrifying."
Li Bingyan took a deep breath to steady her trembling nerves before asking me, "Was there not a nightmare-tier spirit lurking here?" I nodded and replied, "Indeed, but it has already been dealt with." Li Bingyan exhaled in relief, while I asked with mild curiosity, "Why have so many people gathered here?"
Li Bingyan answered slowly,
"I summoned them to assist you in confronting that nightmare-tier spirit." I spoke with complete indifference. It was only a single nightmare-tier spirit. I could have handled it alone. Your assistance was unnecessary.
Li Bingyan was left speechless.
What do you mean, only a nightmare-tier spirit?
One must understand that a spirit of that caliber possesses enough power to lay waste to the entire city of Yangshuan.
Only a man like Mo Lin, who commands two nightmare-tier spirits, would dare to utter such arrogant words. I spoke again. There was a man inside wearing a black cloak. Investigate his origins for me, and then provide me with his detailed information.
Li Bingyan nodded in agreement.
Immediately afterward I drove to the Xifang Pavilion, intending to purchase materials to forge a vessel capable of housing spirits. But after wandering for a long time, I could not find anything of quality. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached to greet me. "Mr. Mo, greetings. My young master wishes to meet with you." "And who might your young master be?" "The Xifang Pavilion is but one of the many assets owned by my young master." I was intrigued by this revelation. Thus, I followed the man in the suit. I only saw a young man inside, one whose age seemed to be comparable to my own. Upon seeing me, he offered a warm greeting. "Brother, please, have a seat over here. My name is Fu Wantan, and I have sought you out because I wish to conduct business with you." Curious, I asked, "What kind of business? You surely still possess ghost essence in your possession, do you not?" "I speak of that supreme grade of ghost essence. I am prepared to purchase your ghost essence at a premium price. This is my deposit." As Fu Wantan spoke, he produced a black box. He opened the lid. Inside, it was filled to the brim with Underworld coins. Heavens! This man truly has wealth. Observing my look of astonishment, Fu Wantan chuckled. "There are 200,000 Underworld coins here," I calmly asked. "At what price do you intend to purchase my ghost essence?" "It is not that I wish to purchase your ghost essence. I will assist you in selling it. For every piece of ghost essence I sell for you, I shall take a 20% commission." I felt quite hesitant upon hearing this. 20%? If a piece of ghost essence is worth 30,000 Underworld coins, I would have to pay him 6,000. This cut is somewhat excessive.
Seeing my hesitation, Fu Wantan countered, "I must take at least 15%. It cannot be any lower."
Overhead, maintenance, labor, and advertising costs, all of these require capital. 15% is my absolute bottom line. I pondered the matter. At the very least, I would no longer need to worry about the logistics of selling the ghost essence myself. Thus, I nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will bring the ghost essence to you in a few days." Fu Wantan smiled and replied, No matter. I am in no hurry. By the way, Brother Mo, what is it that you wish to purchase here at the Four Directions Pavilion? I replied with a smile. I am looking for some special materials, but I have searched all around and have yet to find them. Fu Wantan responded. I am a collector of rare items. Perhaps there is something among my collection that might interest you? With that, he turned and led me toward a hidden room tucked away within the 5 hours later, I surveyed the 5 ghostly artifacts before me. It seems my efficiency is not lacking. Next, I located a slaughter lantern and placed the ring I had just acquired into its center. Finally, I used Underworld currency as a catalyst to ignite the refining flames. In just 2 days, this ghostly artifact, capable of being used indefinitely, will be successfully forged. At that very moment, a violent knocking echoed at my door. As soon as I opened it, I saw Feng Mingwu standing there alongside her uncle, Liu Feng. Feng Mingwu got straight to the point. Brother Mo, my uncle's daughter has gone missing. I would like to ask for your help in finding her. Liu Feng, standing beside her, added urgently, Brother, if you can help me find my daughter, I am willing to reward you with a ghostly artifact. I asked with a hint of skepticism. Aren't your information networks quite swift? Why not find her yourself? Liu Feng sighed and replied, It would take me at least 2 days to track her movements, but I do not know if she has merely wandered off, or if she has been abducted. Over the years, I have offended quite a few people. I fear for her safety. Can you think of a way to help me? Before I could even open my mouth to speak, Liu Feng rushed to add, I possess information regarding the Netherworld Ghost Fire. As long as you are willing to help me find my daughter, I will grant you the information regarding the Netherworld Fire. I slammed my hand down. To think he actually knew of the Netherworld Ghost Fire. Immediately, I suppressed my emotions, and with a smile I said, In truth, even if you did not offer information about the Netherworld Ghost Fire, I would still be willing to help you find your daughter. I am, after all, a helpful person. Feng Mingwu curled her lip, rolled her eyes, and said, Go find a mirror, and look at that deceitful face of yours. I ignored Feng Mingwu, and continued to reassure Liu Feng. After all, Feng Mingwu and I are considered friends, so let alone helping you find your daughter. Even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades, or plunging into a sea of fire, I would be willing to charge forward with you. Feng Mingwu could truly stand it no longer, and complained about the farce. Is such desperation truly necessary? Where has that imposing aura you displayed while capturing the nightmare-level spirit gone? I let out an awkward cough and changed the subject. Let us cease the idle chatter, and discuss the matter at hand. Feng Mingwu noticed this and asked seriously, Then, do you have any means to locate the person? I smiled and replied, I did not before, but I do now, and immediately clapped my hands. Little spirit, emerge. In the next instant, the figure of the little spirit appeared before us. Master Mo, why have you summoned me? I turned to introduce him to the two of them. Although this little spirit possesses no combat power, it possesses a spectral technique of sensing, which allows it to track individuals based on the slightest of clues. Feng Mingwu looked on in astonishment and said, You possess 2 contract spirits just like Yun Ling? Truly impressive, I muttered, feeling quite dissatisfied. 2 contract spirits? Whom do you take me for? Feng Mingwu rolled her eyes, rendered speechless. I am complimenting you. How can you be so heartless as to disregard someone's good intentions? I retorted. My apologies, but I failed to sense even a shred of praise in your words. Immediately afterward, I turned to ask Liu Feng, who was standing nearby, Do you have any personal item that belonged to your daughter? Liu Feng pondered for a moment before producing a photograph of his daughter, Han. Will this photograph suffice? I accepted the photograph and replied, That will work. I then handed the photograph to the little spirit. Gale, help me find this girl. The little spirit held the photograph in its hands and closed its eyes. A moment later, it abruptly opened them and said, Master, I have found her. Before I could even speak, Liu Feng rushed forward in great agitation, grabbed the little spirit, and demanded, Where is my daughter? Yet before he could finish his sentence, the little spirit tightened its grip around his throat. Liu Feng was startled, finally realizing that he had offended this spirit. He harbored no doubts that had Mo Lin not been present, this spirit would have surely crushed his windpipe. I hurriedly commanded it to release him. The little spirit finally let go. I sighed and said to the spirit, Lead the way. Moments later, Liu Feng took the wheel. Feng Mingwu and I sat in the back row, while the little spirit sat on the hood of the car, guiding the path. The road ahead grew increasingly winding and treacherous. It seems Liu Feng's daughter is in the suburbs. At that very moment, I suddenly ordered the car to stop. Feng Mingwu asked, confused, What is the matter? With a grave expression, I replied, Take me home immediately. I have a matter of great importance to attend to. Seeing my urgency, Liu Feng did not dare to delay, pressing his foot on the accelerator to return me to my doorstep. I hurriedly exited the vehicle and entered the house, quickly retrieving the cage used for refining ghostly energy. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing I had nearly forgotten this item. If the flame within this cage were to extinguish, it would become entirely useless. Would I not have wasted several tens of thousands of credits in vain?
Feng Mingwu looked at the object I was carrying, which resembled a lantern, and asked with deep suspicion, "What is this?"
I offered no detailed explanation, stating only that it was something of vital importance.
Liu Feng then cautiously asked me,
"Is there anything else you require, sir?" I replied with indifference.
"Nothing more.
Let us resume our search for your daughter."
After leaving the city center and enduring a series of shocks along the way, we finally arrived at a desolate location,
a place so remote that even birds would avoid it. Immediately afterward, we followed a narrow, secluded path. After 5 minutes of travel, we arrived at our destination, and I saw Zhao Gi pointing toward a house not far away, saying, "It is right there." I looked up to see a modest 2-story house with a courtyard, separated from us by a river. A simple wooden bridge spanned the river.
The three of us walked along the wooden bridge to the other side.
At that moment, in the courtyard, a burly man asked the man seated in a chair beside him,
"Big brother, how should we dispose of this girl?"
The man replied coldly, "Kill her, then throw her into the river." Upon hearing that they were to kill the girl, those nearby reacted.
Their eyes lit up with malice, and lecherous smiles crept across their faces.
Looking at those closing in on her, the girl cried out through her tears, "What are you trying to do? Do not come any closer." The burly man grabbed the young girl with one hand, hoisting her into the air as if she were nothing more than a chick. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the door.
The burly man turned his head to look, cursing, "Damnation! Bad luck!" Shortly after, over 10 men emerged into the courtyard, surrounding us completely.
The man seated in the chair crushed his cigarette against the ground. "I did not expect you to track us down so quickly." Upon seeing this man, Liu Feng stood frozen. "Zhao Tian, I did not cause your brother's death. Why have you abducted my daughter?" Zhao Tian let out a cold snort and replied, "Had you not sold information regarding my brother to his enemies, he would never have perished." Liu Feng drew a deep breath. He knew full well that a few mere words would not quell Zhao Tian's hatred, so he began to plead. Translation note. The input segment 12 appears corrupted with mixed characters. Based on the narrative flow of the scene, it translates to, with a scoff, Zhao Tian addressed Liu Feng, "If you want your daughter back, do exactly as I say." Liu Feng, desperate and impatient, moved to intervene, but just then, a sword manifested, cleaving the contract ghost in two. Moments later, the entity vanished into the air like dissipating smoke. The burly man wore an expression of utter disbelief. "How is this possible? This is my hazard-level contract ghost. How could it be destroyed so easily?" Zhao Tian's pupils constricted suddenly. He realized a true master had arrived. I spoke coldly. "Either release the child, or all of you shall perish here today." Zhao Tian tightened his grip on the girl's neck, afraid to act recklessly. Yet he still retorted, "Are you trying to intimidate me? I am not easily frightened." Immediately thereafter he shouted toward the rear, "Sister Hong, we have encountered a slight problem that requires your intervention." A woman in a white cloak with delicate features emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing this woman, Feng Mingwu immediately shifted into a defensive stance, and even Liu Feng's expression turned grim. Zhao Tian spoke with an arrogant sneer, "This is a level 4 ghost controller. With her here, let's see who dares to defy me." The woman instinctively turned her face away when she saw me, and I felt a flicker of surprise. Combined with 27/28, and I felt a flicker of surprise. "So, it is you." The woman remained silent. She was now in the service of Zhu Tian. How could she acknowledge an acquaintance with Mo Lin at a time like this? Yet I stepped forward with feigned enthusiasm. "Hong Shun, do you not recognize me? It was only a few days ago that I sold you a piece of ghost artifact. Why the haste to act as strangers?" I had forgotten. Seeing this, Hong Huang could only offer a reluctant nod before speaking. "I am a follower of Zhao Tian. Out of respect for our acquaintance, consider this." Before she could finish, I cut her off. "Out of respect for our acquaintance, I shall not make things difficult for you. Leave." Hong Huang stood frozen in disbelief. Why had this man stolen her lines? She was the true 4th-rank sole envoy here. Seeing her standing there, dazed, I spoke again. "Do not linger. You should leave at once." "I will not trouble you," Hong Huang asked, in a daze. "Are you truly serious?" This Ma Lin had already spoken everything she intended to say. Hong Huang could only explain her predicament helplessly. "I have already accepted 2,000 Underworld Coins from Zhao Tian, promising to act as his bodyguard for the day." I sighed and replied, "Then let us do this. I shall give you 3,000 Underworld Coins. You return the 2,000 to Zhao Tian, and then you may leave. Do not involve yourself in this matter any further." With that, I produced 3,000 Underworld Coins, and held them out. Hong Huang stared at the currency in her hands. For this was no longer a matter of mere Underworld Coins, yet she still retrieved the 2,000 Underworld Coins and returned them to Zhao Tian, stating, "I shall take no further part in this affair." Zhao Tian stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him,
then immediately snapped to his senses, shouting at Hong Han Huang's retreating figure. "Hong Han Huang, you are not permitted to leave." But Hong Han Huang acted as if she had heard nothing, her silhouette vanishing from the spot. Feng Mingwu silently raised a thumb in approval. "Impressive. I did not expect you to have such vast connections, being acquainted with Hong Han Huang, and more importantly, having her show you such deference." I ignored Feng Mingwu and delivered a fierce kick directly to Zhao Tian's face. "Do you dare to covet my underworld coins? You have quite the thick skin, do you not?" Immediately after, I snatched the 2,000 underworld coins from Zhao Tian's grip. Zhao Tian's lackeys witnessed this and immediately prepared to rush forward, but the very next second, they faltered and froze in place. Only the silhouette of Shen Xi appeared in the sky, its gargantuan maw hanging wide open. Should anyone dare to make a move, they would undoubtedly be devoured. These henchmen of Zhao Tian had never witnessed such a scene, and they trembled in terror. Liu Feng hurried forward to embrace his daughter. "It is all right now, you are safe." Seeing that the situation was under control, I spoke to Zhao Tian. "Hand over all the underworld coins in your possession to me." Zhao Tian scrambled to search his belongings, pulling out the remaining 800+ underworld coins. I accepted the underworld coins and told Feng Mingwu, "The rest is left to you." Immediately after, I turned and exited the courtyard. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Liu Feng and Feng Mingwu emerged. As for the fate of those remaining inside, I did not inquire further, instead saying to Liu Feng, "I have fulfilled my promise and rescued your daughter. Is it not time for you to tell me what you know about the Underworld Netherfire?" Liu Feng steadied his emotions before finally speaking. "The Underworld Netherfire is a unique and miraculous flame. This flame descended upon Qinghai City quite suddenly years ago. The patriarch of the Liu family was the first to discover it, and brought the flame's essence back to the Liu residence." Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment washed over me. The Underworld Netherfire had already been claimed by another. Feng Mingwu, standing nearby, asked me with a tense expression, "Brother Mo, you aren't thinking of seizing the Underworld Netherfire, are you?" Seeing my silence, he continued hastily, "You must not attempt to steal it. The power of the Li family is far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is a clan that even the Ghost Control Society dares not offend." I cast a strange look at Feng Mingwu. "Are you implying that I should go to the Li family to seize the Underworld Netherfire?" Feng Mingwu hurriedly clarified, No, that was not my intention. I am merely concerned for your safety." I ignored the rest of his words, muttering to myself, "Actually, it is not entirely impossible. I just feel it would be somewhat lacking in moral integrity." Feng Mingwu pouted in resignation. It appeared that I truly intended to raid the Li family for the Underworld Netherfire. Heavens, that is the Lina family. Perhaps only someone like Moi Lin would. We then boarded the vehicle and followed the path back toward Yangshuan City. Yet after traveling for more than 30 minutes, the car remained circling the same mountain range. Feng Mingwu looked out the window and asked, "Have we taken the wrong road? Why have we returned to this spot?" Liu Feng also realized something was amiss, remarking, "I have been following the original path. Why are we back here again?" He muttered to himself while continuing to drive forward. After another 10 minutes, Liu Feng stopped the car and gazed at the familiar river outside. Liu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "How did we end up back here?" I turned to look at Feng Mingwu beside me and asked, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Feng Mingwu shuddered and replied, "Why do you bring that up again?" Nevertheless, he gathered his courage and said, "I am not afraid." I pushed the car door open, laughed, and said, "If you aren't afraid, then follow me to find the ghosts," before handing the lantern to Liu Feng and instructing him, "You and your daughter stay in the car and keep watch over my belongings. Do not let the flame go out." After we stepped out of the vehicle, we found ourselves surrounded by a thick, white mist. Our visibility was less than 1 meter. Feng Mingwu asked in a low voice, "How did you know there were ghosts here?" I whispered in response, "Because I have experienced this before." Following that, we began to walk forward, having covered only a meter or so. When I turned back, the car was no longer visible. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Feng Mingwu stepped on something. He hurried to look down and realized it was human bone. Shuddering in terror, he raised his head, only to be startled by something ahead. There was something lurking in the distance. Feng Mingwu pointed his right hand toward the front and shrieked in horror. With an expression of utter helplessness, I said to him, "Cease this. You are frightening me." Feng Mingwu turned back and asked in surprise, "Are you also afraid of ghosts?" I replied with forced patience, "No, I am afraid of you. You keep jumping at every little shadow, making the atmosphere far more terrifying than it needs to be." Who wouldn't be frightened under these circumstances? "Didn't you claim while we were in the car that you were not afraid of ghosts?" Feng Mingwu looked embarrassed and replied, "My apologies. I will not feign courage next time." To which I replied, "I shall summon my contracted spirit to protect you. Stop your incessant clamoring." Feng Mingyu nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, and soon 3 ghostly figures emerged. A piercing shriek echoed the very next second. This, I interrupted, unwillingly. "What are you doing?" He was startled once again. With an expression of pure astonishment,
Mingyu replied. It cannot be. You possess 3 ghostly packs. This defies all logic. I cast a mocking glance at his clearly sheltered demeanor. It is merely 3 ghosts. Must you make such a scene?
Feng Mingyu sighed. 3 ghostly packs are just 3. After all, a mortal like me would never understand. Seeing his reaction, I chuckled and asked, "Are you envious?"
Feng Mingyu nodded honestly. Who wouldn't be envious of someone like you? I stroked my chin and said, if you provide me with Underworld Coins, I can help you upgrade your ghostly packs.
Feng Mingyu asked with excitement.
Is that true?
How many do you need? I said with a smile.
10,000 Underworld Coins, and I can elevate your ghostly pack to the hazard level.
Feng Mingyu agreed hurriedly. Agreed. Thank you so much. Once I return, I will acquire the Underworld Coins for you. Soon enough, we arrived at a nearby hill.
I could vaguely sense that a ghost of nightmare, level or higher, resided upon this hill. I turned to Feng Mingyu and said, you stay here. There is no need for you to accompany me further. I will leave Chu Jing behind to protect you.
Feng Mingyu nodded in constant agreement, while I led Shen Xi up the hill. Before long, I spotted a woman standing at the peak, seemingly gazing into the distance.
When this woman slowly turned her head toward me, I nearly retched. Her eyes were void of pupils, and her face was a rotting mass of putrid flesh. Upon seeing me, the female ghost lunged forward. Did you see my clothes and shoes?
Seeing that I held nothing in my hands, it drifted back to its original position.
I activated my ghost eye to examine its information. Name: UGU. Realm: Nightmare level. Skill: Decapitation Strike. Condensation of ghost energy. It deals a lethal blow to the opponent. Damage depends on the strength of the user. I clicked my tongue in secret. It was exactly what I lacked. I was just in need of an offensive ghost technique, and I never expected one to arrive at my doorstep so quickly. Observing that this ghost showed no immediate hostility, I stepped forward and placed my hand upon its head, intent on suppressing this female spirit. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. This female ghost showed absolutely no reaction. It was a failure of the spirit suppression technique.
Just as I was bewildered and confused,
the female ghost, who had not spoken before, suddenly opened her mouth. Help me find my clothes and shoes, and I will willingly accompany you. Only then did I understand that the spirit suppression technique had no way to subdue her.
It was because the obsession of this female ghost was too profound. Unless that obsession was fulfilled, there was no way to bring her to heel.
Thus, I attempted to ask, where are your clothes and shoes?
The female ghost raised her hand and pointed toward Yunchuan City, saying, they are right there.
I nodded in agreement. I can help you find your clothes and shoes.
Then take me out of here.
No sooner had I finished speaking than the scenery around us shifted. The white mist dissipated, and everything returned to normal, as if the female ghost had never appeared at all.
Feng Mingyu saw me return,
and asked with great curiosity, did you capture that ghost? What rank was it? I answered truthfully, I did not capture it. I had to agree to a condition before it would allow us to leave.
Feng Mingyu looked at me in astonishment,
unable to comprehend how this fellow could communicate normally with a ghost. Is it not true that one can only communicate with a ghost after signing a contract? I looked at Feng Mingyu, whose face was full of shock, and without offering much explanation I said, let's go. With no ghosts hindering us this time, we returned to Yunchuan quite smoothly. In the following time, under my careful refinement, the final remnants of ghost energy were successfully cultivated to perfection. Afterward, I took the low-level ghosts I had captured earlier and arranged them all within the ring. Yin Xiaohua and her son were also placed by me into the ring. I waited for the time when, if there were any relatively outstanding ghosts within the ring, I could consider incorporating them into my spirit suppression technique. I then used 10,000 Underworld Coins to convert into ghost energy, infusing it into the ring so that these ghosts could rely on it for survival. At this very moment, my phone displayed a group message from the Spirit Controller Society. Lingxi. There is a meeting with the Purple Dragon Society in a few days. Is there anyone who would like to accompany me? Yun Ling. I do not wish to go. I have no desire to interact with the people. Feng Mingwu. I have no desire to go. I would rather look at my phone, and inquiring for information is not a bad alternative. Thus, I sent a message to ask, may I come along? Lin Shi replied, naturally, you may. Feng Mingwu asked, Lin Shi, are you certain you wish to bring Mo Lin to the meeting? Lin Ji replied, indeed. Why do you ask? Feng Mingwu answered, it is nothing. I merely fear that the news might be too much for you to bear. Too much to bear? Lin Ji, it is just a meeting. What could possibly be so stimulating? Feng Mingwu. You shall understand once you arrive. Time passed until the third day, when I took a black bag and drove to the Siheyuan. Today, Fu Wantan had to attend a transaction, and I arrived on schedule to serve as his bodyguard. Upon seeing me, Fu Wantan greeted me with great enthusiasm. Brother Mo, you have arrived.
Without further ado, I handed the black bag directly to him. Fu Wantan opened the bag, brimming with curiosity. The very next moment, an expression of utter disbelief appeared upon his face. Within this black bag lay 10 pieces of ghost-attuned artifacts. Driven by curiosity, Fu Wantan withdrew one piece to examine it. It was a supreme-grade artifact, capable of being utilized 7 times. Following this, he produced another, which, to his astonishment, was also a supreme-grade artifact. He quickened his pace, inspecting the remaining items, all of which proved to be supreme-grade as well. All 10 pieces were of the highest caliber. Fu Wantan was struck speechless with astonishment. In just a few days, Mo Lin had crafted so many artifacts. Since when had supreme-grade ghost artifacts become so common? Could it be that Mo Lin had gone out and plundered them from the spirits themselves? Fu Wantan hurriedly summoned his subordinates and instructed them. Store these artifacts away. You must handle them with the utmost care, ensuring no harm comes to them. He then patted his chest and vowed to me, Brother Mo, rest assured, I shall secure the finest price for these artifacts. I spoke calmly. This is merely a small portion. In a few days, I shall provide you with a dozen more. Upon hearing this, Fu Wantan's expression contorted in shock. A dozen more ghost artifacts. Had these items become so rampant as of late? I observed Fu Wantan's troubled expression, and assuming I had offered too few, I added, I could even provide 20 or more if required. Good heavens! Even the stalwart Fu Wantan was completely unable to maintain his composure. Seeing this, I probed further. Are 20 pieces still too few? Fu Wantan hastily replied. Not at all. Not in the slightest. At that very moment, a woman's voice drifted in from the doorway. I hope I am not late. Fu Wantan immediately gestured toward her, introducing her to me. This is Hong Han Hu. Before he could finish his sentence, I spoke up. Hong Han Hu. I am acquainted with her. Upon seeing me, Hong Han Hu appeared somewhat startled. It is you again. Seeing that we were already familiar with one another, Fu Wantan chuckled. It is fortunate that the two of you are already acquainted. Hong Han Hu is also a bodyguard. This transaction involves the Li family of Beihai. The Li family, you ask? I am sure both of you are aware that their reputation is less than stellar. As I pondered what exactly less than stellar meant, Hong Han Hu leaned in and whispered to me, should danger arise later, hide behind me. I will protect you. I could not help but smile, replying, that will not be necessary. I am quite capable of protecting myself. Before I could finish, Hong Han Hu cut me off. In short, if there is danger, just stay behind me. Shortly thereafter, our group traveled in Fu Wantan's business vehicle until we reached a villa. Once we stepped out of the vehicle, Hong Han Hu's expression tightened, and she began to scan our surroundings with intense caution. As we all alighted, a young man stepped forward to greet Fu Wantan. Fu Wantan, you have finally arrived. You have kept me waiting for far too long. Fu Wantan responded with a polite smile. Li-san, it has been a long time. Upon entering the main hall, we discovered that many had already gathered, all of them figures of significant influence within their respective fields in Yangchuan City. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lian San went straight to the point. I have invited you all here to make an announcement. From this day forth, you are all required to contribute 10% of your profits to the Li family. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in the hall stunned. Every gaze in the room immediately shifted toward Fu Wantan. After steadying his composure, Fu Wantan voiced his firm refusal. That is out of the question. The Li family is being far too tyrannical. You expect to claim 10% of our profits based on a mere decree? Is this not simply daylight robbery? As his words faded, the others present began to express their opposition as well. I also felt the situation was untenable. This is unacceptable. I disagree as well. Before Li San could utter a word, the bodyguard standing behind him slammed his hand against the table, pointed at Fu Wantan's face, and barked. Have you forgotten your place? I slammed my own hand against the table to match his aggression, interrupting the lack of respect shown to the young master. I shouted back at the bodyguard. Who do you think you are talking to? Are you tired of living? In a flash, the bodyguard moved, appearing directly in front of me and grabbing my collar with a menacing glare. Boy, what exactly do you mean by that? I looked at him coldly and replied, Release your grip, or I shall end your life. Hong Han Hu, standing beside me, sensed the volatility of the situation and stepped closer. Simultaneously, the men behind Lai Tam readied themselves, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Lai Tam ordered his bodyguard to fall back. Only then did the man release my collar and retreat behind his master. Hong Han Hu whispered a warning to me. That man is a level 4 ghost controller. I let out a cold snort. A mere level 4 ghost controller acting with the arrogance of a level 8 is truly laughable. Hong Han Hu quickly corrected me. My point is that you must exercise caution around him, I stated coldly. You are mistaken. It is he who should be cautious of me. Hong Han Hu sighed, feeling quite helpless. Very well. I cannot argue with you. Across the room, Lai Tam spoke up once more.
The Laqi family intends to expand our operations into Van Shuyan. Everyone here is well aware of the Lenny family's strength. Should anyone dare to oppose us, I guarantee their end will be most miserable."
He swept his gaze across the room before adding with a smile, "However, the Lai family is willing to make a concession. I will settle for a 5% share of the profits."
The moment he finished speaking, Fu Van Tam's attitude became resolute. "That is impossible." The smile vanished from Lai Tam's face as he said coldly, "Then there is nothing left to discuss."
He turned his head to address the others. "Do you all share this sentiment?" Trang Nuok took the lead and replied, "Indeed, I do not agree either."
The rest of those present also expressed their dissent.
Lai Tam's bodyguard lunged forward again, pointing at Fu Van Tam and cursing, "Fu Van Tam, you truly do not know when you are being shown grace.
It seems you are courting death." Lai Tam raised a hand to halt his bodyguard, then, without another word, produced a gray jar, and turned to depart with his man. And so, only our group remained in the room.
Trang Nuok asked, puzzled, "What was his intention?"
Fu Van Tam was equally bewildered. Did he truly just leave like that? At that very moment, the gray jar suddenly erupted, spewing forth a massive cloud of black smoke. Hong Han-hu cried out in alarm, "Be careful!" Simultaneously, she summoned her contracted ghost to defend us. The bodyguards of the others reacted with haste, each summoning their own contracted spirits. Just as I prepared to charge forward, Hong Han-hu shielded me with her body and said, "You must protect Fu Van Tam. Leave this spirit to me." I was left with no choice but, as the black smoke dissipated, a demon wielding a massive black greatsword emerged. A third-rank spirit controller stated with a grim expression, "This is a terror-level demon." In the next instant, the terror-level demon appeared before the third-rank spirit controller and brought its black greatsword down in a brutal slash. The third-rank spirit controller reacted with remarkable speed, manifesting his spirit weapon to successfully parry the demon's assault. Yet before he could even exhale in relief, his body was cleaved in two at the waist. Everyone present could hardly believe the sight before them. The demon standing before them possessed 3 arms, and its third hand also gripped a black longsword.
Fu Wansan shouted in fury, "This Li San intends to slaughter us all."
Yet from the moment I laid eyes on this demon, I had been staring at it with greed. The name is Song Zan, terror level, and his spirit technique, Tai, allows the manifestation of a weapon for his own use. The form of the weapon depends entirely on the wielder's will. This spirit technique, it is truly something I covet. Seeing me stare at the demon without blinking, Hong Han-ju frowned and said to me, "You, take Fu Wansan and leave at once. I will hold this demon off." Having said that, Hong Han-shu and her contracted demon charged forward. I asked in confusion, "Why should we leave when the entire room has already descended into chaos?" I watched as all the bodyguards besieged the 3-armed demon, preparing to seize an opportunity to strike, but the situation looked increasingly dire. Hong Han-shu and the others appeared to be at a constant disadvantage. Very quickly, a danger-level contracted demon was sliced in half. The right arm of a third-rank spirit controller was severed by the demon. If not for Hong Han-shu, this terror-level demon would have decimated them all in a single strike. Hong Han-shu realized that if the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. Consequently, she decided to retreat. No sooner had she turned than she saw me and Fu Wansan standing motionless, and she asked with concern, "Why have you not left yet?" I replied helplessly, "Why must I leave? If I depart, who will capture this demon?" Hong Han-shu responded with a mocking tone, "Can you truly not see the situation? This demon is on the verge of advancing to nightmare level. We are no match for it, so why stay? Are you waiting for death?" I replied with complete seriousness. "Your words are inaccurate. You are no match for it. I, however, am a different matter." With that, I calmly summoned Shen Xi. The next second, a female demon appeared behind me, and every human and demon in the room ceased their movements. Hong Han-shu muttered in disbelief, "This pressure, this is nightmare level." Sensing that the situation had turned dire, the 3-armed demon turned to flee. In the very next instant, Shen Xi's arm pierced through the demon's chest, instantly stripping it of all ability to resist.
Shen Xi dragged the creature before me. I extended one hand, uttered the word suppress, and congratulated myself on obtaining a new ghost technique.
As another page of the ghost suppression art manifested, the severing slash, a terrifying level ghost technique capable of producing 40 nether coins daily, Hong Yang-su swallowed hard, realizing that such power was peerless. To slay a terror-level ghost in a single blow left Fu Wansan speechless. He kept repeating the thought over and over in his mind. Damnation. Absolute damnation. I only summoned him to fill the ranks. I never imagined he possessed such formidable strength.
Remaining expressionless, I turned to Hong Yang-shu and asked, "Am I impressive?"
Hong Yang-shu nodded honestly and replied, "Impressive." After which I retorted sharply, "Then tell me, Why did you try to stop me? If you hadn't intervened, I would have dispatched this demon long ago.
Hong Niangshu lowered her head, looking utterly aggrieved.
How was I to know you were a 5th grade ghost controller? At this moment, Zhuang Ruo stepped forward to express his gratitude. Little brother, thank you for saving my life. I simply walked out and remarked, do not be so quick to thank me.
Li San, along with Fu Xuansan and the others, wore grave expressions. Today, they had officially severed all ties with Li San.
The most pressing matter now was how to escape this place safely. Meanwhile, Li San was watching the house in silence. Hearing the sounds of combat within, he knew the wicked demon had begun its slaughter. That demon was vicious beyond measure. It could neither be subdued nor bound by a contract. Thus, he had employed a special method to imprison the entity within a jar. Releasing it today was merely a means to eradicate Fu Wansan and his party. Once finished, he intended to immediately enter the Yunchuan market and rapidly establish his foothold in the trade sector.
Li San had already plotted out how he would expand his influence and build his own faction. Just as he was lost in thought, the sounds of fighting inside the house suddenly ceased. Ling San assumed there were no survivors left inside, and began contemplating how to seal the demon away once more.
Is it going to be that troublesome?
Just then, the sound of rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed toward him.
Li San looked up, only to see Fu Wansan and the others emerging from the room. Unable to believe his eyes, Lina San rubbed them in disbelief. How could so many people have survived? Finally, his gaze settled on Hong Niangsu. Could it be that Hong Niangsu was the one who slew the wicked demon? He stared intently at Fu Wansan and remarked, Fu Wansan, it seems you have brought along quite an extraordinary bodyguard. Fu Wansan let out a cold snort. Li San, your heart is truly venomous. You intended to drive us all to our deaths, Li Tan said with a face full of malice. If you do not perish, how can I remain in Yunwei? Had you submitted to me, I would have spared your lives.
But you fools know not your place,
insisting on opposing me at every turn. Fu Wantan retorted with utter defiance. Submit to you and become your dog? Are you dreaming?
Zhuang Ruo, standing beside him, chimed in as well.
Lie, family. Though you are formidable, do not think you can act with impunity. Fu Wantan sneered with contempt. You are nothing more than an adopted son of the Li family. Stop hiding behind their name to intimidate us. The bodyguard behind Li Tan stepped forward, pointing at Fu Wantan. You cur? Are you seeking death? He then addressed Li Mantan. Young master, please rest. Leave these people to me. Li Tan nodded. Lan Tian, do not kill Fu Wantan. I wish to torture him until he slowly expires. Lan Tian licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Understood. Hong Hangshu took a step forward. But I placed my hand on her shoulder and said calmly, you need not intervene. Leave this one to me. Seeing me step forward, Lan Tian mocked me with utter disdain. Brat, are you in such a hurry to meet your end? He then summoned a male ghost before him and continued his taunts. Do you see this? This is a terror-level bound ghost. You could strive for an entire lifetime and never hope to obtain one. Do you understand? I responded with a cold, mocking laugh. You are boasting. His laughter grew even more exaggerated. So, you can finally see that I am boasting? I spoke indifferently. I truly do not possess a terror-level ghost. However, Shen Xi, emerge. As my words faded, a plume of crimson smoke instantly surged forth, and deep within the mist, a female spirit stood manifest. Lan Tian could hardly believe his eyes, gritting out the words from between his teeth. How could this be? Yet, he remained stubborn, sneering. You think you can threaten me with a terror-grade demon? I waved my hand and laughed. Who said I only have one terror-grade demon? Su Jing, come forth. And in that very moment, another terror-grade demon appeared beside Shen Xi.
Hong Niangsun stared in astonishment at the two terror-grade demons, muttering to himself, how can this fellow be so formidable?
Lan Tian was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground. Li San, standing nearby, felt a flicker of panic, but upon glancing up at the sun beyond the protective barrier, he quickly regained his composure. With a smirk that did not reach his eyes, he said, It is all a misunderstanding. Let us put today's events behind us. Leave now, for I shall remain right where I am.
Fu Wantan and the others nearby remained motionless as well.
Everyone had already shown their true colors.
To turn back now would only invite Li San's frantic retribution.
Observing this, a hint of sinister intent flickered across the corner of Li San's mouth.
He spoke slowly to Lan Tian. Withdraw the demon pact.
Lan Tian obediently retracted the demon pact. Lian San sneered at Mo Lin. Boy, do you truly believe that relying on two contracted demons makes you invincible? Today, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance.
Immediately thereafter, he pressed the remote control in his hand.
The black glass shield overhead retracted, and blinding light flooded in instantly.
Hong Niangsun's heart tightened in despair.
It is over, Fu Wantan whispered, his face deathly pale, sinking to the ground in terror. Zhuang Ruo's complexion turned equally ashen beside him. One must understand that demons fear the sun above all else. They cannot exist beneath its rays. Even a terror-grade demon would not survive a single minute under direct sunlight. Lan Tian laughed mockingly. Ha ha! Boy, your terror-grade demons are finished. Li San also jeered. I truly wish to see how arrogant you can be once your contracted demons are destroyed. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression soured as if he had swallowed bile. How is this possible? Why are your demons completely unaffected? This defies all logic. Lan Tian, too, refused to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. How could a specter not fear the sun? Fu Wantan shouted in agitation. It is fine, this is truly wonderful. Hong Hongsun was also astounded. To think that he is actually unharmed. Lan Tian roared at Li San. Young master, run! I replied with a cold laugh. My apologies, but no one is leaving this place. Just then, the first guard attempted to flee through the exit, only to be struck down suddenly by a mysterious surge of power. His body was severed at the waist, and his life was brought to an abrupt end. As Lan Tian prepared to speak, he suddenly felt a chill pierce his chest. He lowered his gaze, only to discover that at some unknown moment, a gaping hole had appeared in his chest. Having dealt with Lan Tian, Shen Xi walked directly toward Li San. Li San retreated continuously, while attempting to threaten me. I am of the Lim family. If you dare to harm me, you will undoubtedly invite the frenzied vengeance of the entire Li clan. Before he could finish his sentence, with a sickening thud, a hole appeared in Li San's chest as well. Wantan and the others fell into a dead silence. Li San was dead. They felt a flicker of joy, yet were simultaneously gripped by dread. After all, if the Li family learned of this, retaliation was inevitable. Seeing this, I expressed my dissatisfaction. Why is no one saying anything? As far as today's events are concerned, you are the protagonists. I am merely a bodyguard. Lin San is dead, and you all bear responsibility. Fu Wantan hurriedly nodded and replied, Yes, we all share the responsibility. We will handle the aftermath. Zhuang Ruo scrambled to agree. Yes, exactly. We all bear responsibility for this matter. Seeing how sensible they were, I offered words of comfort. You need not fear, nor should you panic. If the Lin Mo family truly dares to seek vengeance, I will simply hail a taxi and head home. The following morning, a Ferrari pulled up right in front of my house. Lin Ji waved at me as I stood in the doorway. Mo Lin, let us go. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the Wanhai Hotel. Lin Ji said excitedly, This is a high-end restaurant. The chef is of national banquet caliber. At that moment, a man suddenly approached to greet Lin Shi. He caught sight of me and laughed. Oh, you brought that new servant along? This man was Shi Fei of the Zilong Society. Lin Shi had clashed with him only a few days prior, so she ignored him and led me straight into the hotel. Upon seeing that the event was a buffet, Lin Ji muttered in disappointment. Did they not say there would be a state banquet chef? Shi Fei, standing behind her, interjected. The state banquet chef is upstairs. Lin Shi looked up, and indeed, saw a second floor. She then attempted to lead me toward the second floor. Witnessing Lin Shi's actions, Shi Fei sneered. You wish to ascend to the second floor? Lin Shi frowned and retorted. What business is that of yours? Shi Fei spoke again. I am merely offering you a kind reminder. You cannot reach the second floor. People like us are not permitted up there. We are restricted to the first floor, and we may even struggle to find a seat here today. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi hurriedly took out her phone to ask in their group chat, Is the status of our ghost-controlling society truly so low? We cannot even access the second floor? Seeing the confirmations on her screen, Lin Shi's expression stiffened. Xing Fei smiled and said to Lin Shi, Do you believe me now? Everyone here is an elite in the business world. People like us are only here to serve as security. Just as Shi Fei was speaking, I casually found a seat and sat down, intending to rest for a moment. Seeing this, Shi Fei said to Lin Shi, Keep your recruit in check. You cannot simply sit wherever you please here. Do you see those people? They all hold numbered slips. One must have a number to be entitled to a seat. Lin Shi looked up and, indeed, saw that everyone else was holding slips and searching for their seats. I spoke, slightly impatient. You talk too much. What is the harm in me sitting for a moment? Lin Shi followed suit. I also find you to be quite talkative. Xing Fei crossed his arms over his chest and let out a cold hum. Very well, I shall hold my tongue. Shortly after, he noticed a woman of remarkable poise walking toward Mo Lin. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, There is a good show to watch now. However, the next second, his expression froze as he saw the woman greet me with great enthusiasm. Brother Mo, you have arrived as well? It has been a long time, I replied with a smile. I came here accompanied by a friend. Shi Fei's expression became rigid. This recruit was actually acquainted with. At that very moment, an enthusiastic male voice rang out. Brother Mo, is that really you, Brother Mo? I turned my head to see Wang Bing running toward me with a look of pure delight. After steadying himself, Wang Bing struggled to suppress his excitement. It has been so long, little brother missed you dearly. The expression on Shi Fei's face, already unsightly,
became even more grotesque. How could the eldest young master of the Wang family be acquainted with this new recruit? He even referred to himself as his little brother. Meanwhile, I was busy introducing Lin Xi to Wang Bing. "This is my friend. Would it be possible for us to go to the second floor?" Wang Bing replied hurriedly. "Of course. Make yourself at home. There is absolutely no need to be formal." I spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "But I just heard that it seems the two of us are not permitted to go up," Wang Bing asked with a puzzled look. "Who told you that?" I turned to glance in the direction of Xi Fei. Wang Bing also cast a look at Xi Fei before saying, "He is not allowed on the second floor, but you certainly are. You two are simply not on the same level." Lin Xi could not help but chuckle at the sight. Xiao Fei had truly lost face, and the four of us proceeded to the second floor. As we walked, Lin Xi smiled and remarked, "This time we have really struck gold, getting to taste delicacies prepared by a national-level chef." After we found our seats, Qian Yun asked with great curiosity, "Brother Mo, have you been very busy lately?" I nodded and replied, "Recently, I have been busy hunting ghosts." Qian Yun then asked, "Is there anything on your mind? Is there anything I can do to assist you?" I suddenly recalled the promise I had made to the female ghost previously, so I opened my mouth and said, "I promised a female ghost that I would help her find clothing and footwear." Qian Yun's eyes brightened. "Could it be a pair of embroidered shoes and a silk robe?" Surprised, I asked, "How did you know?" Qian Yun smiled and said, "There is an auction tomorrow, and they have been advertising just that. Why don't I take you there tomorrow?" I nodded in agreement. Just then, Lin Xi suddenly stopped eating, and with a tense expression, she held her phone and said to me, "There is trouble. Zhao Fei and the others are being besieged by ghosts at Wanling Mountain, and several fellow ghost hunters have already perished. Word is that there are several malevolent spirits there. Yunling has already headed there. Shall we go?" I rubbed my chin and thought, was Wanling Mountain not the very place where I landed upon returning from the underworld? Besides, how could a matter involving the northern ghosts proceed without my presence? I stood up and replied, "Of course, I am coming." 20 minutes later, we arrived at the foot of Wanling Mountain. Upon seeing Lin Xi, Tang Fang stepped forward to greet her. "Lin Xi, you have arrived?" Lin Xi asked with visible concern. "Sister Tang, what is the situation like inside at the moment?" Tang Fang furrowed her brows tightly and replied, "The situation is dire. Over a dozen ghost tamers have already perished." Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter echoed from a distance. I turned around to see Yunling approaching, holding an umbrella. I felt a hint of envy. I must admit, her entrances are always incredibly ostentatious. Yunling asked Tang Fang, "Sister Tang, have all the reinforcements arrived?" Tang Fang replied hastily, "Everyone who could be mobilized is here, 32 ghost tamers in total." Yunling nodded and said, "Then let us proceed inside." However, we had barely traveled 100 meters when we discovered the corpse of a ghost tamer lying across the path. It appeared that death had claimed them only moments ago. Lin Xi's heart sank, and she hastily manifested her ghost energy to shield herself. I wished to venture deep into Wanling Mountain alone to assess the situation. Thus, I spoke to Lin Xi. "You all proceed ahead. I will head toward the east to investigate." Lin Xi nodded, signaling her understanding. I had not been walking for more than 2 minutes when I spotted a ghost hovering aimlessly in mid-air. This ghost quickly took notice of me. It lunged at me with its claws, but its movements were remarkably rigid, as if it were performing a choreographed action. I struck with my sword, instantly annihilating the entity. It seems someone has deliberately released these ghosts here. I continued to press forward. As I ventured deeper, the density of the ghost energy intensified. Before long, I reached the mountainside and discovered strange patterns carved into the surrounding trees. These bizarre markings were converging the ghost energy toward a single point. This is likely a ritual to cultivate a formidable demon. At that very moment, I suddenly heard the sound of rolling stones. I followed the noise and found a man huddled inside a shallow cave. Upon seeing me, the man started in surprise, his expression tense as he asked, "Are you a human?" I nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Fei clutched at the hope like a drowning man, scrambling up in agitation to say, "Brother, are you a member of the Ghost Taming Society?" I nodded once more and said, "That is correct. 32 of us from the Ghost Taming Society have arrived. Yunling and Lin Xi have both arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei said anxiously, "This is disastrous. We must warn them to flee immediately. There is a demon of terrifying strength here. Yunling and the others are absolutely no match for it." I replied with a grim tone, "It is already too late. They have all entered." As it turned out, Zhao Fei had intended to warn the group against entering, but his phone suddenly lost signal. He had just been pursued by that malevolent spirit, narrowly escaping with his life. After hearing his account, I asked, "Where is this powerful demon you speak of?" Zhao Fei pointed toward the east and said, "It is over there." I turned around,
intending to head in that direction.
Zhao Fei hurriedly grabbed Mo Lin's arm and asked,
"Do not go there. That demon is formidable. I consoled him, I know, but I have come specifically to exorcise it."
Seeing that I did not appear to be joking, Zhao Fei instinctively swallowed hard.
He thought to himself, "This fellow is either mentally unstable, or he truly possesses profound ability."
Tentatively, he asked,
"Then, would you require me to guide you?"
Elsewhere, Lin Xi had just struck down a common-level demon, immediately after which she warned Yunling.
"Sister Yunling, the number of demons here is increasing."
Yunling frowned and replied,
"I am aware."
She then shouted toward the others.
Everyone quickly gathered at the designated spot.
Back to back, the group formed a defensive perimeter around Yunling. Tang Feng knitted her brows and remarked, "The situation is dire. Why does it feel as though we are being surrounded by these spirits?"
Yunling realized it as well. These waves of demons were clearly intended to exhaust their stamina.
Consequently, she issued the order to retreat.
Lin Xi said in a heavy tone, "Yunling, we can no longer retreat."
Yunling gazed into the distance, only then discovering that the path down the mountain had been blocked by demons. They were now like fish on a chopping block, completely encircled by the demonic horde.
It was evident that someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Yunling shouted into the void, "Stop hiding! Show yourself!" However, no one responded to Yunling's challenge. Lin Xi glanced around suspiciously. "Yunling, are you perhaps being overly sensitive?" Yet no sooner had she finished speaking than her pupils gradually dilated. Upon a nearby boulder, an old Yunling's heart skipped a beat. She had only intended to call out, yet to her own surprise, she found herself blurting out a question. "Senior, are these demons raised by you?" The black-robed elder chuckled. "Indeed, they are my brood." Yunling realized in that moment that this entire situation had been orchestrated by the old man standing before her. With a cold expression, she demanded, "Senior, what was your intention in luring us here?"
The elder let out a thunderous laugh.
"Naturally, I intend for all of you to perish. My treasures require your life essence to flourish."
With a clap of his hands, the low-level demons surrounding them fell into a frenzy, launching a savage assault upon Yunling and the others.
As the demons surged forward relentlessly, even Yunling's contracted spirit began to falter, forcing her to retreat.
The contracted spirits of several second-tier spirit tamers were torn to shreds on the spot.
Yunling furrowed her brows. At this rate, everyone would surely perish here.
Sensing the moment was ripe, the black-robed elder drew a floral-scented pouch from his robes and whispered, "My precious, come forth." Instantly, an overwhelming pressure rippled through the air.
A female demon materialized, hovering amidst the void. Yunling and the others recoiled, their faces etched with terror.
The elder commanded, "My precious, slaughter them. These are the offerings I have prepared for you."
Without a moment's hesitation, the female demon lunged forward.
Yunling channeled her spirit energy to parry a single strike from the entity.
Yet the young man beside her was not as fortunate. The female demon seized him, twisted his head clean from his shoulders, and then used her hand as a conduit to siphon his life essence. In an instant, the man's body withered into a husk.
Without pause, the female demon turned her sights toward Lin Xi.
Just as she resigned herself to death, a dark silhouette stepped before her, intercepting the demon's lethal blow.
Lin Xi gasped in astonishment.
"Mo Lin!" I offered her a reassuring smile. "It is all right. Leave the rest to me." Lin Xi tugged at my robes, whispering, "This cold attempt at humor is not the least bit amusing. We are all about to perish. Please, do not speak in such a manner." Tang Feng muttered in despair, "They say our spirit tamer society has a 5th-tier tamer. If only they would arrive, we might have a glimmer of hope." Yunling took a deep breath. "Do not speak of that 5th-tier tamer again. For now, we must focus solely on how to survive." By this time, everyone present had steeled themselves for a final, desperate stand.
Yet, from start to finish, I remained transfixed upon that female demon.
My mouth began to water. And then, an unimaginable sight unfolded. The female demon suddenly turned and fled. Yunling and the others were left completely stunned. I was stunned. The prize was within my grasp, yet it had slipped away. How could this be? Without hesitation, I gave chase.
The old man in black robes stood dazed for a moment before reacting, frantically pursuing us.
This female specter was the culmination of his life's work. Under normal circumstances, she would never have fled. Yunling saw that the most terrifying specter had vanished, and the mastermind behind the layout had also departed, leaving only low-level spirits behind.
She immediately issued orders to the others. Driven by necessity, the group swiftly carved out a path of blood.
Everyone began to retreat along the route by which they had arrived. Lin Xi looked in the direction I had departed, and remarked, "Mo Lin seems to have gone after that malevolent specter."
Tang Feng grabbed Lin Xi's arm, saying, "Do not worry about him. We must leave at once."
Lin Xi hesitated for a moment, then wrenched her arm free from Tang Feng and ran in my direction. Tang Feng shouted in disbelief from behind, "Are you insane?"
Elsewhere, the female specter roared at me. "Why are you pursuing me?" I countered with a question of my own. "Why are you running?" The specter shrieked in a frenzy. "If you did not chase me, I would not be running." I ignored her and bellowed, "Shen Xi, emerge, now!" Shen Xi materialized and blocked the specter's path. The specter swung her razor-sharp claws to engage Shen Xi, but within a few breaths, she broke free and fled once more. I grew even more ecstatic as the specter's information manifested before me. Name: Bingyu, realm, terror level, ghost technique, infinite potential. Note: this ghost technique possesses no offensive capabilities, but it allows the wielder to grow without bound. I clicked my tongue. One must understand that every specter has its own inherent limits. For instance, Shen Xi, currently at the terror level, can at most evolve to the fatal level. Ascending beyond that realm would be exceedingly difficult. Yet this female specter before me was different. She possessed no limits to her growth. This meant that as long as she was provided with sufficient resources, she could evolve into an entity of immense power. I certainly could not let such a treasure slip through my fingers. The female specter streaked through the air, and I kept pace closely behind. Once I was within 5 meters, I drew a hairpin and hurled it with lethal intent toward her. The hairpin traced an arc through the air, and the next instant, it struck the specter squarely in the chest. The specter let out a piercing scream before losing all ability to resist. Just as I prepared to suppress the specter, a thunderous shout erupted from behind me. "Stop! What do you think you are doing?" I turned to look at the old man in black, speaking coldly. "Are you blind? I am capturing a specter." Seeing this, the old man produced a talisman and lunged toward me. Shen Xi hurriedly blocked my path. However, the moment they collided, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Shen Xi was instantly sent flying. The old man waved his talisman once more, and another aggressive bolt of lightning struck Shen Xi. In that instant, Shen Xi's form had faded significantly. I thought to myself, it seems the talisman in this old man's hand is no simple object. The robed old man rushed toward me in an instant, roaring, "Boy, if you do not wish to die, then get lost." I felt no fear. I drew my longsword, pointing it at the robed old man. The old man was no longer polite either. He roared, "Then go to your death." Immediately following, a bolt of lightning as thick as a human thigh struck toward me. I hastily unleashed the soul-dispersing ghost technique while using my longsword to parry. The moment the lightning struck my sword, my arm was numbed by the violent shock. This old man is the most formidable opponent I have encountered thus far, but I felt no fear, for I discovered that every time the robed old man used a talisman, the vitality within his body would diminish significantly. If this continues, even if I do not strike, he will eventually exhaust himself. A look of despair appeared on the robed old man's face as he muttered to himself, "The soul-dispersing ghost technique of the underworld. Boy, you truly have boundless good fortune. A mere mortal has actually learned the arts of an underworld emissary." The old man knew he was approaching death. He looked up to the heavens and questioned his fate. Could this truly be divine retribution? I found the old man's behavior to be deeply incomprehensible. What sort of trickery is this robed old man playing? Moments ago he was intent on killing me, and now he is standing there in a daze? At that moment, the old man suddenly knelt and pleaded, "Little brother, I beg you, do not kill that female ghost." I remained confused, unable to grasp the situation. We were locked in a life-or-death struggle just moments ago, and now he is attempting to appeal to the emotions of his enemy. What is he playing at? Even as he continues to beg, "I beg of you, do not kill that female ghost, I implore you." I glanced at the female ghost, then back at the robed old man, and realized they shared a striking resemblance. Could it be? Did the old man truly employ forbidden arts to raise his own daughter into a vengeful spirit? I found myself compelled to explain. "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing her. I merely wish to adopt her." Upon hearing the word, adopt, the old man in black robes exhaled a breath of relief. Before collapsing to the ground, his life force extinguished. I crouched down and retrieved the talisman from the old man's grasp. It was then that I realized the material of the talisman was not paper, but something woven from delicate, ethereal threads. Moments later, I discovered a yellowed, aged scroll tucked within his robes. I drew the paper forth and unfolded it, revealing detailed descriptions of the talisman, along with step-by-step instructions for mastering it. It was akin to a secret cultivation manual. Written upon it were the legacies of the Heavenly Master: the lightning talisman, the fire talisman, the Heavenly Master's ghost-slaying sword, the peachwood exorcism sword, the bronze mirror ghost-repelling sword, and various other techniques. It appears this old man was a descendant of the Heavenly Masters. It is truly unfathomable how a practitioner of such an esteemed lineage could fall so far as to commit murder to raise a ghost. A tragedy, indeed. I stowed away the talisman and the manual, then approached the female spirit, placing my hand upon her forehead. "Congratulations on successfully suppressing the target." At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from behind me. "Mo Lin,
Are you unharmed? I turned to find Ling Ji had followed me, and with a faint smile I replied, I am unharmed. Ling Ji looked at me with an expression of utter disbelief, asking, that was a nightmare-level ghost. How did you manage to resolve this? I offered no detailed explanation. Instead, I began walking down the mountain, saying, it is truly over now. Let us descend quickly. This place is unnervingly cold. We should not linger lest we fall ill. Upon returning to the villa, I withdrew the manual to focus intently on the description of the lightning talisman, to channel the chi of heaven and earth, and to command the lightning itself. But what exactly is this chi of heaven and earth? I possess no shortage of ghostly chi, but it seems I must find an opportunity to visit the Temple of Purification, to inquire further. Just then, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. I opened it to find Feng Mingwu standing there with a mischievous grin. It is so late. Why are you not yet asleep? I asked, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. I questioned him directly. Speak. What is it you seek? Feng Mingwu entered and handed me a stack of underworld currency. He said, did you not previously state that if I provided you with 10,000 in underworld currency, you would help me elevate the cultivation realm of my contracted spirit? I nodded, accepted the 10,000 pieces of currency, and gestured to Feng Mingwu. Summon it. As the words left my lips, a ghostly shadow manifested before Feng Mingwu. Feng Mingwu gasped in astonishment. His contracted ghost had been summoned by nothing more than a single word from another. I then produced 3,000 Underworld Coins, allowing them to dissolve into a thick, concentrated ghostly aura before channeling this energy directly into the body of the contracted ghost before me. The very next moment, the aura of the contracted ghost began to steadily intensify, and the color of its form grew deeper and more vivid, rapidly transcending from the danger level to the calamity level. Seeing this, Feng Mingwu was overwhelmed with joy. Father, thank you so much. How did you achieve such a feat? This defies all logic. I laughed and replied, the ultimate destination of logic is mysticism. This is the path of the arcane, something beyond your understanding. As I spoke, I tucked the remaining 7,000 underworld coins into my pocket. Feng Mingwu looked visibly envious, remarking that making 7,000 from an investment of 10,000 was a truly exorbitant profit. I paid no heed to his petty grumbling and handed him the thundering talisman, asking, do you recognize this? Feng Mingwu took the thunder talisman to examine it, and his expression shifted instantly. Did you kill the celestial thundermaster? Before I could answer, he hastily shoved the talisman back into my hands. Forget it, I want no part of this. Keep this thundering talisman hidden. I shall pretend I never saw it. I asked, full of curiosity. Does this item have a significant history? Feng Mingwu cautioned me. It is not merely significant. Its origins are monumental. Have you never heard of the Celestial Thunder Mansion? I shook my head and replied honestly, I have not. Feng Mingwu let out a sigh and explained. 3 years ago, the Celestial Thundermaster fell gravely ill and prepared to pass the Thunder Mansion down to his daughter. Unexpectedly, a tragedy occurred along the way. An assassin murdered the Celestial Thundermaster and seized the Thunder Mansion. At the time, this incident caused a tremendous upheaval. Members of the Second Mansion, the 3 halls, and the 5 academies of the Celestial Master's Prefecture were all mobilized to search for the Thunder Mansion, but in the end, no one could track it down, and the matter eventually faded into obscurity. Immediately after, Feng Mingwu spoke with grave solemnity. You must never bring this object out again. When the Thunder Talisman appears, chaos and suffering follow. I took hold of the thundering talisman and examined it with care, whispering to myself, to think that such a treasure has fallen into my hands. My luck is truly exceptional. At this very moment, my phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Liu Feng's trembling voice came through. Brother Mo, I must trouble you to come to the Wanhai Plaza. I asked with great curiosity. What has happened to you? However, from the other end, the voice of a strange man boomed out. Are you finished speaking yet? The call was then abruptly disconnected. I looked at Feng Mingwu and asked, has your uncle offended anyone recently? Feng Mingwu pondered for a moment before replying, if I had to name someone he offended, it would be the matter regarding the killing of Zhao Tian last time. I asked no further questions. I walked out directly and started the car. Feng Mingwu followed behind me, asking, is my uncle in trouble? I opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and said to Feng Mingwu, indeed, we must leave at once. Meanwhile, over at Wanhai Plaza, Liu Feng knelt on the ground, his body covered in wounds. A man dressed in black stepped heavily onto Liu Feng's head and issued a threat. Liu Feng, if that brat does not show up, I will kill you today. Liu Feng neither resisted nor begged for mercy, allowing the man to torment him as he pleased. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside the plaza. After Feng Mingwu and I stepped out of the vehicle, the man in black cast a glance toward us and began to spew insults. You cur, get over here at once. I glanced at the battered Liu Feng and asked the man in black, to summon me here, you must at least provide a reason. The man in black spoke with a cold, mocking tone. You murdered my cousin. Zhu Tian. I am here today to seek retribution. He then added, with a sneer, of course, if you kneel and beg for my mercy, perhaps in my joy, I will only break one of your legs and let you live like a dog. I swept my gaze across the surroundings and discovered 9 Tier 2 ghost controllers and 3 Tier 3 ghost controllers. This formation was truly weak. Thus, I spoke calmly. I offer you 2 choices, either death or release the captive. The man in black felt as though he had just heard a hilarious joke and asked his subordinates, "Did you hear what this fellow said? Did you all hear that? He actually dares to claim he will kill us." One of his lack, ha ha ha. Brother Tao, you heard that correctly. He actually claimed he wants to kill us. Another man jeered in mockery. To think a mere dog would dare to be this arrogant. Could it be that he is just a rabid dog? My eyes narrowed slightly, and I drew the longsword from my waist. Yuan Tao and the others saw this, and did not hesitate, surrounding me with more than a dozen men. Their contract ghosts stared at me with predatory intent. I let out a cold snort. If you do not wish to have your souls scattered, then be gone. And the very next moment, an endless wave of ghostly energy erupted from me, spreading in all directions. The dense, ghostly aura instantly shrouded the entire plaza. At that moment, every contract ghost was seized by terror. Yuan Tao commanded his contract ghost to kill me, but the entity seemed deaf to his orders, remaining completely motionless. Suspecting his ghost had failed to hear him, Yuan Tao shouted the command to strike once more. This time, not only did his contract ghost refuse to attack, it sought to terminate the bond entirely. Yuan Tao was left in complete bewilderment, knowing well that dissolving a contract exacts a heavy price. Then, a sight even more astonishing to Yuan Tao unfolded. His contract ghost knelt directly before Mo Lin. The contract ghosts of the dozen other men simultaneously initiated a unilateral dissolution of their bonds. The men shrieked in desperation, "My contract ghost! Why are you breaking the contract? I was willing to use Underworld Coins to sustain you. Why would you dissolve our bond?" Feng Mingwu stood nearby, eyes wide with shock. With but a single action, Mo Lin had forced over a dozen contract ghosts to renounce their masters. This was truly inconceivable. I looked down at the cowering ghosts and asked, "Are any of you willing to follow me?" The moment the words left my lips, the dozen ghosts scrambled over one another to respond. "My lord, I am willing to serve you. My lord, I await your command. My lord, I am also willing to follow you." Feng Mingwu found the scene difficult to watch. These ghosts were being utterly sycophantic. I extended my hand, revealing my ring. In the following instant, all dozen ghosts vanished, pulled into the depths of the ring. Then, I turned toward Yuan Tao. Just as he began to stammer an apology, I struck him with a palm, sending him crashing to the ground. The remaining men, overcome with terror, immediately knelt. I could not be bothered with their pleas for mercy, and walked over to Liu Feng to comfort him. "I will settle today's affairs once and for all." Liu Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I am truly grateful." Just then, a young man slowly approached and spoke. "Brother, please show mercy to Liu Qing." Yuan Kao, as if catching a lifeline, rushed toward the young man. "Brother Lin, save me. Please save me." Lin Kai signaled for Yuan Kao to be silent. He then looked at me and said, "You have already beaten him, and Yuan Kaihio has already apologized to you. Why not let this matter end here?" I frowned at the man before me, a deep sense of displeasure rising in my heart. What does he mean by the matter is settled? A moment ago, Yuan Kao harbored the intent to kill. Had I not been the stronger of us, neither Liu Feng nor I would have seen the sun rise tomorrow. Therefore, I replied coldly, "If you kneel in his stead to apologize to us and slap yourself 10 times, I might consider sparing him." Lin Kai was instantly enraged, pointing a finger at me as he shouted, "Do not go too far." I let out a cold laugh. "Oh? So you become angry when asked to kneel and apologize? Then on what basis do you think a single word from you is enough to make me release him? Do you truly believe you are in a position to dictate terms?" Lin Kai was so furious his face turned red. "You little brat, you truly do not know what is good for you." But before he could finish, he felt a chilling aura at his throat. He felt as if a ghostly hand were crushing his windpipe. Lin Kai was gripped by pure terror and stammered an apology. "My apologies. I will leave at once." I then spoke up. "Shen Xi, let him go." Shen Xi, being obedient, released her grip. Lin Kai dared not say another word. He turned and fled, feeling fortunate as he ran. It was lucky that I apologized quickly. Otherwise, I certainly would have died. The spirit that grasped my throat is undoubtedly a nightmare-rank specter. Yuan Kao watched Lin Kai's retreating figure vanish, and fell into absolute despair. I commanded Shen Xi to strike. Just then, an aged voice suddenly echoed through the air. "Little brother, slaughtering someone in such a public place is perhaps not the most auspicious path." I turned around, utterly speechless. Why must there always be someone meddling in affairs that do not concern them? I saw an old man with hair as white as frost standing not far away, and I asked impatiently, "Who are you?" The old man smiled and introduced himself. This old man is known as Kun Xuan, though some call me the Fire Talisman Master. A flicker of hope returned to Yuan Kakeo's desperate face, as he hurriedly begged the old heavenly master to save his life.
Feng Mingwu furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself that matters had become complicated now that the Fire Talisman Master had arrived.
Seeing my refusal to yield, Quan Xuan attempted to persuade me. Young brother, your killing intent is too heavy. Killing will not necessarily solve the problem, I replied coldly. My apologies, but today, only bloodshed will resolve this matter. You are advanced in years. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Kun Xuan persisted. Father, why are the youths of today so hot-headed? Do you not realize that murder only invites karmic retribution? My patience finally reached its breaking point. You senile old fool. You talk too much. When Yuan Kao sought to take my life earlier, not a single soul stepped forward to speak a word of reason. Yet now that I intend to kill him, everyone suddenly emerges from the woodwork. I then declared, if you truly wish to save him. Before the last syllable faded, Shen Xi, Su Jing, Hong Ye, and Bing Yu, 4 nightmare-level specters, manifested simultaneously, surrounding the area. Instinctively, Kun Xuan produced a crimson paper talisman and remarked with forced composure,
Young brother, you possess remarkable means to command 4 nightmare-level specters.
Quan Xuan hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. Youth is indeed a powerful force. You are full of vigor. This old man will no longer concern himself with your affairs. I am departing.
Just like that, Yuan Cario's final glimmer of hope was utterly extinguished.
I did not rush to strike, but instead scanned the surroundings and asked, is there anyone else who wishes to stand in my way?
I pondered to myself, wanting to see if anyone else dared to intervene and face the consequences of my wrath. After waiting a brief moment and confirming that no one else dared to step forward, I signaled to Shen Xi.
Understanding my intent, Shen Xi immediately appeared before Yuan Kao and struck him down, piercing his heart in a single movement.
Yuan Kao's sworn brothers, seeing him perish, abandoned all pretense of loyalty and fled for their own lives.
Feng Mingwu asked in astonishment, how did you acquire 2 more nightmare-level contracted spirits?
This defies all logic.
I smiled and replied, your perspective is too narrow. I have told you many times, the ultimate destination of science is the metaphysical.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kun Xuan sat upon a sofa and questioned a young man.
Have you located the Thunder Talisman? The man replied with a solemn expression. We have discovered Bing Yanfei's remains at Wanling Mountain, but the Thunder Talisman was nowhere to be found.
Kun Xuan ordered the man, suspecting the Thunder Talisman had been taken.
It seems the Thunder Talisman is within Yunchuan City. Go and investigate who was responsible for the death of Bing Yanfei. At that same moment, in a distant hotel, a woman clad in black stood before the window, her gaze fixed on the distance with a mournful expression.
She had come to Yunchuan City for one purpose, to reclaim the Thunder Talisman that rightfully belonged to her.
Just then, a man entered and bowed respectfully. Young Miss Guess, the woman turned back and demanded, the body of Bing Yanfei is there. How could he have faked his death? The man answered truthfully, I have confirmed it multiple times. He is truly dead.
The woman, struggling to accept this, muttered to herself,
how could he possibly be dead?
He carried the vengeance of a murdered wife and child.
How could he simply perish? He seized the lightning talisman from the Zhuge clan and hid for so many years. Was it not to exact his revenge? How could he die so easily?
Shortly after, the woman raised her head and asked, how did he die?
The man replied, he used the sand lightning talisman, which caused his meridians to suffer severe damage, and he died from the exhaustion of his life force. Yet before his end, he must have encountered a formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately ordered, go and investigate who this person is. Then, the middle-aged man spoke up.
Since the disciple of the Fire Talisman Heavenly Master favors these 2 ghost artifacts, I shall gift them to you.
Shan Tian laughed. Then I thank you. After the auction concludes, I will invite you for tea.
Seeing this, I rose hurriedly to challenge them.
I have already purchased these 2 ghost artifacts. What right do you have to gift them to him? The middle-aged man retorted. Simply by virtue of being the auction manager, I possess that right.
Furthermore, we have not yet accepted your currency.
Shan Tian interjected. Brother, my apologies, but you will not be able to purchase these 2 ghost artifacts. This is the importance of connections. Do you understand? I clenched my fists tightly. This man truly knew how to provoke one's disgust. At that very moment, a questioning voice rang out. What is going on here? I looked toward the source of the sound and saw Fu Wantan asking impatiently, who is causing trouble here? Zhao San hurriedly pointed at me. He is the one causing trouble. I will have someone throw him out immediately.
Fu Wantan was just about to flare up, but the moment he saw me, he struck Zhao San across the face.
Who gave you the authority to throw anyone out? Immediately following that, he greeted me with great enthusiasm. Brother Mo, why did you not inform me beforehand that you were coming?
Qian Yun stood to the side, observing Fu Wantan, then Mo Lin, and finally glancing at the arrogant Shan Tian in the distance. Things are about to become interesting. Shortly after, she heard Fu Wantan ask, "Brother Mo, what seems to be the trouble?" And so, I recounted the events in their entirety to Fu Wantan. Fu Wantan's face turned green with rage as he glared at Zhao San. "Zhao San, your boldness knows no bounds." Zhao San's face drained of color as he scrambled to explain, "Young master, I was unaware this person was your associate." Fu Wantan replied coldly, "Whether he is my associate or not is irrelevant. You were never permitted to breach the auction house's regulations." Zhao San argued stubbornly. "That man is the disciple of the fire talisman master. I only wish to curry favor with him." Fu Wantan stated flatly, "You are dismissed." Zhao San stood in a daze, attempting to plead his case. Ignoring him, Fu Wantan walked directly toward Shan Tian and said with a smile, "My apologies, but these 2 ghost artifacts cannot be gifted to you." Shan Tian demanded an explanation, his dissatisfaction evident. "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to go back on your word?" Fu Wantan chuckled. "According to the auction rules, those 2 ghost artifacts now belong to my friend." Shan Tian retorted. "To offend me is to offend my master." Fu Wantan replied. "Rules are rules. Even if the fire talisman master himself were to arrive, I would show no favor." Enraged, Shan Tian turned and departed, having suffered a complete loss of face today. Subsequently, Fu Wantan had his men package the 2 ghost artifacts and deliver them to me. Then, Fu Wantan drew me aside and whispered, "Brother Mo, 2 groups from the Li family have already arrived to investigate the disappearance of Li San, both of which I have managed to suppress, though I fear I cannot hold them back for long." I nodded and replied, "Do not worry. As long as the Lian family does not pursue this to the bitter end, there is little cause for alarm. Should they insist on escalating this, it may be troublesome, but I am capable of handling it." Wantan nodded. "Understood. If there is any movement from the Lin family, I will notify you immediately." After leaving the auction house, I headed straight for the mountain where Yunx resided. Yet upon my arrival, I discovered many people milling about the mountain, wondering aloud why such a desolate, god-forsaken place had become so lively. When I heard a man behind me offer a warning, "Brother, there is a dangerous, malevolent spirit dwelling here. Unless you have urgent business, you should depart at once." I nodded and asked in return, "Then why are you all gathered here?" The man replied solemnly, "To exorcise the spirit, naturally." Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over me, and I rushed up the mountain. The men behind me were stunned. Having been warned of the danger, why would I still run toward the peak? Meanwhile, I quickly spotted a woman dressed in black leading a group of individuals as they inscribed various symbols upon the surrounding trees. The moment I appeared, the woman noticed me and warned me with a stern expression, "Brother, this place is perilous. You must leave immediately." I looked at the woman and asked, "This demon is formidable. You are no match for it. I advise you, it would be best to—" The woman, clad in black, did not heed my words. Zhuge Mingyu let out a cold laugh. "HMPH. There has yet to be a demon I could not handle." Having spoken, she turned away to continue her tasks. As night fell, a dense, unnatural mist began to shroud the surroundings. Zhuge Mingyu soon sensed that something was amiss, and immediately called out, "Everyone, prepare yourselves! The demon is emerging!" The words had barely left her lips when a demonic shadow gradually manifested. 4 men suddenly soared into the air, wielding a net woven of crimson rope, attempting to ensnare the female demon. A crackling sound echoed as black smoke erupted continuously from the demon's body. At the same time, another man cast a handful of incense ash toward the creature. With a flicker of movement, the female demon dodged the attack effortlessly. Immediately after, she raised her hand and unleashed a torrent of dark energy, tearing a gaping hole through the crimson net. Seizing the opportunity, the female demon lunged outward. It was at this moment that Zhuge Mingyu realized this entity was of the nightmare grade. Panicked, she shouted, "Everyone, scatter!" But her warning came too late. With a sickening thud, the demon's hand pierced straight through a man's chest. The others recoiled in terror. Just then, the talismans they had prepared earlier suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light. The female demon, repelled by the radiance, was unable to advance any further. Likewise, Zhuge Mingyu and her companions dared not step within the golden barrier. Unwilling to yield, the demon unleashed a barrage of dark energy blades, hammering against the golden light. As the golden light began to flicker and wane, a young man turned to Zhuge Mingyu. "Senior sister, what are we to do now?" With a solemn expression, Zhuge Mingyu commanded, "All of you must leave." "I will." The young man attempted to protest. Zhuge Mingyu cut him off sharply, ordering them to retreat immediately. The young man hesitated no longer, leading his fellow disciples away from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhuge Mingyu drew a cyan-colored talisman from her storage pouch. At that very instant, with a sharp crack, the demon shattered the defensive formation and charged directly
at Zhuge Mingyu. Simultaneously, arcs of cyan lightning began to crackle around Zhuge Mingyu. Without hesitation, she surged forward to meet the demon head-on. In the following moment, the human and the demon locked in a fierce, life-or-death confrontation. Every lethal strike from the demon was effortlessly deflected by the dancing arc. However, every time she struck, the lightning talisman in her hand grew increasingly faint. It was clear that this lightning talisman could not hold out much longer. Seeing that she could not overcome the entity, Zhuge Mingyu formed a hand seal, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the female ghost directly. The female ghost was driven back more than a meter. Zhuge Mingyu seized the opportunity, preparing to retreat, but as she turned, she saw me walking toward the female ghost, completely disregarding my own life. Thus, she hurriedly cried out, "Hurry and leave! Are you courting death?" I ignored her and produced the embroidered shoes and the robe. Immediately afterward, I spoke to the female ghost, who was hovering in the air. To the sheer astonishment of Zhuge Mingyu, the female ghost obeyed and descended to land before me. Zhuge Mingyu muttered, "How utterly two-faced." I observed the female ghost from head to toe and remarked with relief, "Fortunately, you are not injured." Soon after, I took the embroidered shoes and the robe to dress the female ghost. After putting on the clothes, the female ghost underwent a drastic transformation. Her decaying face began to heal rapidly, and she even grew somewhat beautiful, while her aura became significantly more potent. I reached out to stroke the female ghost's head, commending her by saying, "Not bad at all." Zhuge Mingyu stood by, completely at a loss for words. This thing was a nightmare-level ghost. Did I think it was a pet dog? Shortly after, I shone this ghost into my spirit-suppressing tome. Name: Yujing. Level: Nightmare rank. Skill: / condenses ghostly energy to unleash a critical strike. The damage scales with the user's own strength. Daily production: 80 Underworld Coins. Zhuge Mingyu watched the ghost vanish and asked in shock, "Have you truly subjugated that ghost?" I nodded and prepared to leave. Unwilling to let it go, Zhuge Mingyu pursued the questioning. "Why did that female ghost not harm you? And why was she willing to submit to you?" I looked at Zhuge Mingyu with resignation before replying, "If I told you she was conquered by my personal charisma, would you believe me?" Seeing that I was being dismissive, Zhuge Mingyu introduced herself to get acquainted. "My name is Zhuge Mingyu, senior sister of the Celestial Master Mansion's Thunder Palace." I gave a cold nod. "I understand. Is there anything else?" "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Zhuge Mingyu asked suspiciously, "You seem to hold little favor for me." While I sighed inwardly, "The Thunder Talisman of your sect is still in my possession. I feared you would demand its return." Seeing my silence, Zhuge Mingyu pressed the matter. "Can you tell me why the spirit just now did not attack you?" I countered by asking Zhuge Mingyu, "In that case, can you teach me how to use the Thunder Talisman?" Zhuge Mingyu responded with absolute certainty, "If you tell me the reason why, I shall teach you." I reacted immediately. "That trade hardly seems worth the value, does it?" Zhuge Mingyu smiled as she explained, "In truth, it is merely a common introductory cultivation technique. It is called the Qi manipulation method. There is nothing particularly special about it. The Jingxi Hall possesses it as well. They refer to it as the Qi guiding scripture. The essence remains the same. They are simply different terms for the same principle. Any practitioner of the Tao is generally familiar with this type of technique." Hearing this, my eyes lit up. If I were to master the Qi manipulation method, would that not mean I could finally wield the Thunder Talisman? Noticing my wandering mind, Zhuge Mingyu reminded me, "Can you speak now?" I gathered my thoughts and replied, "It is nothing. The spirit was simply afraid of me." Zhuge Mingyu asked, unconvinced. "It is as simple as that?" I answered with complete sincerity. "It is truly that simple." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Mingyu could not help but study me with renewed scrutiny. If even a nightmare-grade spirit fears this man, does that not imply he is even more formidable than such a creature? Following this, Zhuge Mingyu and I exchanged our methods of contact. She transmitted the Qi manipulation method to me. What I found novel was that it did not merely consist of text, but included video tutorials to accompany the lesson. Just as I was becoming engrossed in the study, Zhuge Mingyu suddenly spun around and drew a fake Thunder Talisman, as if bracing to face a formidable foe. I looked up and immediately saw the Yin messenger, Li Shu, descending toward us. She bowed respectfully and reported, "My lord, I have completed the investigation. The one who captured me previously will arrive at Jingxi Hall tomorrow." Beside me, Zhuge Mingyu was momentarily stunned. The title, "My lord," uttered by a Yin messenger, caused her mind to reel. For a Yin messenger to address a living mortal as "My lord," what on earth was transpiring here? I pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you know the identity of the adversary?" Li Shu replied respectfully. The opposition consisted of two great demons from the ghost realm, accompanied by a group from the Ziwu mansion. This Ziwu mansion is the faction of the Ghost Crones. These Ghost Crones previously belonged to our Yin Du. They were the representatives of the underworld in the human realm, Zhuge Mingyu added from the side.
Before the ghosts arrived in the human realm, the Ghost Crones were merely individuals who facilitated communication with spirits. After the Ghost realm descended, the Ghost Crones used soul-calling arts to summon powerful ghosts from the underworld.
Eventually, they evolved into a formidable faction. Ling Shu continued. Previously, the Ghost Crones tracked my location and joined forces with the Ghost Realm's minions to capture me. Only then did I understand why those demons from the Ghost Realm were always able to track down the Yin envoys. I replied coldly. Let us go. We are heading to the Ziwu mansion. Zhuge Mingyu, seeing this, urged me to reconsider, noting that the mistress of Ziwu mansion keeps countless lesser demons and possesses 2 nightmare-level malicious spirits that are incredibly dangerous. I let out a cold laugh. How coincidental. I fear many things, but ghosts are not among them. In the blink of an eye, I donned the vestments of the Yin Directorate. Zhuge Mingyu watched in utter disbelief. The Yin Directorate. Any female ghost would tremble at the mere sight of him. Half an hour later, the 3 of us arrived before the main gates of the Ziwu mansion. As soon as we came to a halt, the wind chimes hanging at the entrance began to ring frantically. Moments later, the great doors creaked open to reveal a young girl peeking out. But the moment she caught sight of me, she recoiled in haste. The 3 of us stepped into the courtyard, immediately feeling a frigid wave of malevolent energy wash over us. As I entered the inner chamber, I saw an old woman holding 3 sticks of incense, standing before an altar. At the time when the Ghost Realm invaded the Blue Planet, people like us, who often communicate with the underworld, were the easiest targets for possession. To protect ourselves, many Ghost Crones, like myself, chose to commune with the demons of the Ghost Realm, while others chose to cooperate with the faction from the Bridge of Helplessness. After speaking, the old woman prepared to light 3 more sticks of incense. Seeing this, I grew impatient and said, Stop lighting them. You know I am living. What effect could your ghost incense possibly have on me? As she continued to light the incense, the old woman suddenly stiffened. Her petty trick had been exposed, and the atmosphere turned stiflingly awkward. I pondered for a moment before saying, Very well, use your methods to communicate. The old woman nodded, and retrieved a bundle of red incense to offer to the statue of the King of Hell. Her lips moved in a low, unintelligible murmur. Soon after, the smoke from the incense began to drift into the statue of the King of Hell. By all accounts, the underworld should have answered her summons. So why was there no response? The only explanation was that someone within the underworld was interfering. Thus, I spoke up. That is enough. There is no need for further pretense. I understand the situation now. The old woman rose and told me that the formidable spirit from the Ghost Realm had arrived, and that we would surely encounter each other soon. She then lowered her head to look at her granddaughter before looking up at me once more. The fault is mine, and I am willing to bear the consequences, she began. But she is my only granddaughter. I beg you to show mercy and spare her. I did not agree immediately, but instead laid out my own condition. I can spare your granddaughter, but you must help me deal with the ghosts. The old woman hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the 2 nightmare-level ghosts behind her. I, too, turned my gaze toward those 2 entities. It seemed these 2 had been dispatched by the Ghost Realm specifically to monitor this old woman. I spoke with resolve. You need not fear these 2. In an instant I moved, gripping the head of one ghost firmly in my hand. The remaining ghost turned to flee. I flicked my wrist, and an iron chain shot forth, instantly binding the creature. I then sealed both ghosts within the Ghost Suppression Tome. Name, Rong Feng. Rank, Nightmare Level. Ability, Memory Projection, capable of manifesting a clone. Underworld Currency Generation, 80 per day. Name, Gan Liangjun. Rank, Nightmare Level. Ability, Soul Absorption. Underworld Currency Generation, 80 per day. Immediately, the Ghost Suppression Tome flipped to the first page of its own accord, displaying a message. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Your underworld currency income has increased tenfold. I was overjoyed, nearly laughing aloud. This was truly a heaven-sent windfall. I now possessed 10 nightmare-level ghosts. My daily income had reached 800 underworld currency. In 10 days, that would be 8,000 underworld currency. In 1 month, 240,000 underworld currency. Heavens! In just over a decade, would my personal fortune not exceed the total wealth of the entire underworld? Seeing me smiling foolishly, the old woman stammered, You aren't. I hurriedly withdrew my smile. I am fine. Very well. I shall now give you a chance to choose. Will you follow the Ghost Realm, or will you choose to follow me? The old woman sighed and replied, Do I even have a choice? Upon hearing this, I snapped my fingers, and over a dozen ghosts emerged from my ring. I then told the old woman that these spirits were now hers. Should I ever require her assistance in the future, I would send word to her. Having finalized these matters, I led Zhuge Mingyu away. As we parted ways, Zhuge Mingyu asked in confusion, Are you not afraid that the old woman might stab you in the back? I smiled and said, intelligent people rarely commit such foolish acts. After which I returned and immediately began studying the Qi manipulation technique. This cultivation manual teaches one how to sense primordial Qi, and it took me a full 5 hours to finally perceive its existence. Next, I proceeded to learn how to utilize the Thunder Talisman. The first stage is the Thunder Summoning technique. The second stage is Thunder Control, which involves shrouding one's entire body in lightning to repel enemy attacks. The third stage is to perform both Thunder Summoning and Thunder Control simultaneously. Once I understood the principles, I began attempting to use my Qi to activate the Thunder Talisman. In the next moment, the talisman danced in my hand like a living thing. I could clearly feel that there was a surge of power within it, ready to be unleashed at any moment. I targeted a porcelain vase and struck. With a sharp crack, the vase before me was shattered to pieces by the lightning. Just then, a loud shout erupted from outside the main gate. "Open the door! Open the door at once!" I opened it to investigate. I was completely stunned. Seeing that I remained silent, the young woman at the gate raised her hand. The next instant, a crimson flame flickered in her palm as she spoke. "Do you believe I would burn your house to the ground?" I was so startled that my tongue became tied. I, the beautiful woman demanded. "Do you still remember me?" I stammered. "Remember? Of course I remember." It turned out this woman was Kui Xing, a member of the Nahei Bridge faction and a disciple of the judge who presided over the Red Lotus karmic fire. Because she was a living being, she only spent 7 days a month in the underworld. At that time, I was merely a low-level yin messenger. We had simply crossed paths. Xing was wandering about, and I had been unaware that she was still among the living. Furthermore, the ghosts of the underworld are all dreadfully hideous. Suddenly, my eyes lit up at the sight of such a beautiful woman. Thus, I captured her, and held her in servitude for several days. Yet I did nothing but gaze upon her. Afterward, I released her. When I encountered Kui Xingyue again, she had already mastered the Crimson Lotus karmic fire. Fearing her retaliation, I fled. With a cold gaze, Kui Xingyue looked at me and said, "I never expected you to be among the living." I retorted, "I never expected you to be among the living either." Kui Xingyue let out a cold laugh. "Ma Lin, you bore this name in the underworld. I never imagined you would use the same name in the world of the living. Otherwise, I would have had no idea you had arrived in the world of the living." Suddenly, as if recalling something, her expression darkened. In an instant, that crimson flame surged, rising another meter higher. Terrified, I retreated. You stay back. It is broad daylight. What are you trying to do?" I then took out my phone. "Do you believe I will record a video and post it online? I will tell everyone you are bullying an innocent person." Seeing this, Kui Xingyue halted her advance. I hurriedly asked, "What is your purpose in coming here to find me?" Kui Xingyue scoffed. "Naturally, it is to seek retribution." I sighed, telling Kui Xingyue that it did not have to go that far. At the time, I had mistaken you for a ghost, and within Kui Xingyue's eyes, a frigid, piercing light grew ever more intense. "If you are not afraid of death, then keep speaking," I muttered under my breath. Who would have thought a living person would perform an out-of-body soul projection to descend into the underworld? Such a bizarre behavior. Kui Xingyue waved her hand, and a crimson flame shot forth. I dodged hastily with a sharp sound. The flame erupted from the ground, rising over a meter high. "Kui Xingyue, the past is behind us. Shouldn't we look toward the future instead?" Kui Xingyue narrowed her eyes. Instead of calming down, her fury only intensified. Mo Lin had defiled her soul, yet he had the audacity to dismiss it as a matter of the past. Is he joking? Thinking of this, Kui Xingyue became even more enraged. "I think you should move to another house." Having said that, a flame descended upon my villa. Moments later, the entire building was engulfed in a violent blaze. I watched the scene unfold, speechless. This was my new home, after all. Kui Xingyue shot me a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. I stood there, utterly bewildered. Is she truly insane? Traveling all this way just to commit arson? I looked at the burning structure with a sense of helplessness. This is karmic fire. I dare not touch it. The house is as good as gone. How truly unfortunate. It seems I will have to stay at a hotel tonight. Early the next morning, I arrived at Jingzi Hall. As soon as I entered, I saw the disciples packing their belongings, appearing as if they were preparing to relocate. At that moment, Qingyun spotted me and asked in surprise, "Brother Mo, why have you arrived so early?" I let out a yawn. "It is nothing. By the way, is Jingzi Hall planning to relocate?" Qingyun looked at me with a helpless expression and said, "If we do not pack our things now, there might be nothing left by tonight." Just as I was about to respond, Li Hui, the Taoist master of Jingzi Hall, stood at the entrance of the main hall and beckoned me. "Master Mo, please, this way." When I arrived at the main hall, I discovered that only a single table remained. I heard Li Hui smile and say, "Master Mo, you are undoubtedly facing a fierce battle tonight, and my Jingzi Hall will inevitably be drawn into the fray." "I fear half of these buildings will be razed to the ground," I replied awkwardly. "Surely it will not reach that extent." Li Hui remained magnanimous. laughing as he said, "By the time you strike at the blood pit, to kill anyone who stands in my way, even if it were a Buddha himself." My Jingxi hall consists of nothing more than these few wooden structures. I stared speechlessly at the old man before me, finding no words to respond. Have I really been that ostentatious? As night began to fall, everything of value in the entire Jingxi hall had already been cleared away. Just then, a series of urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door. I saw 5 strange men stride inside. They walked straight up to Qing Yun and said, "I have come to collect the payment." Before Qing Yun could reply, I spoke first. "I have already told you that you captured a ghost messenger." The burly man's expression shifted instantly upon seeing me. He shouted at Qing Yun, "Jingxi Hall, you do not follow the rules. I sell goods at your place, yet you leaked my information to others." I let out a disdainful cold snort. "Do not beat around the bush, Tam. You intentionally sold a ghost messenger. Isn't this all just a ploy to lure me out? We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why play these supernatural charades?" It was only yesterday, after visiting the ghost matriarch, that I realized the truth. In reality, they had been tracking me since I first arrived in the mortal realm, but because I am a living soul, they could not discern my whereabouts. Thus, they staged the sale of the ghost messenger, a classic tactic to lure the snake out of its hole. Then, I spoke coldly, "You must have come here with the intent to eradicate me, haven't you?" The burly man chuckled. "Mo Yin? No, it should be Mo Yin. You are indeed clever." I asked in confusion, "You know who I am?" His expression then shifted, and he said with disgust, "You lot, you ghosts of the ghost realm truly have no bottom line. You refuse to live with the dignity of ghosts, opting instead to possess the corpses of the dead." The burly man scoffed. "Mo Yin, are you trying to find a sense of righteousness in this situation?" After speaking, the burly man produced the skull of a young girl from somewhere, tossed it casually before me, and said, "I slaughtered her entire family. Do you wish to seek vengeance for her?" Before I could even speak, Li Hui, standing beside me, asked, "Why did you kill her?" The burly man laughed heartily. "Does there need to be a reason for this?" I encountered him on the road, so I dispatched him as a matter of convenience. I said nothing further and withdrew my blade. The burly man sneered with contempt. "It seems the Yin official has developed quite the personality, hasn't he? Have you already forgotten the way you fled from me like a stray dog?" My pupils constricted suddenly, and a formless aura, spreading outward in all directions, centered upon me. "You are Gong Tung of the ghost realm. So this is that Gong Tu who, years ago, single-handedly slaughtered over 100,000 ghosts of the Yinhui realm." That night, the wails of ghosts echoed throughout the entire underworld. I was merely a Yin messenger at the time. Lacking the necessary strength, I too was hunted down by him. Back then, it was only thanks to several ghosts I was on good terms with intervening that I escaped with my life. However, those who helped me were all slain by Gong Tu. It was not until the Yama King himself stepped forward that the crisis was resolved. Seeing that I had recognized him, Gong Tu laughed even more uproariously. Correct, it is indeed I. You were just a Yin messenger back then. You were fortunate to escape. Several years have passed, and you have now become a Yin official." I spoke in a voice cold as ice. "Very well. Let us settle our old debts and new grudges together. I shall scatter your soul and destroy your spirit," Gong Tu mocked. "Oh my, Yin official. You speak with such arrogance. Are you not aware? To deal with you, I have spent an entire month in preparation." Upon finishing his words, Gong Tu produced a staff topped with a ghastly skull. The very moment this staff was revealed, one could hear the weeping and pleas for mercy from countless infant ghosts. Li Huqi, standing nearby, slowly rose to his feet and walked toward Mo Lin. Van hurriedly blocked his path. "Dao Master, did you not previously advise us not to interfere in this matter?" Li Hui explained with calm composure. "That is correct. I told you not to intervene, but I did not say that I myself would not." In truth, before encountering Gong Tu, he had no desire to involve himself in trivial affairs, as it was both laborious and fruitless. However, after seeing Gong Tu, Li Hui's attitude shifted entirely. Such malevolent spirits deserve to be purged completely. Seeing this, Van asked hurriedly, "Then Dafio Master, is there any way I can assist?" Li Hui waved his hand and replied, "Step aside. There is nothing you can do for the time being." He then turned to me and said, "Brother." I nodded, yet remained silent, brandishing my blade as I lunged directly toward the male cultivator. In a mere heartbeat, the man and the ghost clashed. Both wielded Yin energy, yet as they confronted one another, the male cultivator held the upper hand, each of his strikes carrying immense weight. The staff in his grasp was capable of assaulting the very soul, making him a formidable opponent. If close-quarters combat offered no advantage, then it was time to shift my strategy. Thus, I unleashed a rapid succession of ghostly techniques: the ghost art of entanglement, the ghost art of the ghost art of fading memory, the ghost art of soul severing, and the ghost art of destruction,
ultimately forcing the cultivator to recoil, even striking him so hard he was ejected from the corpse he possessed. Li Hui, watching from the sidelines, was left completely stunned. In less than a minute, Mo Lin had utilized at least 5 distinct ghost techniques, each one incredibly potent. It seemed he had severely underestimated Mo Lin. The cultivator signaled the 3 ghosts standing in the distance, shouting, "Do not just stand there, hurry over and assist me." Seeing this, I refused to be outdone. "You have reinforcements?" "My apologies, but so do I." A group brawl. Who is afraid of whom? In an instant, 5 nightmare-tier ghosts materialized before me. Li Hui was so astonished that his jaw hung agape. Nightmare-tier ghosts? Mo Lin summoned them just like that. Does he have no limitations whatsoever? On the other side, Shen Xi made her move, surging toward one of the malevolent spirits. Simultaneously, the other ghosts launched their own assaults. As each unleashed its ghost technique, the situation turned dire, with terrifying power radiating in all directions. Meanwhile, I engaged the cultivator once more, only to see him dodge with a fluid motion, appearing behind me and viciously thrusting his staff toward my back. At that critical moment, Bing Yu suddenly manifested, intercepting the cultivator's strike to protect me. With a sharp sound, she was run through, her ethereal form beginning to flicker and fade. I hurriedly produced 10,000 nether coins, transmuting them into a torrent of ghost energy which I channeled into Bing Yu's body. The wound on Bing Yu slowly knit itself shut, her injuries recovering instantly. Witnessing this, the cultivator roared at the 3 remaining ghosts to advance, and let me experience what it meant to face true despair. He then drew 2 perilous tier ghosts from his sleeves. Raising his hand, he channeled a vast surge of ghost energy into the body of one of them. In an instant, that demon ascended to the nightmare rank. Thereafter, Gong Tu employed the same method, infusing demonic energy into the remaining demon, elevating it to the nightmare rank as well. Thus, Gong Tu's forces now commanded 6 nightmare rank demons. Gong Tu cast a provocative glance in my direction. I offered a faint, disdainful smile. Was that truly the extent of your arrogance, thinking I could not replicate such a feat? With a wave of my hand, I summoned Shu, then produced 100,000 Underworld Coins, transmuting them into a torrent of demonic energy to infuse into Shu's body. Zhu let out a harrowing shriek as its aura began to surge, reaching the dangerous rank, the dreadful rank, the terror rank, and finally, the nightmare rank. Following this, I summoned Song Zihan. Repeating the same process, Song Zihan's aura likewise began to intensify. It finally reached the rank that left Qing Yun trembling in terror. It turns out this is the true utility of Underworld Coins. Next, I produced another 100,000 Underworld Coins, converting them into demonic energy to channel into the body of Bing Yu. The hue of Bing Yu's body deepened. Her eyes regained a flicker of sentience, and a distinct cracking sound echoed from within her frame. In a heartbeat, Bing Yu had ascended to the fatal rank. Gong Tu, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now struck speechless. It was utterly preposterous. No one should be able to upgrade their demons with such reckless abandon. And where exactly did this Mo Lin acquire such vast wealth? He had already expended at least 300,000 Underworld Coins before issuing the direct order to attack. Bing Yu charged forward, while Shen Xi, refusing to be outdone, lunged forward and tore the arm off one of the demons with her teeth. Watching 2 of his subordinates perish in quick succession, Gong Tu panicked. He hurriedly shouted to the last man in black robes, "Hey! Do not just stand there watching the show. If you do not intervene, all of my lesser demons will be annihilated." The man merely drew a signal flare gun and replied dismissively, I know. He then raised the signal gun and fired into the heavens. With a resounding boom, a crimson firework erupted in the sky. Not long after, several vans approached from the distance. A group of men dressed in bright crimson robes stepped out of the vehicles. The leader brandished a sword forged from copper coins, while the others carried wooden swords. The aura of these men converged, manifesting the spectral image of a Taoist priest in the air above. Li Hui witnessed this scene and muttered to himself, I never expected these people to be in league with evil demons. I looked on in confusion and questioned him about these newcomers. Li Hui's expression turned grim as he explained, Brother Mo, these individuals belong to the Copper Coin Celestial Master sect. The copper coins held within their hands were mere imitations of the exorcist blade. At this very moment, a young man swung his copper longsword. The colossal figure standing behind him mimicked the motion, swinging its own blade in unison. The longsword descended slowly toward Shen Xi. Shen Xi attempted to resist, but in the following second, the light of the sword flashed brilliantly. A cloud of white smoke instantly erupted from the point of impact. Shen Xi's arm was severed cleanly. Facing these disciples of the Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion, the strength of demons like Shen Xi could not even manifest to half its potential. They were utterly overwhelmed. Li Hui's expression grew grave. Today was truly a clash of titans. He realized that even if he wanted to intervene, he would be powerless to assist. Just as everyone presumed that I would surely suffer defeat,
The roar of helicopter rotors suddenly echoed through the sky. A fleet of black helicopters appeared before our eyes. As the helicopters hovered not far away, I witnessed Li Bingyan leading more than 10 individuals as they descended from the aircraft. Once that chopper departed, the next took its place, and another 10 individuals stepped out. By the time the 7th helicopter retreated, over 100 people had arrived on the scene. Li Bingyan spoke coldly to the members of the Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion.
To think that you dared to bully the members of the Demon Control Society. Do you truly believe there is no one left to stand for us?
As it turned out, a grave incident had unfolded here in Yangshuan. Li Bingyan had received word early on. Originally, she believed Mo Lin could resolve the matter on his own.
She had not intended to interfere, but upon hearing that certain individuals who had no business being here had arrived, she felt compelled to act. She immediately turned to me and asked if I was unharmed.
I nodded and replied, "For the moment, I am well." Li Bingyan smiled and remarked, "Tell me, does joining my Demon Control Society not offer its own advantages? I may not be skilled at catching demons, but when it comes to gathering people, I am a professional."
Standing to the side, Li Hui sighed in secret.
The power of modern science remained truly formidable. Li Bingyan slowly raised her hand. The surrounding special forces pulled the triggers of their weapons. They stood ready to unleash fire at any moment. The faces of the group from the Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion turned pale. The man who had signaled earlier hurried to shout, "Do not fire! Do not fire!"
Li Bingyan sneered coldly. I never expected that the likes of you, supposed righteous cultivators, would collude with demons. It is truly repulsive.
The man spoke up once more. "I acknowledge that we are in the wrong."
Li Bingyan did not even spare him a glance, turning her head to ask coldly,
"It does not matter if these people die, does it?" With an indifferent expression, Li Bingyan replied, "If they die, they die. They were nothing more than a festering sore upon this world." Those standing in the distance heard this, their complexions turning deathly pale. The man pleaded with Li Bingyan again, "Sister Li, please do not act. Surely this can be negotiated." However, before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a gunshot rang out. His body collapsed, and the remaining individuals, paralyzed with terror, clutched their heads and huddled on the ground. I looked at Li Bingyan in confusion and asked, "You just killed him, just like that?" Li Bingyan smiled and replied, "What does it have to do with me? You are the mastermind behind this entire affair." I stared at her in astonishment. Why did I have the sinking feeling that a conspiracy was afoot?
Li Bingyan continued,
"Look, these people came looking for trouble with you, so you simply killed that Shen Fei in self-defense. Does that not sound perfectly reasonable?" I quickly interjected, "Sister Lai, if you do not clarify your intentions."
Li Bingyan sighed, helpless to explain away the burden she was placing upon me.
"In truth, it is nothing complicated. That man has committed countless atrocities, yet I have been unable to deal with him myself. So today, I am simply using your hands to end him." Hearing this, I replied, "If that is the case, then there is no issue. I will bear this burden," and I immediately turned my gaze toward Gong Tu.
Gong Tu could never have expected that Mo Lin would be so ruthless in his actions.
Realizing the danger, he turned to flee. With a flash of speed, I intercepted his path, engaging him in combat once more. Gong Tu's expression darkened as he spoke. "Boy, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. Your soul-dispersing ghost art is utterly useless against me." Realizing I truly could do little against him, I produced the lightning talisman I had obtained earlier. In an instant, bolts of lightning engulfed my body. Just as Gong Tu made contact with me, his body began to dissipate rapidly. Gong Tu hurriedly swung his yin-infused staff, barely managing to withstand my onslaught. Seeing this, Li Bingyan frowned deeply, wondering why Mo Lin possessed a lightning talisman, and why he would choose to use it at this very moment. "This is troublesome," she muttered. In the distance, Li Hui watched with equal confusion, staring at the lightning talisman in my hand. How is it that this brat is using a lightning talisman? This defies all logic. How could a ghostmaster possibly wield such a thing? One must understand that after a human enters into a contract with a ghost to become a master, they are naturally repelled by energies like those found in a lightning talisman. Furthermore, given that Mo Lin possesses so many nightmare-level ghosts, the rejection should be even more severe, leaving Gong Tu all the more astonished. "Boy, how is it that you are able to use this?" I let out a cold laugh and replied, "And why shouldn't I? I am no demon." The cultivator was even more perplexed. "You are a human, so why are you in the underworld?" I did not speak, opting instead to strike out with a single palm toward him. The cultivator did not dare to block the blow. He turned around and attempted to flee. I let out a cold hum and lightly flicked my finger, unleashing a bolt of lightning, crackling with lethal intent. The cultivator was instantly rendered unable to move. Seizing the moment while he was incapacitated, I prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Crimson flower petals drifted through the air, touching the ground before vanishing into nothingness. I turned around to find a female ghost clad in deep crimson robes. Not waiting for her to speak, I issued a direct warning. I know not what benefits this cultivator promised you, or what the ghost realm has pledged, but it would be best if you did not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If I truly wish to kill you, even the bridge of helplessness will not be able to stop me.
The female ghost laughed, saying, Nether agent, you and I are both of the underworld. Are you certain you can extinguish my existence?
I snorted coldly and retorted, on what do you think I relied to become a nether agent within 5 years? Upon what did I rely to survive countless battles and remain standing? Do you truly believe I have survived merely by luck? The female underworld official asked with skepticism. I am deeply curious. You are exhausted to such a degree, yet how do you still possess such confidence?
Your thunderous divine ability cannot possibly be invoked a second time.
In truth, I do not wish to be your enemy. I only seek to rescue him. The cultivator, sneered. Brat, you did not expect this, did you? I ceased speaking, allowing my true nature to manifest.
Droplets of pitch-black liquid began to drip slowly. Soon after, a piercing, terrifying sound emanated from my throat.
I want to emerge. Let me out so I may slaughter them all. Let me out. You were permitted to emerge once before. This time, it is my turn. Master, let me out. Let me burn them all to ash.
The cultivator shouted at the female underworld official.
Run! Take me away, quickly!
The female underworld official did not hesitate. She grabbed the cultivator and turned to flee.
I sighed helplessly in my heart. This 5 viscera ghost imprisonment technique is clearly quite effective in the underworld. Why is it so difficult to manifest in the mortal realm? I roared once more, and a horned ghost mother materialized before everyone.
In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, leaving everyone present gasping for breath. She turned her gaze toward the demons of the nether realm.
Those demons were like balloons, instantly exploding into nothingness. Demons such as Shen Xi and Chu Jing were so paralyzed with fear that they pressed themselves firmly against the ground.
Li Binyan, standing nearby, could barely draw breath.
At this moment she felt only boundless terror, to the point of losing all capacity for rational thought.
Li Hui muttered to himself.
The Demon Mother. This is the legendary Demon Mother, his complexion turning deathly pale. To summon the Demon Mother, my body had been completely drained of all its energy. The Demon Mother approached me, speaking with intimate familiarity. My master, it has been a long time since you summoned me. I pointed toward the fleeing cultivator and said, bring him back. The Demon Mother nodded obediently, then reached into a black jar to grope around, muttering as she searched. Which one should I use?
Big brother. No, that won't do. That one is not sufficient either. They don't seem formidable enough.
This one won't work, and neither will this one.
She seemed to be carefully selecting something.
Li Bingyan, standing to the side, looked in the direction of the fleeing cultivator, wondering, what about Chen Zheng? Will they be able to catch up in time? One must understand that the speed of demons is immense. Within mere minutes, one could vanish without a trace.
The Demon Mother continued to mutter to herself,
feeling that these little ones were all eager to come out and breathe the outside air. Then, this one will do. Swiftly, the Demon Mother pulled a small green demon from the jar and commanded it, bring them back here.
The green demon nodded.
As you wish, Mother Goddesses. Instantly, the green demon swung its trident, tearing through the air.
In the next heartbeat, the figures of the female underworld official and the cultivator were rapidly pulled backward, as if caught in a swirling vortex drawing them in. Seeing that escape was impossible, the female underworld official hurriedly pleaded with me.
Mo Lin, do not kill me, let me go. I spoke with utter disdain. You realize this only now? It is far too late. On the other side, the Demon Mother seized the moment when my attention was diverted to raise her hand. In the next instant, the cultivator's body was twisted into the shape of a pretzel. I spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Demon Mother hurriedly stopped and comforted me in a panic. Master, I was merely testing the limits of my own strength just now. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, feeling a sliver of fortune. It was a ghost mother that I summoned. Had it been something else, the consequences would have been far more dire. Those entities would have surely unleashed their power without restraint. They would not have cared in the slightest whether I lived or died. The ghost mother immediately snatched the yin spirit with her hand, crumpled her up, and shoved her into a black urn. Following that, the ghost mother pointed toward Bing Yu and asked me softly, that female ghost is quite special. May I have her? Bing Yu was trembling with terror, so I refused immediately. That is not permitted.
The ghost mother sighed lightly. What a pity.
Then, is it my turn to make a wish? I nodded and told her to speak. The ghost mother smiled and said, Master, find my elder sister, a grudge-bearing wife. I felt a headache coming on.
Your sister is a living person. The ghost mother nodded.
She harmed me while fighting over the family inheritance. I can still sense her aura. She is alive. You must help me. I nodded, feeling helpless. Very well, I understand. Seeing my distress, the ghost mother voluntarily returned to my body. At that moment, I felt completely drained of energy. I could no longer even muster the strength to utilize my yin energy. Consequently, I instructed Bing Yu,
Kill him." In the next instant, Bing Yu used her hands to tear the prisoner apart. With this, the matter had reached its definitive end. As for the members of the Heavenly Master Mansion, they were all taken into custody by Li Bingyan. Early the next morning, I heard people whispering outside my hotel room while in a daze. "Do you think Brother Mo is alright? Surely he is fine. I heard the battle yesterday was incredibly ferocious. Even the Jingxi Hall was destroyed. No wonder the building felt like it was shaking last night. I thought it was an earthquake." Thinking back on it now, it must have been caused by the battle Mo Lin fought. With that, I called out toward the door. "Who is there?" Fu Wantan stood at the threshold and spoke respectfully. "Brother Mo, it is I, Fu Wantan." Another man chimed in. "And I, Zhuang Ruo." I sat up and replied, "Enter." Fu Wantan and Zhuang Ruo then stepped inside. They began to fuss over me as if I were their own ancestor. "Brother Mo, are you all right? I heard that you vomited blood yesterday," Zhuang Ruo added, echoing his concern. "Brother Mo, my elder brother, is a physician. I shall have him come to examine you." I looked at the two of them, speechless. It was merely a minor injury, hardly worth such a fuss. Zhuang Ruo suddenly grew frantic. "An injury is an injury. This will not do. Brother Mo, I insist that my brother examines you personally." Fu Wantan, standing beside him, also wore an expression of alarm. "What level of ghost did you encounter yesterday that was capable of wounding you?" I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Enough, both of you. I am fine. It is not necessary." Seeing this, Fu Wantan immediately changed the subject. "I heard your residence was razed by fire. I have already prepared a new villa for you." It must be said that his information network is remarkably efficient. The Mo residence burned down only yesterday, and already he knew. Fu Wantan continued, "The two of us reside in the same villa district." Zhuang Ruo added, "I also reside in that very district." I spoke with a sense of helplessness. "Very well, I understand. I shall move in within a few days." Fu Wantan hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. "Brother Mo, would it not be better if you moved in now? The Li family has already arrived, and we fear." I suddenly understood and nodded. "Very well." An hour later, I stood before my new residence. However, before I could even inspect my surroundings, Fu Wantan rushed toward me. "Brother Mo, the people from the Lima family are currently at my estate." With that, I followed Fu Wantan to his home. Upon entering, I saw a young woman in a white suit, sitting with her legs crossed, engaged in conversation with Zhuang Ruo. Beside her stood a man with a tattoo on his arm. Fu Wantan whispered the introduction. "She is the third young miss of the Li family." Seeing Fu Wantan return with someone in tow, Li Yuemian spoke coldly. "Fu Wantan, why have you brought more people here?" "I have already stated that I am merely here to inquire. I have no intention of killing you. So what is it that you fear?" Fu Wantan smiled and explained. "This is my friend." Li Yueme suddenly transmitted her voice to question me. "I only wish to ask, to whom is the death of Li San related?" She immediately produced a photograph and asked, "You all recognize this woman, do you not?" The woman in the photo was bound by her hands and suspended, her body covered in lash marks. She was drenched in blood, appearing truly wretched. I questioned Li Yueme. "Where is Hong Shun?" Li Yueme did not answer, but instead countered. "Does the death of Li San have anything to do with you?" I spoke directly. "Li San was indeed my doing. Now, it is your turn to answer me. Where is Hong Shun? Who was it that caused her such grievous harm?" Li Yueme replied with indifference. "This woman is quite stubborn. Even after being beaten to this state, she still has not uttered a single word about you." I furrowed my brows and said, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" I asked where she is, and who was it that beat her to this condition. No sooner had the words left my lips, than several ghostly figures emerged from the surrounding shadows. Li Yueme's body suddenly shuddered. She felt as though something were standing directly behind her. She slowly turned her head, only to see a female specter looming behind her, staring intently. In that moment, she instinctively sought to call for her bodyguards, only to find them already seized by the ghosts. Her bodyguards were level 3 ghost controllers, yet they were left without even the slightest opportunity to resist. Li Yueme looked at me, stunned that such a trivial place could hide a nightmare-level ghost. Li Yueme spoke in haste. "Do not be rash. Stay calm, I implore you." However, in the next instant, Shen Xi seized Li Yueme by the throat, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. "I did not come here to..." Seeing this, I signaled for Shen Xi to release her. Li Yueme's body collapsed heavily onto the floor. She gasped for air, and after a moment she remarked, "You nearly choked the life out of me." "I did not come here to incite trouble. Yet you truly intended to kill me?" I looked at her with surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Li Yueme rubbed her throat. The two of them exchanged a glance, before turning and departing from the villa. Once they had both left, Eli Gayet M.I. finally spoke up. "This woman was neither captured nor harmed by me. She belongs to my eldest brother. I can assist you in rescuing her. Furthermore, as for the matter of you killing Li Tam, I can also help you suppress any investigation into the incident.
I replied coldly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. State your terms first. Lai Nguyet M. I smiled and said, help me become the successor of the Lai family. Lai Nguyet M.I. immediately began to recount the situation within her household.
It turned out that the Lissi family consisted of 3 sons and 1 daughter in total.
The eldest brother was the son of the primary wife, and the second brother was the son of the second wife. Lai Nguyet M.I. was the third child, a daughter. Lai Tam was merely an adopted son. The head of the Lekki family had 2 wives. The first wife bore the eldest son, and the second wife bore the second son. As for Lai Nguyet M.I., she was the daughter of a concubine.
Because her talents in poetry and strategy could not compare to those of her 2 brothers, she held no support within the Laimi family. Moreover, she had always been oppressed by her eldest and second brothers. For many years, she had endured in silence. It was not until 6 months ago that she inadvertently discovered her eldest brother's intent to murder both her and her mother. Consequently, the desire to rebel took root. But rebellion requires strength. It was only today, after meeting me, that this seed of rebellion fully blossomed. After grasping the situation, I spoke directly. I can help you. But you must not only assist me in rescuing Hong Han Huang and bury the matter regarding Li Tam, but in the end you must also hand over the Yu Do Min Hoa. Upon hearing this, Lai Nguyet M, I asked with uncertainty, the Yu Do Min Hoa, are you serious? With a stoic expression I replied, I am of course serious. Can you do it or not? Lai Nguyet M, I gritted her teeth and said, if you are able to subdue the Yu Do Min Hoa, I can hand it over, but the premise is that I must become the successor of the Lali family, otherwise I will have no way of accessing the Yu Do Min Hoa. I listened and smiled. I am pleased that we could reach an agreement. Lai Nguyet M. I also smiled and said, then you shall first act as my bodyguard, and I will subsequently find an opportunity for you to enter the Ledi estate under that guise. I nodded. That is not a problem. Hearing the term bodyguard, I added immediately, I wish to rescue Hong Han Huang as soon as possible. Lai Nguyet M. I stood up and said, very well, I will take you there now. As the 2 of us stepped outside, Fu Van Tam hurried toward us and asked, Brother Mac, how did it go?
I smiled and replied, rest assured, the matter has been resolved.
Fu Wantan stole a glance at Li Yuemi,
and seeing her smile, he became certain that what Mo Lin said was the truth. Thus, he let out a sigh of relief and said, it is good that there are no issues. Brother Mo, I truly must thank you. I shall certainly keep this favor etched in my heart. I spoke directly. That is good to hear. I have several top-grade ghost artifacts. I would like you to sell them for me.
Fu Wantan asked in surprise.
Are you out of funds? I nodded and said, indeed.
Fu Wantan exclaimed in shock. Over 200,000 underworld credits,
spent in just 2 days? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he hurriedly promised, Brother Mo, you can rest easy. The task of selling these ghost artifacts shall be left to me. I walked forward as I spoke. Very well, let us go. We shall retrieve them from my residence. We arrived at my new home shortly thereafter. The moment Li Yuemi stepped through the threshold, she felt as if she were being watched by something. She then asked, are you keeping a ghost in your residence? I answered nonchalantly, you could say that. Li Yuemi's expression shifted, and she hastily retreated 2 steps, staring at me with extreme wariness. I rolled my eyes, left speechless. What are you thinking? I am a man of integrity. I use underworld credits to nourish spirits. Li Yuemi coughed in embarrassment. I cannot be blamed for jumping to conclusions.
Several years ago there was the Vin family, whose 36 members were slaughtered in a single night.
The culprit behind the massacre did so to cultivate a ghost. I listened and asked, and what happened afterward? What became of the perpetrator? Li Yuemi sighed and said, the matter was never brought up again. The murderer remains at large, completely unseen by me. At this moment, Bing Yu stood by the door, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. On the other side, I produced 13 ghost artifacts from a drawer and placed them on the table, saying to Fu Wantan, these are the only ghost artifacts I have. Before Fu Wantan could even respond, Li Yuemi said with great excitement, all 13 are top-grade ghost artifacts, capable of being used 7 times. She immediately looked up at me and asked, would you be willing to sell 2 of them to me? I nodded and replied, certainly. 30,000 underworld credits, non-negotiable. Thus, Eli Nguyet M.I. chose 2 ghost artifacts, while I entrusted the remainder to Fu and Tam. I then accompanied Lai Nguyet M.I. to a villa on the outskirts of the city. Just as we prepared to enter, a bodyguard intercepted Lai Nguyet M.I. Miss Li, you are not permitted to enter. Lai Nguyet M.I. did not utter a second word. She summoned a terrifying contract ghost, and then bellowed, I am the third miss of the lanky family. Let me see who dares to obstruct me. Seeing such formidable strength from Li Ngayet Mi, the guard had no choice but to allow us to enter. We witnessed a man using his leather shoe to trample upon the face of Hong Han Huang. Hong Han Huang lay motionless on the ground, as silent as the dead. The middle-aged man spoke with disdain. This woman's resolve is truly stubborn. Regardless of how I torment her, she remains silent. She was infuriated, yet also deeply suspicious. Hong Han Huang was a Tier 4 ghost controller. How could she have been reduced to such a miserable state? Upon hearing the commotion, Hong Han Huang struggled to lift her head. The moment her eyes met mine, her body trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. The middle-aged man seized Hong Han Huang by the hair, hoisting her head upward. "Oh, you still know how to weep? I truly thought you were nothing more than a corpse." The man then shifted his gaze toward Lai Nguyen Mi and questioned her without a shred of courtesy. "Miss Li, what is the meaning of this?" Lai Nguyen Mi furrowed her brows and stated, "Hand this woman over to me. Regarding the affairs of Lai Tam, you shall no longer concern yourselves." The middle-aged man did not wait for her to finish before cutting her off. "Miss Lai, to demand this matter be settled with a single sentence. Is that not going a bit too far? This affair is currently under the jurisdiction of the young master. It is not your place to intervene." Just as Li Ngayet Mi was about to flare with rage, I stepped forward and questioned, "Is it you who beat her into this wretched state?" The middle-aged man lost his patience. "You dare to challenge me? It is not your turn to speak." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Xi suddenly manifested, gripping the man's head and slamming it violently into the floor, causing the tiles to shatter. This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard, and he frantically scrambled to summon his contract ghost. No sooner had the ghost appeared than Shen Xi turned and devoured it whole. Terror immediately. "Brother, can we speak calmly?" I asked again. "Who is responsible for inflicting such wounds upon him?" The middle-aged man began to stammer. "It was I only." A sickening thud echoed as Shen Xi's hand pierced clean through the man's chest. Seeing this, Li Yueme spoke up. "You have killed him. I will take responsibility for this matter, but you must not flee. If you do, I shall face grave consequences." I stepped forward to help Hong Yangshun rise, then replied, "Rest assured, I have yet to obtain the netherworld flame. I will not be running anywhere." Only then did Li Yueme let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Hong Yangshun spoke weakly. "My thanks to you. My complexion must look terrible." I told her, "There is no need for thanks. It was I who implicated you. A dignified 4th-rank ghost general such as yourself. How did you end up in this state?" Hong Yangshun offered a wretched smile. "I was plotted against. I blame myself for lacking a sense of danger." It was then that I noticed she possessed no trace of ghost energy, as if she had been sealed. Shortly thereafter, I noticed a copper coin affixed to her arm. I did not dare to touch it. After all, if handled improperly, this object could cause irreversible damage to her ghost contract. Li Yueme, standing nearby, also noticed the coin and explained to me, "This is a technique of the Heavenly Master's mansion." I grew impatient and scoffed. The Heavenly Master's mansion again? I must see just how formidable this Heavenly Master's mansion truly is, to repeatedly provoke me. Do they truly believe me so easy to bully? Li Yueme hurriedly interjected, "The Heavenly Master's mansion is in the North Sea, not here in Yinchuan." I let out a long breath, nearly driven mad with frustration. Forgetting this detail, I temporarily suppressed the rising flames of anger within my heart, then asked Hong Yangshun, "Do you know the name of the one who placed this seal upon you?" Yangshun spat out 2 words, "Yuan Hui." As I retrieved my phone from my pocket, I said, "I understand. I will ensure you receive justice for this." I then sent a message to the group chat, asking, "Does anyone know of Yuan Hui? I need to find him." Lin Ji, why are you searching for Yuan Hui? He is an affiliate of the Heavenly Master's mansion. I am here to settle a grievance. Do you know his current location? Lin Ji, I know where he is. He is dining just ahead of me. You must come quickly. Mo Lin, send me the location. I am on my way. Afterward, Lin Ji sent me the coordinates, and I immediately brought Hong Yanhun to the location he specified, the Wanhai Plaza. With a single glance, I spotted Lin Ji. He was standing in the middle of the plaza, his gaze scanning the area in search of someone. The moment he caught sight of me, he rushed over, pointed toward a man not far away, and urged, "Hurry, that is him." Lin Ji shouted anxiously, "Stop right there." Yuan Hui halted his steps, looked at us with a suspicious expression, and asked, "Is there something else?" I replied with indignation, "Do not play the fool with me. Is the seal placed upon Hong Yanhun?" Yuan Hui's expression turned cold instantly. "Connected to you?" I spoke coldly. "You will lift the seal on Hong Yanhun at once." Yuan Hui refused without a moment's hesitation. "My apologies, I cannot do that." I let out a cold snort. "Shen Xi, emerge. The moment Shen Xi appeared, she lunged forward to seize Yuan Hui.
Yuan Hui retreated in a hurry, pulling out a copper coin to parry Shen Xi's attack.
But in the next heartbeat, the coin shattered midair.
Shen Xi had already apprehended Yuan Hui.
Just then, a sword made of copper coins intercepted Shen Xi's movement.
An old man with a white beard appeared, though no one knew from where.
He remarked, "Little brother, just because you possess a nightmare-level ghost does not mean you can act as you please, does it?"
I challenged him.
"Do you intend to interfere in matters that do not concern you?"
The old man urged. "Little brother, could this matter not be resolved through calm discussion?"
I gave a grim laugh. "You tell me to speak calmly? My companion was nearly beaten to death. On what grounds should I treat you with civility?"
The old man fell silent for a moment before speaking.
"Yuan Hui belongs to my copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion. Perhaps I can have him offer you an apology," I retorted with a cold snort. "Then how about I beat Yuan Hui within an inch of his life, and then offer you an apology?" Just as the old man prepared to speak again,
Lin Ji interrupted him directly.
"And what is the copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion supposed to be? You keep rambling on. Do you truly believe I cannot ensure you never leave Yinchuan alive?" I looked at Lin Ji beside me in astonishment. Since when had this fellow become so unyielding? Lin Shi spoke to me with a hint of triumph. "Brother Mo, there is no need for such surprise. This place is Yinchuan. This is our territory. It is not for the likes of you to run amok here," the white-haired elder demanded with a grim expression. "Little brother, what is it that you desire?" I adjusted my ring and replied, "That is a question I should be asking you. Tongqian Celestial Master Manor, what is it that you truly intend to do? Are you so keen on stirring up trouble with me?" The white-haired elder wore an expression filled with confusion. "What are you implying?" Having no desire to waste further breath on him, I walked straight toward Yuan Hui. The ignorant white-haired elder blocked my path once again. "Little brother, you should understand that your nightmare-level ghosts have no effect on me." The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. The following instant, a lightning talisman appeared above my head, and I surged forward like a sharpened blade toward him. The elder was stunned for a moment before hurriedly brandishing his copper coin sword to parry. My right hand reached out and seized the copper coin sword directly. The moment our powers collided, the copper coin sword shattered into fragments. The elder was repelled back by over a meter, and I seized the momentum to deliver a kick squarely into his chest. The elder trembled violently as the surge of lightning power coursed from my foot throughout his entire body. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground, having lost all capability to fight. Lin Ji's eyes shone brilliantly as she stared at the lightning talisman in my hand. "Heavens, is this truly a lightning talisman?" she then asked with an expression of deep bewilderment. "This isn't right, Mo Lin. How can you be both a ghost controller and capable of using a lightning talisman? It makes no sense at all." I broke into a cold sweat. Why does this Lin Xi seem exactly like Feng, always fond of saying that things make no sense? Thus, I could only provide a vague response. "You do not understand. The pinnacle of logic is the profound and the mysterious." Ignoring Lin Xi thereafter, I turned and shouted at the white-haired elder, "Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible, old man? Today, I shall spare you. Go back and relay a message to your celestial master. Another day, should I arrive at the North Sea, I will surely eradicate your Tongqian Celestial Master Manor." The white-haired elder was so enraged that his face turned crimson. Finally, he softened his tone and asked, "What deep-seated grudge could Tongqian Celestial Master Manor possibly have with you that warrants such ruthless words?" "Our Tongqian Celestial Master Manor exists to eliminate harm for the people, and is always you who consort with demons. Do you realize that such actions will bring down the heavens? Judgment upon you?" I let out a cold snort. "The 8 devils? Is this the exorcism? You speak of colluding with demon tamers?" The white-haired elder's expression shifted into one of sheer disbelief. "Enough of your nonsensical prattle. I have no desire to waste further breath on you. Get out, and ensure you pass on my message." The white-haired elder slowly rose, cast a single glance at Yuan Hui, and could only heave a heavy sigh before departing. Yuan Hui's face turned ashen, his entire demeanor collapsing into dejection. I stepped forward and grabbed Yuan Hui by the hair. Dragging him toward Hong Yangshuan, I hauled him across the floor. Even now, he could not stop shifting the blame. "Li Jia is righteous. If you dare to touch me, Li Jia will never forgive you for this." I landed a kick squarely in Yuan Hui's face and roared, "Shut your mouth!" Immediately after, I commanded him to undo the seal on her. "Do not try any tricks, or I will end your life." Yuan Hui's body shuddered, and he began the process of undoing the seal. Following that, he begged Hong Yangshuan for mercy. "Sister Hong, I apologize. I was wrong." Hong Yangshuan remained completely indifferent to his pleas, not even granting him a single glance. Yuan Hui quickly dispelled the seal on Hong Yangshuan, then turned to look at me cautiously. "Can I go now?" Hong Yangshuan let out a mocking laugh. "Go? What makes you think that?" The very next moment, Hong Yangshuan summoned her contract ghost. The instant it appeared, it reached out and snapped Yuan Hui's neck. At that precise moment,
My phone suddenly rang. No sooner had I answered than I heard the urgent, frantic voice of Li Bingyan. Mo Lin, come to the headquarters of the Ghost Suppression Society immediately. Before I could even ask what was happening, the call was cut off. Seeing this, Hong Yangshuan spoke up. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I will make my way to the infirmary on my own. Then Lin Shi also spoke. Mo Lin, given that I provided some assistance today, perhaps tomorrow you could accompany me to the Northern Sea to find the Phoenix Whisper of Yunlin? I nodded. Of course, that is fine. It just so happens that I also need to make a trip to the Northern Sea. With that settled, I headed directly to Lin Bingyan's office. When Li Bingyan saw me, her eyes lit up, and she immediately introduced me to the middle-aged man standing beside her. Brother Zhang. This is Mo Lin. The middle-aged man offered a gentle, amicable smile and said, Brother Mo, I have heard of your great reputation for a long time. I watched the two of them with suspicion, unsure of what game they were playing. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately introduced himself. I am Zhang Hai, the minister of the Beihai Ghost Suppression Bureau headquarters. Zhang Hai then turned to Li Bingyan and said, You head out first. I need to speak with Brother Mo in private. Li Bingyan nodded, and as she passed by me, she whispered, This is your chance. I remained lost in thought, wondering what exactly Li Bingyan meant by those words. Zhang Hai spoke up, asking, Little Brother Mo, would you be interested in developing your career in Beihai? I have already heard about your circumstances from Li Bingyan. You possess both strength and temperament. I wish to promote you to the position of Vice Minister of the Beihai Ghost Suppression Bureau. I suddenly realized the situation. This entire time, they had been planning my promotion. Zhang Hai continued. Something has occurred in Beihai. The previous vice minister has perished, along with many others who died in Beihai, leaving us severely understaffed. Filled with doubt, I asked, Yinchuan has so many people. Why choose me? Zhang Hai explained with grave seriousness. This decision was reached after thorough consideration. Firstly, your strength is formidable, and you wield the lightning axe. Secondly, you and the Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion. Based on these 2 points alone, you are the most suitable candidate. Originally, I had no interest in the position of vice minister, but the mention of the Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion immediately piqued my interest. Zhang Hai continued his explanation. The Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion may be colluding with ghosts in the shadows. I suspect they have joined forces to eradicate the Ghost Suppression Bureau. The previous vice minister was investigating this very matter. Together with 396 Ghost Suppression envoys, he vanished from this world entirely. Zhang Hai paused before continuing. The Copper Coin Heavenly Master Mansion is not on good terms with you. If they continue to grow in power, they will eventually come for you. I asked. What are the benefits? Zhang Hai smiled and replied. As long as you agree, I will unconditionally support you in whatever you do, using the full influence of the Ghost Suppression Bureau. Upon hearing this, I readily agreed. Zhang Hai smiled, produced an identification card he had prepared in advance, and held it out to me. Vice Minister Mo, I look forward to working with you. This is your new identification card. Tomorrow, I will announce to everyone that you have been appointed as Vice Minister. I accepted the card and asked, Can I arrive in Beihai the day after tomorrow? Zhang Hai nodded and replied, Of course. That is acceptable. Following that, we exchanged a few more brief pleasantries before I returned home. Upon arriving home, I saw Bing Yu crouching in the corner. Not knowing what she was thinking about, I did not dwell on it and went straight to my bedroom to lie down. Today had been quite exhausting enough. At that same moment, in a courtyard in Beihu, a young man was incessantly ringing a bell while muttering incantations. A coffin laid out before him. The young man then used a red string to bind the corpse inside the coffin before tying the other end to a straw effigy inscribed with the name Bing Yu. Finally, he let out a cold, sinister laugh. Suddenly, Bing Yu, who had been sitting obediently in the corner, stood up abruptly, her eyes turning vacant and lifeless. Her body, no longer under her own control, began to walk toward my bedroom. Not long after, I opened my eyes to find Bing Yu strangling me, and I was momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? Without hesitation, I quickly unleashed a lightning talisman. The power of thunder surged in an instant, forcibly blasting Bing Yu away. Perhaps due to the impact, Bing Yu regained a fragment of her consciousness. I heard her voice, choked with sobs, as she stammered, Master Mo, leave quickly, I cannot control. Before she could finish her sentence, Bing Yu lunged toward me once again. I hurriedly dodged. The very next moment, my bed was shattered to pieces. Everything was peaceful just a moment ago. Why would Bing Yu attack me? Seeing Bing Yu charging at me again, I could only use another lightning talisman to block her assault, even though I had spent over 200,000 to nurture it. I could hardly bring myself to destroy my own ghost, scattering her soul into oblivion. That would be far too great a loss. Judging by her reactions, she currently resembles a puppet being controlled. As we were locked in this struggle, Bing Yu suddenly turned and fled. It seems the one manipulating Bing Yu realized she could not kill me, and thus intended to have her retreat. Seeing this, I immediately retrieved my soul-suppressing book and cast it outward. In the following instant, Bing Yu was sealed within the soul-suppressing book. Simultaneously, at Beihai, the red string tied to the straw effigy the young man was manipulating suddenly snapped. The young man muttered. As expected of an expert, it seems I will have to wait for another opportunity. After all, her physical body is still here. I did not fear that Bing Yu would recover to her normal state after being trapped inside the soul-suppressing book. And so, I sent a telepathic message. Bang Gok spoke with deep agitation. It was a group of people who murdered me. They cultivate ghosts, and it was only through my father's desperate sacrifice that I narrowly survived. Her words immediately brought to mind the warning Li Yume had given me some time ago regarding a sect that slaughtered countless members of a clan just to cultivate their wicked ghosts. It seemed highly likely that Bang Gok was one of their unfortunate victims. In that instant, it became clear to me that these perpetrators had likely been using Bang Gok's corpse to control her. How could I ever allow such a thing? She was my ghost. How could I let another soul hold dominion over her? With that thought, I questioned her once more, asking who they were and where they could be found. Bang Gok replied with a sorrowful tone, I do not know their names, but I know they are in the North Sea. As long as we reach the North Sea, I will surely be able to identify them. Hearing this, I muttered to myself, it seems a trip to the North Sea is inevitable. The very next day, I embarked on the journey with Lin Xi, Yun Lin, and Feng Mingyu, taking the earliest high-speed train to the North Sea. After exiting the station, we hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the North Sea Ghost Controlling Society's headquarters. 10 minutes into the journey, I sensed that something was amiss, and quickly spoke up. This is not the road to the Ghost Controlling Society. Feng Mingyu asked with skepticism. Have you been here before? You could see her stop mid-sentence as she turned her head to look out the window. The scenery outside had shifted to desolate outskirts. Clearly, the headquarters of the Ghost Controlling Society could not be located in such a forsaken place. Feng Mingyu immediately ordered the driver to stop the vehicle. The driver ignored her entirely, choosing instead to accelerate. Feng Mingyu let out a cold hum of annoyance and promptly summoned her contracted ghost. Just as she prepared to force the vehicle to a halt, a sudden pop echoed through the cabin. The taxi driver detonated himself, leaving behind a truly gruesome sight. Lin Xi retched on the spot, and once we had exited the wreckage, I turned to Feng Mingyu and asked, is someone trying to ensure we never leave this place alive? Feng Mingyu nodded in agreement. There is no doubt about it. At that very moment, 2 terror-rank ghosts surged from the mist toward us. Yun Lin called out, fall back, you all! I shall hold these 2 terror-rank ghosts off. I interrupted her. Leave them to me. Without waiting for a further word from Yun Lin, I summoned Shen Xi. Yun Lin stood stunned, her jaw dropping. Nightmare rank. So you were a level 5 ghost controller all along. I paid no heed to Yun Lin and continued my assault. Su Jing, I commanded. The 2 terror rank ghosts turned to flee in terror. But alas, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xi surged before one of the ghosts and dispatched it with a single strike of her claws. Su Jing simultaneously neutralized the remaining ghost. Yun Lin gasped in disbelief. You are just like me? There are 2 demonic contracts. Feng Mingyu observed the look of shock on Yun Lin's face. Recalling the time she and Mo Lin had gone to hunt ghosts together, she remembered how many times she had been left in awe by Mo Lin. And finally, it was someone else's turn to feel that same shock. Afterwards, we encountered no incidents and arrived smoothly at the headquarters of the Ghost Control Society. We quickly met a man dressed in a black suit. Are you the ghost controllers from Yinsong? My name is Cao Minglang, the acting deputy director of the Beihai Ghost Control Society. He then feigned indifference as he asked whether we had encountered any trouble on our way here. I smiled and replied that there had been no trouble at all. Cao Minglang nodded and said, that is good. There have been far too many incidents lately. Our society has suffered heavy casualties, and your arrival is most timely. Subsequently, Cao Minglang proceeded to assign tasks to us. I was dispatched to the west suburbs, while Lin Xi and the others were sent elsewhere. During the assignment, I spoke to them. The waters here in Beihai run deep. You must be cautious while performing your duties. If you encounter any danger, send me a message immediately. I then departed with a squad toward the west suburbs. A young woman in the squad, Pan Nancha, remarked, ever since the deputy director took office, there have been ghosts to hunt every single day, as if someone is deliberately releasing these spirits. A middle-aged man consoled her. Do not think too much about it. Just focus on doing your job well. He then turned to me and said, little brother, the ghosts in Beihai are exceptionally ferocious. Later, when we encounter the ghosts,
If you find yourself unable to match them, just hide behind me. I nodded and chatted with him.
Through our conversation, I learned that this middle-aged man was named Zheng Nan. He was a level 4 ghost controller and the captain of this squad,
possessing extensive experience in hunting ghosts. As the sky gradually darkened, we arrived at our destination. Zheng Nan told everyone, "There are 2 terror-level ghosts here. We must proceed with caution." However, the moment I stepped into the school, I realized that the situation was far from simple.
The ghost energy lingering in the air had already condensed into thick, pitch-black clouds. How could there possibly be only 2 terror-level ghosts? Seeing me standing still and motionless,
Zheng Nan assumed I was afraid and said, "Do not be afraid.
Do not rush forward later.
Simply observe how we capture the ghost."
Several of us arrived at the first floor of the school building.
The method these people used to capture ghosts was quite simple. They searched through the area inch by inch.
Very quickly, we were inside a classroom and spotted a female spirit draped in white robes. Zheng Nan shouted a command, and they moved into action.
Everyone immediately summoned their contracted ghosts. With a flurry of movement, they rushed forward and tore the female spirit apart. Afterward, Zheng Nan spoke. "Everyone, keep searching. There should be at least one more." Thus, the group began to overturn every corner of the area once again. The entire lecture hall building had been thoroughly searched. Yet the remaining spirit could not be found. The young woman from earlier spoke up and asked, "Is it possible that there was only one ghost?" Zheng Nan shook his head and replied, "The information from headquarters should be accurate." Just then, a man suddenly exclaimed, "I see it!" The ghost was in the backyard, so everyone rushed toward the rear courtyard. I hastily cautioned Zheng Nan, "The backyard is very dangerous."
Zheng Nan smiled and said,
"Rest assured, it will be fine."
Once we reached the backyard, we discovered only an old, dilapidated house standing there.
A ghost with a rotting face suddenly materialized.
Zheng Nan and the others hurriedly gave chase.
A man, along with his contracted ghost, darted forward and cut off the spirit's path. He then urged Zheng Nan, "I have blocked this ghost. Strike now." However, Zheng Nan shouted, "Run!" I did not answer, but instead asked in return, "Are ghosts of the nightmare class truly this common?" Zheng Nan explained. Previously, there were no nightmare-class ghosts at all.
Ever since the vice president passed away,
they have begun appearing frequently, I mused, rubbing my chin in thought. After the battle that just transpired, I feel that this nightmare-class ghost was deliberately cultivated by someone else. It seems the depths of the waters in Beihai are far greater than I imagined. Very quickly, our group returned to the headquarters of the Ghost Controlling Society. Upon entering, we saw all the ghost controllers standing in the main hall with grave expressions. We saw Cao Minglang standing at the center, who said helplessly, "Regarding the situation with Zhongji, I am also deeply regretful. However, the best course of action right now is to preserve our strength. For us to attempt to rescue Zhongji now would be tantamount to throwing our lives away. Zhongji promoted me to the position. He is my benefactor, and my grief exceeds that of any other present." I turned to the ghost controller standing before me and asked, "What has happened?" The ghost controller replied, his face filled with sorrow. "Chief Zhang Hai has returned, but he is currently trapped at Tamjian Port, surrounded by a multitude of nightmare-level spirits. How can we possibly proceed in the face of this?" Zheng Nan spoke up first. "Chief Tao, I believe we must go and rescue brother Zhang Hai." Tao Minglang feigned a look of immense difficulty as he replied, "Zheng Nan, you must realize that Tamjian Port is guarded by 3 nightmare-level malevolent spirits, and we have only myself, a 5th-rank ghost controller, to contend with them." I did not want to drag the others into harm's way, but after searching, I could not find the 3 members of Yunling, and I knew with certainty that something grave had occurred. Thus, I questioned him directly. "Why exactly is Zhang Hai trapped there?" Tao Minglang put on a mask of regret and said, "This is also my fault. I dispatched the 3 from Yunling to hunt ghosts, but they acted against orders and went to Tamjian Port on their own. Brother Zhang Hai discovered this and rushed to Tamjian Port to rescue them. I tried to stop him, but I could not. I cut him off immediately, questioning, did they truly act on their own initiative, or was this your arrangement?" Tao Minglang's expression turned cold instantly. "What are you implying?" I gave a cold laugh. "Is the meaning not clear enough for you to understand?" Zheng Nan stepped forward and interjected, "Do not bicker over such matters. We must go and rescue them immediately." Others followed suit, echoing, "That is right. We must save them at once." Tao Minglang stopped feigning civility and directly blocked our path, declaring, "I am currently the acting deputy chief, and I have declared that no one is permitted to go. Therefore, none of you shall leave." I stepped forward and stated, "You are no longer the acting deputy chief." Minglang glared at me.
And who do you think you are? Do you think your words carry the weight of reality? I produced my identity token, for I am the officially appointed deputy chief of the Beihai Ghost Control Agency. Zhang Hai had appointed me just days prior. Zheng Nan inspected the token carefully and announced, "It is true. Mo Lin is indeed the deputy chief." Tao Minglang's face paled in a display of panic. He realized that if Mo Lin actually succeeded in rescuing Zhang Hai, his position would be in grave jeopardy. Attempting to regain his composure, he declared, "This identity token is a forgery." Everyone present fell silent. They were all veterans of the Ghost Control Society. Whether an identification badge was genuine or forged was something that could be discerned at a mere glance. I scanned the crowd and asked coldly, "If any of you still harbor doubts regarding my identity, step forward now." Almost immediately, several individuals standing behind Cao Minglang spoke up. "Stop playing this charade, boy. You are an imposter, and your identification badge is undoubtedly a forgery," I commanded coldly. "Everyone, follow me to Sangxiao Port to rescue the others. Anyone who refuses to obey will be dealt with as a traitor." I then turned to Zheng Nan at my side and asked, "How does the Ghost Control Society deal with traitors?" Zheng Nan slowly uttered 2 words. "Execution." I nodded, then looked toward Cao Minglang's group and said, "They are all traitors to the Ghost Control Society." Cao Minglang let out a cold laugh. "I would like to see who dares to lay a hand on me." Instantly, he summoned his nightmare-grade contract ghost, and a terrifying, murderous aura immediately engulfed the entire hall. I let out a cold huff. "Shen Xi, emerge." Cao Minglang's composed expression shifted, revealing a trace of gravity. "How is this boy also a level 5 ghost controller? This matter has become somewhat troublesome." I spoke up once more. Another nightmare-grade ghost, Suo, manifested. In the next heartbeat, Shen Xi lunged directly toward Cao Minglang's contract ghost. A crimson-red flame consumed the entire body of the contract ghost. Suo Jing wore an expression of astonishment. Shen Xi has actually comprehended a second ghostly technique. Soon after, clearly unwilling to be outdone, he used his soul chain ghostly technique to pierce directly through the chest of the contract ghost. Moments later, Shen Xi tore the contract ghost into 2 halves, and in the end, Suo Xing and Shen Xi divided the remains to consume them. Cao Minglang was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale. Ignoring him, I addressed the others. "Take him down and hold him until Zhang Hai returns to pass judgment. The rest of you, follow me to save the others." Meanwhile, at the other side of Sangxiao Port, Ling Shi looked at the countless ghosts before her and muttered, "Why are there so many ghosts here?" Feng Mingwu speculated, "We may have been set up." Ling Shi took out her phone and said angrily, "How truly sinister. I am calling Mo Lin immediately." "Wait, why is there no signal?" Seeing this, Feng Mingwu said helplessly, "It appears to be a trap indeed. Let us find a way to survive." With that, he surged forward, while Yunling and Zhang Hai were fully occupied fending off the horde of ghosts charging from the front. The 2 of them had previously joined forces to slay a nightmare-grade ghost. Ling Shi thought to herself, "It is fortunate that Zhang Hai is a level 5 ghost controller. Otherwise, we would surely be dead by now." Without hesitation, she joined the fray. 2 hours passed, and the low-level demons before them had been completely eradicated. Ling Shi and the others displayed clear signs of exhaustion. Just as they were preparing to depart, a nightmare-tiered demon suddenly manifested. Its eyes glowed with a crimson hue, radiating a killing intent from within its pupils that struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. Zhang Hai stepped forward and declared, "I shall hold this demon off. The rest of you, find a way to escape." Ling Shi and her companions knew this was no time for hesitation, but after taking only a few steps, they came to a sudden halt. Feng Mingwu, his face ashen, remarked, "Enough. There is no need to flee. None of us will make it out alive." In their path, another nightmare-tiered demon had emerged. Luo Qing gritted her teeth and cried, "Do not give up. Ma Lin will certainly return to save us." With that, she charged forward. Yunling and Feng Mingwu exchanged a glance before joining her in the fray. Zhang Hai's contracted demon and the remaining nightmare-tier demon locked in a fierce struggle, and for the moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the 3 companions, Ling Shi, Yunling, and Feng Mingwu, were being suppressed by the other nightmare-tier demon, failing to secure even the slightest advantage. Ling Shi swung her longsword, thrusting it toward the nightmare-tiered demon. In an instant, the blade severed the demon's arm. Yet, before Ling Shi could feel any joy, the creature's arm sprouted anew. Immediately following this, the demon lunged fiercely toward Ling Shi, its razor-sharp claws raking toward her abdomen. Ling Shi dodged to the side, evading the fatal blow. But her midsection still suffered a deep and grievous wound. Just as Ling Shi descended into despair, a bolt of lightning descended with a thunderous roar, shattering the nightmare-tiered demon into 4 or 5 fragments. Zheng Nan, standing nearby, was left in absolute astonishment. Splendid, he thought. This deputy society president actually knows how to wield thundering talismans.
But in the next second, he slapped his forehead in regret.
Damn it, why did I forget that I needed to capture the demon?
A nightmare tier demon could produce 800 underworld coins a day, totaling 24,000 a month. This was a massive loss.
At that same moment, Zhang Hai's group had successfully suppressed the remaining nightmare tier demons. Seeing them prepared to deliver the finishing blow, I hurried forward to stop them.
Wait. Leave this nightmare tier demon to me.
Believing I intended to form a contract with the creature, Zhang Hai hurriedly cautioned. These demons were raised by others. They cannot be tamed.
I smiled and replied, just leave it to me.
Saying this, I stepped forward and placed one hand atop the nightmare tier demon's head. In an instant, the creature was drawn into my demon-suppressing tome. Name, Zhang Yang. Realm, nightmare tier. Skills, none. Underworld coin yield, 800 days. I stroked my chin, beginning to calculate that I now possess 1 terror class demon, 9 nightmare class demons, and 1 fatal class demon. My daily income is 15,000 underworld coins. Just as I was feeling overjoyed, the demon suppression book once again flipped to the first page on its own. A line of text appeared automatically. Capture 20 demons to be rewarded with 1 myriad annihilation immortal suppression talisman. I could not help but swallow hard. This quest for the immortal suppression talisman sounds incredibly formidable. As for capturing 20 demons, surely that is a simple task? North Sea is everywhere. Immediately after, I looked toward Lang Zhi and asked, why did you bring this matter up? Lang Zhi was visibly furious. That man, Cao Minglang, told us to come here to capture demons. Who would have thought it was a trap? He intended to have us killed. Exactly as I had surmised. Soon after, I recounted to Zhang Hai everything that had just transpired at the demon-controlling society. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai flew into a fit of rage. Cao Minglang, that cur truly longs for my death. In that case, I shall personally interrogate him until he breaks.